Peace. All right, we wouldn't be doing right if we ain't do it for the purple one.
That's right.
Got a few things that come through. And yes, I have been talking to Prince, so we got a few things thus far. You know, now Prince is gone, the world just seems a little bit smaller.
Yes, sir.
And I'm speaking to you not as a personal human fan, but now as what that energy meant on planet Earth. Because people know through the years, as a personal fan of Prince and his music, though I recognized it as masterful, which is undeniable, you know, what I seen in that little performances, them sexual performances, were funny as a human. But now when you're dealing with spirit, you're dealing with a whole different intelligence. So the intelligence and the spirituality he brought forth is what we're going to deal with tonight. So first, there's some things I wrote down that I want to get out the way so we can understand this. You know, consciousness has come to the Jerry Springer level of entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Somebody got to be talking about somebody or curse somebody out.
You talking about the debates?
Well, debates, like any of that, subtle hints. In other words, no one is just teaching what they're teaching anymore. You know what I'm saying? And if you weren't interested in that particular field of study, you just ignored it or let it go. They made this fake crusade that was saving black folks. You know, and so by saving them, I must destroy whatever somebody else is teaching that is helping others find the light that they came here to find. So it was the idea of everyone was finding light in whatever particular category or particular avenue that they will find to their interest. Now it's about shutting everything down to say mine is better, and then putting it up and saying, well, I can prove it. You can prove anything. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you put up a slide. So the idea is, well, at least what I was taught in consciousness was every man was there for his own interests. No one was there for the sake of all black people in the world or in America. We came to the conclusion that's an impossibility. We can't stand and sit in the same room and agree on the same color. You get what I'm saying? So there's no way that would be the cause. So the only thing you could possibly do is teach your lesson to the best of your ability, and those who are interested in it wouldn't look at you as the all-father, but as somebody who has a handle on something that they're interested in, and then they're supposed to sprout into their own search, their own reality, their own goal. You know what I mean? Their own reality. You know what I'm saying? Now they're so busy worried about the speaker because they reverted back to Christianity again. You get what I'm saying? So there's this idea when something's fresh and new, then it gets saturated, and then the thought process becomes such a failure. Oh, we've seen this before. It's called rap music at this point. A pristine idea, then made manifest, then vultures and ignorance swoop around. So, you know, call it what you want. But what I do know we're not doing, and it's something I'm going to address today, because as Prince made the transition, understanding this thing that I'm about to tell you right now is a little bit more important, even as important as it is as a standalone. Now is the time. What I'm going to talk about first, because I know you're from Minnesota.
Absolutely.
So we're gonna talk some.
Yeah, that's my dude right there.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're gonna talk about it. Today. But the first thing people, as I started to point out, with this Jerry Springer mentality, this love and hip hop consciousness that's going on, want to hear some hot, or like I said, it's not just debates, but look at it this way as well. This idea that the Illuminati did everything. The Illuminati did everything. So Prince's death, I want y'all to understand something, and if you understand this, you'll understand a big key to any of this magical apparatus. And as soon as y'all hear me say it, you're gonna be like, oh yeah. And I know y'all know because we talked about it in class. Now I'm gonna focus on it for these folks. 3 things could have happened to Prince. He faked his death, the Illuminati murdered him, or by God, she just died. What I'm going to show you why our advanced portion of our consciousness, an advanced portion of occult science, an advanced aspect of this thinking where none of that shit matters. On the lower level, under this occult understanding, you debate, you accuse. You say, that's bullshit. Show me the science. Show me the proof. Over here, above this occult science, you access all realities. Therefore, no matter how this shit worked out, you can be good. And that's where we're failing. We think if we find out some elaborate Illuminati coincidence just adds up, and some already do. We'll talk about it, This is between April 19th and May, whatever it is, which is the blood sacrifice time for the Illuminati.
Okay.
So, Now, above this level of consciousness, none of this matters anymore. That's why you can never catch me trying to argue a point with somebody. Because as soon as they say, well, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, nigga, my answer is like, well, by God damn, you're right. Then they said, well, wait. N-O-N-O-P. L-O-N-O-P. That sounds right, too. You know what I'm saying? Because to a true occultist, none of that shit matters. Because all you are accessing doesn't come from reasoning, logic, opposition. All that's like petty human things. And you should deal with them in a human context. Because I may be in Walmart arguing about prices just like anybody else. But I'm not going to argue about Osiris. You either understand the energy or you don't. Or you understand how you understand it, and that's all it is anyway.
Right.
Now, claiming energy because we're losing energy. What is claiming energy? Well, first we need to understand that every single physical thing on planet Earth that can make manifest or has been manifested has an invisible energy. And tapping into, and each physical thing represents a raw energy reality. Now, if we were to understand energy like we understand the electricity in our wall, let's say above this physical, visual setting, there's an energy connection to everything. You cannot see it. That represents your walls, this line. So the same way electricity is in your walls, you can't see it, you know it's there, you pay the bill. How do you access it? You plug in different items and gives it directions. So we understood this same concept when we were dealing with ancestors and deities. And what we understood was this invisible energy, we have to give it a destination, a formation down here. So just like the electricity, you say a microwave, a radio, a TV, a computer, a light bulb, and all of these things that give a direction. We say Zeus, Dionysus, Osiris, Ogun, Geb, Baphomet, Cthulhu. You can go on for days. You know what I'm saying? And we say all of these names because when we give them a personality, a color, a day, a look, a symbols that are around them, it's a way to take an invisible energy and apply it to whatever your need is. And you're only doing 2 things. You're either trying to bring something in or bring something out. So then you hear black people say, well, that's not Egypt, or that's not Africa, that's not us. You don't get to say that everything came from us, then say that's not us. Pick a side. You know what I'm saying? Or have a debate with yourself. But then you let me know who wins.
Right.
Now, the idea is What the fuck was I talking about?
You're just saying that you can't say you're from Africa. You know, everything comes from Africa.
Right. I was gonna say something after that.
Oh,
Doesn't matter. I know where we going with it. you see, that's when the nigga really get. Oh, my birthday was the other day. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what it sounds like when doves cry. So claiming energy, understanding that this invisible energy, it has no name or no direction like the electricity in your wall. It is directed by your thoughts and what you think of the entity you're dealing with. So, and this is what I was going to say. You have, you know, these Greek gods ain't ours. You know what I'm saying? You know, everything comes from Africa, but you know, that's not ours. What they did in Greece when it became white, and you know, I'm not a historian, but was the Etruscans black and all I heard of before? So we know it's our shit anyway. But let's even say we don't know that. When you have a bunch of white people who's in that 1% of unstupidity, that's mimicking our 1% of conscious, for them, their conscious, they understood the concept of why we even had deities and the deities that looked at. They understood what we were doing. And what we were doing, we were encapsulating energy that was a little bit more complex than what you can describe into a being to be able to use it as a point of reference to access that energy. So you're sick, we understand there's an energy of healing. We encapsulate it in a deity called Baba Luaye, let's just say. And then to talk to Baba Luaye in the prescribed way based upon the mythology, the people of the land, and all the other social attributes that dictate how you should communicate with the energy of healing called Baba Luaye. So you get days, colors, symbols, herbs, scents, and you know, animals, plants, the whole gambit of ways to make a connection with an energy which you can't describe, but we can say is healing. So we'll get caught up in on a certain level. You should be paying attention to it with the actual deity Baba Luaye, because just like in any religion, we have now taken this concept and made it people who are up there looking at you, who get mad at you if you don't do the prescribed shit that somebody prescribed fucking 100,000 years ago. And like I said, that's kind of like, if we put it in the same context as the electricity in your wall, all those who say, I got to do this and I got to do that, that's like saying, nigga, you plugging in a Betamax, you know what I'm saying? A fucking spick and span, all the shit from the 70s, let's just say. Not, mind you, this is 18 something, but let's just say 70s, 30 years old shit, doing shit from 30, 40 years ago. Some of it still may work. You plug in the vacuum, it does the same thing as a vacuum of day one. I get that. But some of that shit, you know what I'm saying? You plugging in a dustbuster, you know what I'm saying? You plugging in a fucking big wheel, you know what I'm saying? What you doing, charging my big wheel? You're like, that don't make no sense. That wasn't even around then. So the stuff that you're holding on to, you know what I'm saying, with dear life back then, it's like plugging in old shit to new electricity. If I showed up in a Prince outfit, but in a Prince tribute, dressed like Run from Run DMC, you'll be like, wow, Run was a cool motherfucker, but what you doing here, dog? One energy it has nothing to do with bad and good, out of place. So we're trying to access, let's just say, Oshun, Obachala, these old ways, and we're tapping in the old shit, and we're Betamax and going, how come my CD won't play? Because you didn't update even how you think, because all of this came into being based upon your thought. So we're accessing, or how we think about it, because as I said, how you plug in is how you think or feel, which is a very big factor about what it is you're doing and dealing with. So your confidence, your lack of fear, your just feeling of being knowledgeable does it. You don't have to read 1,000 things. Just read enough to say, this is what inspired me to read it in the first place. And then, or you may read the whole thing. You will know. But in your mind, nothing should feel any lack or less based upon some human knowledge base, because that's no longer running it. So when you can run it by your feelings, your confidence, your sense of knowing. Say it again. Your sense of knowing must come into play. What we're trying to figure this out on are on lesser levels. So, when the Illuminati does a ritual, or don't even do a ritual, you think they did a ritual, which is just as effective as them actually doing it and you fucking seeing it. If you think they did it, it's just as effective. So, most black people scream Illuminati for fucking everything. Michael Clark Duncan, Illuminati did it. I'm like, he was John Coffey. You never know. Doesn't matter. But we claim Illuminati's behind every fucking move that makes, and we don't claim nothing as our move. So I want y'all to understand something from first-hand experience that I figured out. That's why I can say this to you in all confidence. When the Pope died, like any other nigga, any other real nigga, I ain't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? We ain't supposed to. But everybody was all fucking pepped up on Pope. You know what I'm saying? The red shoes. He got on the red shoes again. I'm like, so what? I said, no, son, let me see if I can get the energy. You know what I'm saying? We so black and so, that ain't got nothing to do with us. So I'm saying, well, the first thing I'm going to do is the opposite of the nigga consortium. That's your guide. Whatever niggas don't like, go ahead first as a magician. Niggas don't like it, do it. You know what I'm saying? Like Bobby went on a whole malt liquor binge after C. Freeman L died. He was telling me, you know, they got all our icons on the fucking liquor, you know, the Blue Bull, Shiva, you know, the Red Bull or some Shiva, Slits malt liquor, you know, we had Ollings 800s, Morris shit, you know what I'm saying? Colt 45, that horse, Shiva, Jesus. We was just going through them all. I said, yeah, they got the two Kundalini signs on that St. Ives, kid. You know what I'm saying? Yep. I was like, yeah, that's the Black Irish, that Celtic shit. He's laughing. I said, so he's saying, yeah, you need to get on this malt liquor, nigga. I said, all right, I'm gonna fuck with the St. Ives. He said, ooh, I'm gonna get some of that. I said, why? He said, niggas complained about that one, didn't they? So I drank a can of this shit. I woke up, and for 14 minutes, I didn't know if it was 5 a.m. or 5 p.m. I promise you. I was looking at the watch and said, oh, fuck this Bobby Hemmett shit. You know what I'm saying? So he went for about another week, just binging out on malt liquor. I said, yo, how's that malt liquor shit going? He said, well, yeah, man, you know, I had to stop. In my heart, I started getting palpitations. He said, I can't even say this in a lecture. I said, yeah, dog, I know what you're saying. All right, don't know why that came up.
Do the opposite of what niggas do.
Do the opposite. Thank you. Do the opposite of what most niggas would say, what the collective would say. Or at least probe it. You know what I'm saying? The collective say, you know what I'm saying, don't go down, you know, Times Square naked, then, you know, that makes sense. But certain shit, when you just got this general consensus, how do you know it's wrong? Because you know niggas are under mind control. How do you know it's wrong? Because what you do know is niggas is under mind control. So I'm not going to listen to the advice of a bunch of mind controlled niggas as a standard. So black people don't never do this, and black people, yes we do. I do it. Black people don't swim. Watch this, nigga. Get in the, watch me take a dip, nigga. I was on the swimming team. We talking about at least, and not necessarily doing it just for the sake of doing it, to be honest, because motherfuckers be taking this shit too real. At least question, you know, what you found to be so normal when they say Hotep, and everybody goes, Hotep. You go, wait a minute, is that shit normal? You know what I'm saying? Is that I'm just not going to say it. Just not say, I put up jokingly like when a meme. You know what I'm saying? a lady yelling, "Please, black people, stop saying hotep." Right? Niggas just went, no. I'm like, fucking the anti-non-hotepers. I'm like, you don't know what the shit mean. And even if you do, like, you're really just fighting for the word hello. Hello, tep. You know what I'm saying? It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? When you ask why you really have a dog in the fight. You know what I'm saying? Because let's just say, what's your dog really? Well, that's what we said in Egypt, and hello is not like. But after you say hotep, you say 30 things in English. Hotep. So what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Like, all that shit is non-comedic too. It's like, I know what you're trying to be, but here's the question. Ask if it's working. Ask if it's working. Don't ask if it's working. Ask yourself, is that shit working? You feel brighter because you said hotep in Ashe. It's not that's going to save you. It's the changing of your thinking. So one of the things we're used to picking sides with is actually energy that has already been defined. The occultist doesn't deal with spent, or I think it's kinetic energy. We deal with potential energy. Energy that you can shape into whatever form. We're already reacting to Beyonce wore a ring. Now we're reacting to the energy. Just by your reaction is what a ritual is. A ritual is meant to inspire minds for thinking, for a change in thinking, or to inject something in their thinking. So Beyonce wearing a ring and doing this and going like this, you get to go, oh shit, and she gets to go, thank you. So when you see her in her new video, Lemonade, and you like, oh, she's still doing it. She's doing it because she's feeding off your energy. She's feeding off your energy. Black people have been dishing out their energy to anybody else, and you're doing it under the banner of what would black people do. So that means when Trayvon happens, there's people, that 1% of whites, who say, we know exactly how they think. And if we know how they think, we know what to inject in a ritual to stimulate an energy burst that your thinking is for, then we know how to direct it with our ritual through our thinking. All we have to do to keep it up is saying, when you say Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. And here you niggas go again. You know what I'm saying? Obamacare sucks. Here you niggas go again. Tyler Perry got a new movie. Here you niggas go again. You know what I'm saying? They can get you any time. You know what I'm saying? They can get you any time. Including get you with Prince. But the occultists, the so-called conscious adept, the niggas who's on this here shit, should know better. And that's what I'm speaking to. Because the average guy, he can't hear this. This not for you. This not for you. No. Nuh-uh. This is the purple rain. You know what I'm saying? You need to understand that this is for the adept. Because even the people who are really on this and really dedicated to this level of study, they're still lacking in some common sense things. Some basic how-tos that very few people in my class, you two are a part of that few, who actually just got it in a aha kind of way. I speak quite plain, so everybody understood my class. But then there's people who got the aha and they made actual changes in their life based upon understanding what was being put forth in something that had to be deeper than using reasoning. It's came from a place where you started saying, I know this, I know already. So y'all was actually tapping into memory. While these other dudes are trying to still use intelligence. And that's a real hard thing to teach, how to switch over from intelligence to just do it. Just know. Like, I asked Shalonda, My son's friend Chris always asks questions. I said, oh, y'all have at it. Ask all the questions you want. And I'm listening, but her answers are from a person who knows. Just know, motherfucker. Just do it, motherfucker. Just know. I'm like, oh, damn, I'm glad she ain't got to teach my lecture. Just do it, motherfucker. Just know. But that's from a person who knows. Mm-hmm. So that's what really I should have expected. You just got to know. It is you. He's like, but I don't think it's me. Yes, it is. It was like, well, it's you because the magnetic thought. None of that shit. Just, yeah, it is. No, yeah, it is. He's like, well, I guess it is. You know what I'm saying? And I should expect that because there's a knowing that is hard to teach. And that you got to find that knowing in yourself. You're not going to find it in me or my confidence towards this or my experience towards it. You find it in your own space. And nobody's really powerful enough to put that to use. And I guess that's what the hard thing about this job or this work was, not really learning the information, especially to a Camite, because he was the information. Not even learning the information, but being able to own it. And that's the problem I'm seeing. People not owning it. All this, I'm African and I'm God, but you're not owning your right to this, your birthright, which is all energies that manifest in this universe. And when you take control of all energies, you take control of the planet again. Mm-hmm. You are not in control of the planet as if that's still the thing to do, but let's pretend it is. You are not in control of the planet because you released yourself from energies and gave it to your white enemy, because that's what we call him. But to me, he's just a white guy. By saying that's his, you relinquish an energetic prowess, which he's managed to turn back on you. So let's say he murdered Prince. Prince is your birthright. He can only get the energy if you don't jump on it. Because once that energy breaks that line, and he's no longer named Prince, that energy that was Prince is now in the ethers for us to access with our thoughts. How do you access it in particular? Prince left 1,000 clues like any other deity. He left colors, he left animals, you know what I'm saying? He left music videos, images, symbols, and music. And he made motherfuckers like, we're going to get in to the deity that came through, and all you niggas around your way, all that whole gang came in, what it was. And Prince has been talking. We're gonna get into some shit, you know what I'm saying? I first want you to understand, so if the Illuminati did it, if Prince is still alive even, let me explain that. We talked about it in one of the lectures. When you're born, let's say there's all this energy and you're coming to the planet. So you're coming to the planet, there's a point where you pick a personality. Now, you're still going to walk that path. If nobody gave him a guitar, maybe you had something else. But when you're that powerful, you're going to get that guitar. Because you actually pick your parents. Or this is also called getting that Ori on your head. You take a personality. That personality is sustained, especially a famous one, based upon us knowing and thinking that your energy is here encapsulated in my friend called Kamani. Or my friend called Prince. When it's gone, because we all think he's gone, like Elvis. I know Tupac is gone, but like Tupac, and we still see him alive, like Michael Jackson, and people put that buzz of conspiracy and all that in your ear. So they say, well, Michael Jackson, he's really alive. I'm like, no, I talked to the nigga's spirit. But I found out a while ago, if he tells the world that he's dead, based upon our thought process, the thought frequency of having that, especially someone that famous, that energy here, it actually releases that Ori. So he's now that new being that he's hidden, and that Michael Jackson energy is actually in the ethers. That happens while people are alive. All you got to do is ask your mama, your papa. Ooh, look, Smokey Robinson. Like my mama said, that ain't Smokey. Shaka Khan, that ain't Shaka Khan. Tina Turner, that ain't Tina Turner. And Aretha Franklin, that the fuck wasn't Aretha Franklin. When they seen him as older. The energy that they was when the motherfuckers doing all that and all that fly shit, that shit's dead. You can see old humans there. You know what I'm saying? They still can sing "God Bless the Child." I'm sure you know Aretha.
But it ain't them.
It ain't them. You know what I'm saying? Because the energy that they came down with is actually released. We're all borrowing from our source. And we call it personalities. The ultimate super personalities are the deified in mythology. But we all have attributes of some deity's personality down here. That's why you relate yourself to deities. Because it's all your energy. So, once they define an energy, or Prince has defined himself, let's just say that, and quite well, then any occultist says, like the Illuminati, we're going to use this bad guy, the Illuminati, and say, I can kill him, and because that energy was defined, I can direct that energy. Because he defined himself as what he is. Snoop Dogg is Anubis, not no lion. That's why I knew that shit was going to wear off. DMX is a dog, you know what I'm saying? For real. So you know that's Anubis energy. So when they kill them, or if they kill them, or however they use them, even alive, you get what I'm saying? They're using Anubis energy. And the 1% understands that. See, because that 1% of white people, they ain't walking around going, nigger, fucking nigger. They ain't doing that. The 1% knew who and what the fuck you are. They must know it. Because they've been trying to keep you out of it with your thoughts. That's it. That's all they need to do. They can tell you every single thing that's on the page, but they understand the nature of the way you think. You cannot access it. You cannot access it. If you have a dick and you think you have a vagina, you ain't getting no pussy tonight. You know what I'm saying? But you do have a dick. You just don't know how to use it. No access. So you do have all the pineal, melanin, kundalini, all the proud shit we like to say. You don't know how to use it. I promise you that. You ain't going to breathe your way out of this. Own your way out of this. Dark side magic your way out of this shit. Nuwapu out of this. UCC out of this. You're going to have something in you that is pushing you from within. There's nothing on the outside of you that's going to save you. Something from within must be at this mature point of pushing you. And if it's not, you didn't get it this lifetime. That's how it goes. And it should be pushing you to the point where it's so fucking annoying. There's nothing that will satisfy you but knowledge. Nothing. Everything else is just helping you get to more fucking knowledge. When you fuck, you trying to figure out pussy. You suck a titty, you waiting for a fucking scholarship to come out. You waiting for a master's degree to fall out. While you doing it. And the point is,
so when you're saying that, you're saying that this knowledge is where you know because you are doing.
Right.
So
you know because right.
Because to theorize, to say, you know, for me to say, yeah, I know martial arts. But when somebody says, okay, well, show me, and I'm like, well, you know.
Right, and then you go into this.
Right, and I'm doing some old fake shit, and I ain't really doing nothing. Right. I don't really know it. I read the book.
You read the book, and you did some exercises.
But I don't really know it versus actually applying because, you know, a famous saying is, you know, all knowing is doing. Is that what you're saying with that statement? Yes,
all knowing is doing. But it's a little bit more complex because really what you're doing in true consciousness when you're on this level of it, you're trying to find the knowing in you. Not really become the knowing. You're trying to find the part of you that already knows. Because you are here as a manifestation of knowing. I am that I am. Even your earthly presence is a way of saying, is a statement. It's not a question. You understand what I'm saying? Your birth is a statement, not a question. And the statement comes from something that you know. You're only here to question your statement. That's the point. Question your statement. Told you that in the Matrix. We all made the choice. Now we're all here to figure out why we made this choice. So you're a statement. You are the no. And what keeps you in the no is actually your thinking or your thought process of the power of your no. See, a couple of people said it to me, including my stepsister. She said, when you talk matter-of-factly. I said, matter of fact, you right, bitch. You know what I'm saying? And, I'm jokingly saying it with her because it's not about even being debatable or right or wrong as much as you have convinced yourself. Because when you die, nobody understands that. And it's only your mind. The reality, how you interface with true reality, is based upon your knowing or what you convince yourself of in a place where anything is possible. So if you convince yourself Rudolph has a fucking red nose, then that's what you can have. If that's so important to you. If you want to sit under the doghouse while Snoopy lays on top, that too. Whatever you want to do. So once you gain this understanding of freedom, you're no longer trying to find human rights or wrong. It no longer matters. Because your divine mind can say whatever, and you are right too. In a social situation, then we're going to have beef and grief. You know what I'm saying? But as a conscious person, that's the concept of the hermit. You are no longer in a social being. That's why the master is the hermit. You are content from within. Now we know in this busy ass world, you still need to watch Netflix and all that. We ain't going to that extreme. But we need to understand it's a thinking process that you are falling towards that side. I just put it like this. I'm watching more Netflix and I'm not sitting out having picnics with niggas because I can do it alone. You know what I'm saying? The answers come from, I can find them within. You know what I'm saying? When Prince died, I'm not going to go, I wonder if it was the Illuminati. Oh, I know what it was. It gets to it. So let's talk about my man. So now that we understand claiming energy, to be clear, we need to understand if the Illuminati hit him, and even if he's still on the planet but gave up that Prince persona, you can access the pure energy based upon the symbols. So we can debunk and claim the energy because Prince is your birthright. So is Michael Jackson, and any other nigga you seen was in an Illuminati ritual, you still have access to any ritual they've done to supersede it because it's yours by nature. It's your birthright. Therefore, no matter what they try, they can only try to hustle and feed off of energy. That's not theirs. Not theirs. Alright, so let's talk a little bit about getting to Prince. I want you to understand it. So when we talk about how we can access this God for power, we need to understand. I don't want to hear the Illuminati did it, or you don't need to put in your mind, well, this Illuminati, we seen that nigga walking on Broadway in 3rd, you know what I'm saying? How you know it was him? His dick was out and all this kind of shit. So like, I don't care. He relinquished that power. What is that power? What is that power indeed? Well, first, what does Prince mean to you as a brother from, was Minnesota?
Minnesota. Yeah.
Minnesota. Tell us the differences, because when we seen Purple Rain, we seen a lot of freakazoids. We seen a lot of, you just never know.
Yeah, well, understand when Purple Rain came out, that was what, 1983?
1984, right.
And so I'm 7 years old.
I know, I got you. I know you didn't have that shit on.
Yeah.
Let's get that out the way. Right. You didn't have your shit. You know what I'm saying?
I went to the movies. Right. But, so my understanding of the culture, what was going on, is all going to be after the fact and looking back in. Gotcha. I know Prince was the major icon out of Minnesota. You know what I'm saying? He was...
Before the music, or how was he doing? Do you know what he was doing before he made records on Warner Brothers? Like, was he the man out there? in the clubs? I know you're young, but did you hear about that?
I never heard that he was a man in the clubs.
Just when the records came out.
You know what I'm saying? It was pretty much post, you know, he was like known in the underground circuit as far as for making good music, and everybody was pushing him to get out there, which is why he made that trip to New York so that he could, you know, get that record deal. And then I think it came out 2-3 hours before he blew up.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So he came out with some albums, but they didn't blow up.
Okay, yeah, I know that. I've seen a documentary. I know there was definitely one that didn't, but Little Red Corvette, I think, was the first one, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, Khadijah would know.
Right. So I don't know how many albums. But anyway, he was out before he blew up like he did.
Gotcha.
And like me and you talked about a couple of times when we talked about his transition, working on his image and all those types of things, and Rick James influence and whatnot, right? And so once he basically got his master formula combined with making music that was, you know, nobody had heard these sounds put together quite like that.
Right.
That's when he blew up, and then he became basically that pop idol, that nigga in Minnesota without a question. He had a club, he had a big ass purple house.
He had a purple house.
Big ass purple house. And he was very much so. He never ever came off like he wasn't a real nigga, even though shit.
That's what I'm finding out. I'm finding out like more and more. This is a real ass nigga.
He's a real nigga, so he never came off in a manner where anybody ever questioned his manhood. You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever questioned that. They just, nigga was just confident. Nigga can wear his ass out. Hey, what? When you met him, like, I didn't meet him personally, but everybody told me they met him. I was like, nah, he's just a cool nigga. Like,
cool nigga. I heard about that too.
Yeah, he's just cool. You know, like, funny and shit. You know what I'm saying? Likes to cook.
Right.
And, you know, he can ball.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
I seen a music video where he caught a ball and the nigga did a little shake move. I'm like, oh, word, okay.
Yeah, so.
It looked like he could have been in the draft.
So, you know, Prince could ball. So, I mean, Prince gave back to the community. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was playing AAU ball and, you know, he gave money. He donated money every year to the team for anybody else from the inner city. Right. So I got money from Prince. You know what I'm saying? So he was that type of dude. So he was involved. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't
just up in the clouds.
Right. Up in the clouds.
Titty looking nigga.
Yeah. He wasn't like that at all. He was definitely a real nigga. He understood to the level of saying that. I heard him say that it was almost a manifestation. He was overcompensating for some insecurities that he developed at a younger age just by being a different type of nigga, by doing a lot of outlandish shit he did. Right. You know, saying that, you know, I don't give a fuck no more type shit. You know? Right. So
that's a certain kind of power as well.
Yeah, so from everything I've seen, you know what I'm saying, he was without a question. There's no other statement I've ever heard. Whenever I tell somebody I'm from Minnesota, I'm like, oh, that's where Prince is from. Yeah. Bar none, period. That's it. That's what Minnesota was known for amongst niggas.
Right.
Prince.
It's Prince. Let me tell you, what I've never seen before. Out of all these years, I went to see Purple Rain again in the movie theater. Plus watched at home and Under the Cherry Moon, which is my shit too. Tricky. Now, I never realized that Prince was actually wearing the Mozart suits. I was always calling them ice skating shirts and pirate shirts, but he was dressing like composers. I did with all that Purple Rain shit on. I was like, oh, he's dressing like the old Moorish composers. So that alone said a lot. Now, we're talking about the obvious, his color. Purple is the gateway. So Prince, now relieving, has opened up a big gateway. He told me he's connected to, what's the Indian prophecy? The Hopi. Hopi Indian prophecy. So it has to open up for the Blue Katrina, which is the last sign. He said he's that gateway that opened up. Now, something else I was going to. So, now, if it's the Illuminati here, let's go the Illuminati way. Remember the wrestler China also died.
Yep.
And we was decoding their ritual. They opened up a gateway to China. Remember, Prince was the masculine and the feminine. She was the feminine with the masculine. Well, rock-hearted wrestling bitch. So that connection is undeniable. Now, two things. That's how we work too spiritually. So it might just be us. But more people will tend to believe, if they don't believe how we work, it's the Illuminati. The Illuminati. If the Illuminati did it, don't matter. You know what I'm saying? Don't matter. That's what they're going for. But if we tap into that energy, and let me add, because I forgot to talk about it. So when the Pope in his red shoes, and then when we started talking about that, what I did was say, I'm going to try to get the energy. And because I'm going to tell people how I know this could be done. As soon as I did that, all of these lights just started flashing through my window. It was dark. And coming all around me. That's when I absolutely knew it's up for grabs. Because you're thinking, or at least at that point I was thinking, they do their rituals,
and we do ours.
and we pretend to do ours. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm doing mine, but I know all about, it's like them against us. Then I realized when they do a 9/11 or whatever big thing, that is ritual, or Columbine and all the rest of that shit, the energy is up for grabs. And that's really the scariest thing that they're tampering with. Because the moment we realize this kind of thing, their rituals will now be ours yet again. Because everything they do, they're trying to rip power from us. And they're successful is when we keep giving them the power just by saying the Illuminati's doing it, or the powers that be that's doing it, or religion, or the Pope, or whoever else besides you just saying, fuck it, I don't care who did it, it's mine. And that's clear we can do that with Prince. So the second time I realized it is at 9/11, understanding how to reverse rituals instead of getting the white candles to enlighten it for everybody. All I did was get reversible candles to turn the energy around. And the first thing I heard was thousands of niggas yelling, my name is Billy, my name is John, my name is da-da-da. I'm like, God damn. Because what happens to minds when they're killed like that in a ritual or a sacrifice, if they're not adept like the conscious person, where they understand self and know how to move their spirit or their soul either beyond or go where they need to go in the astral world after death, most aren't, because they're waiting for a savior. And don't get happy, black people, when you feel better than Jesus, because y'all still waiting for Oshun, Obatala, Ogun, or whatever the fuck you fucking, Baron Samedi or somebody. You still see him as an entity that's outside of you that's going to save you anyway. So they're waiting for this, and they're actually building a reality, and they're waiting. So if they're waiting at a church, that's their heaven. If they're waiting in the fucking African desert saying I'm with Africans, then that's their reality. Because they don't understand, they're actually building a prison with their mind because they don't know how to do it. So now you got people this is conscious people. Now you got people on this Christian level that's just in the building doing their normal 9/11 thing. They're stuck. And because the energy is now directed, how is it directed? Each time you see that memorial, each time you see bow your head for the 9/11 victims. Each time you see the word 9/11. Each time you see the word red alert, green alert. Each time you hear the word terrorist, Osama bin Laden, Saddam Hussein, Bush, all of these things that were connected, the 9/11 bombs, the terrorists, Building 7. When you hear these things, it directs your thought, and it actually creates a bubble or a prison for the ones who died and were sacrificed to actually be stuck in, so they could be fed off of. So those who set the ritual up know how to direct their energy and their symbology in the ritual and use that to go to push forward war. So they create an energy surge or force under the banner of a situation, 9/11. And now in the astral world, this energy bubble can be harnessed. Is this big giant bubble that can be tapped into. They're tapping into it by you keep it in prison by they keep feeding you 9/11 shit. Even 9/11 ain't real. Even all of that shit. I'm still seeing fucking videos. See, look at the plane. Look at the plane. It's a hologram. The bombs blew up first. I'm still seeing that. I'm like, Yeah, it's fake. We got it. But by doing that, you think it's somebody else fighting the powers that be, but it's actually them playing two sides of the coin. If you really study the Illuminati, you understand they present both sides. So they'll say, for instance, we talked about it in the Flat Earth. Somebody will come out with breakthrough information in the Flat Earth. They'll get people to come out with them. They just get dumber people. So I said, we love Flavor Flav. But let's say we got something like the Flat Earth or Nibiru, or people are saying Nibiru's here, Nibiru's not. And then Flavor Flav gets up and say Nibiru is here. So all them real niggas that you know that understand this concept about Nibiru, let's just say coming back, when Flavor Flav gets behind it, then the world gets to go is dumb, and whoever speaks to it intelligently becomes Flavor Flav's level of intelligence.
Yep.
So that's Illuminati tricks. So while you think you busting them out with all these police videos, it's them that's doing it. While you think you say have some counteractive action, it's them that's doing it. As long as you playing the social game, you in their game. This is their world.
And that's I mean, that right there is something that I think a lot of, niggas who watch this probably get that. But because it's run so much,
right,
I think it escapes even conscious minds.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're talking about here.
Without a question, because
that's what we're talking about.
Because our minds are trained to think in polarity for our whole lives, basically. We're trained to think in polarity.
You're born and raised in that shit.
So you automatically are going to say, well, that's Illuminati, this is this. Or these guys, it's like the boy Jones, Alex Jones, right? When I first saw
agents, right.
I'm thinking, okay, this is a white boy's trying to stand up against the system. Then after a while, he's just another agent. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying that.
Yeah, no, it's going. Yeah, I get it. It take people are taking that ride. People are taking that ride. I'm trying to be where the ride stops. At least on the level that we deal with, where the ride stops. I have to speak in that context. But people are taking that ride. Some people have to take a step. They have to. If they don't hear it, they will never know.
Right.
So what I'm saying now may not just make them go, I get it, thank you, Panic, but it'll help convince them along their path as they start to see Alex Jones and all them niggas are fakes. You know what I'm saying? So, and then people who you call, very dearly, maybe you can find something that's just as profound. Myself is included. My hope is you find something at least as profound as me or more profound. That's the way this game is supposed to be run. If you're a true teacher, you're supposed to be teaching others, making other teachers, not making other students. So, when I got that 9/11 energy, I got my soul name that night, and a bunch of other shit happened. So that's when I was totally, absolutely, utterly convinced that any of this energy, even if they do it, is still ours. Good. Let them do all this shit on a mass scale. I said, well, they kill black people. They're killing them anyway.
Have been for a long time. So you might as well now know how to tap into that power instead of seeing it as the opposition, what they doing, and then you're going to light some fucking frankincense and myrrh and call it a day. You know what I'm saying? What you need to do is tap into some of that power and direct it for your own causes. I showed it in plain proof before. When that Avatar shit came out, everybody got it on a human level. Oh yeah, the white boy, he's, twisting their mustache, taking over, and the black girl, and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, they're doing that, but that's the distraction. What they're really showing you something that's going to happen on the world, and they're preparing your mind for it. They're setting up in your mind already the ritual. And then I decoded how all that shit was Haiti, Bill Clinton, all the shit that was in the world right now. And all that shit, once it was out, and all these black minds heard it and laughed and said, see, because there's nothing they have to do. In this particular case, all they had to do was listen and understand me. And they did, and just because they thought and was able to see through it, that whole shit fell through. And as far as the reversing process, though, right? Because I know you're talking about the reverse candles and claiming that energy, owning that energy. How does that happen? Like, so what's really going on?
You're thinking. You're thinking. You have to come, as I pointed out. See, that's why it's hard. Technically, this is everything I just said, but people can't always make the connection, because this is when I said it comes from within in a place of knowing. So I knew. Nothing told me. I didn't read nothing. There was no Egyptian that said you could take 2 fucking reverse candles and eat off a 9/11 or any energy that you think is tragic and just, oh my God, and so many people. That what if you just embrace it? They dead any fucking way. See, niggas ain't thinking, what if you embrace 9/11 energy? Let me say it. What if you embrace it? Not the homies that died, but embrace it as a food source. Because it's a food source. That's like saying, well, we don't eat buffalo. And you see the buffalo that just hit his head, you're going to go, well, we're going to eat this motherfucker because it's going to waste. You know what I'm saying? He dead anyway. You know what I'm saying? So you see a buffalo out in the street, or just energy out in the street, you can eat off it. See, black people don't want to think that way. That's immoral. But you got to understand, this is not, I ain't saying y'all need to get some planes and down some buildings, saying if this is happening, why let them feed and use it against you? You might as well pull it out. See, the more people that eat off the steak, the less people get fed. They're creating steaks, and because we're looking at it like, oh my God, let's get away, it's a full feeding source for them. Because they don't know how to just plainly call down our energy and feed off it in a big way. We're not doing that anymore. So they have to find human representations to get in. So to open up a gateway, you got to get in with the purple. But I'm going to take you back a little bit, because this happened before. Who else was purple?
Jimi Hendrix.
That's right. And they told me, Prince told me it's the same place. I thought I used to tell Prince was copying him, and no, Prince was finishing that gateway. Because they took that first gateway that they recognized, Jimi Hendrix, Purple Haze, out. And they used that gateway because after Jimi Hendrix died, what happened? The template of white rock and roll emerged. The white man with a guitar, as you know it today, which is his only thing, is because of Jimi Hendrix and them fucking utilizing the gateway that they killed, because he was killed, that they killed and knew how to get in. They're trying to do it again. Or let's say he died of natural causes, they're going to do it again. So if they didn't get Prince, they got China. Because they're trying to open the gateway there. I guarantee you're going to see more shit happening over there. They're already beefing. So if they didn't kill him, they killed her. They might have got Prince, might have got her. I'll let y'all debate that. Doesn't matter. We still need to access our portion of that state, which is actually the entire state. Their hand shouldn't be in our plate. Because with this gateway, this energy that is now released from the container called Prince Robert Nelson is now being able to access. We need to direct it towards our goal. We got shit to do to get up out of here. We're the ones that's going to bring the Katrina. We're the ones that's going to bring Universe B into the first universe into our existence. We're the ones that's going to take ourselves home. There's no mothership coming. We are the mothership. We need to rise up. And we're getting all of these gods coming here and showing us paths, showing you human deified behavior in the flesh. Playing every motherfucking interest. Prince got his first gig at Warner Brothers because he went in and the dude told the story. He said, "You're going to have to sit down to hear this." Nigga, yeah, sit down? I stand in my office. He played it. He said, wow. The drums merged with the bass, and the bass merged with this, and the piano was this and that. And whoever's on the keyboard, he said, "What's the name of the band?" He said, "I need you to sit down." "I ain't sitting down." "What's the name of the band?" He said, "It's one kid playing every fucking thing and singing the lead vocals, and he's 17. His name is Prince. Sign him." You know what I'm saying? And that level of phenomenon, that level of talent is a god that came here to show you a thing or two. Got my purple shirt on, nigga. Gotta pop my purple ring.
Hell yeah.
I don't want to be your weekend lover. No. So that crown or that gateway is open. And when that gateway, or when you tap into that gateway, and now we have a whole goddamn mythology. A mythology to basically follow. There's so many ways to get into that gateway. And see, when a gateway like that is open, he's trying to rescue regular niggas. You know what I'm saying? Because regular niggas is still going to be, you know what I'm saying? And because it's open. So we, as conscious people, understanding that this gateway open, we should be accessing advanced shit. Whatever that means to you. You should want for nothing down here. Not in the realm of true prosperity, which is knowledge. None of this shit matters. The only true prosperity is knowledge. This regular money going here, do whatever you need to do to survive. But true knowledge is prosperity. So this is a prosperous gateway that's opening. And what did the things he told us about worlds to come? Number one is androgyny. Androgyny. Now they say Prince is the only one that can wear high heels and the shirt still fuck your girl. If that's not fucking magic, I don't know what is. And maybe I didn't until I thought about this shit. Because all I talked about was this nigga in his fucking scarves. All the time. That was my joke. You know what I'm saying? Come on now. If I showed up in high heels, you know, Khadijah like them. I showed up in high heels. You gonna give me some pussy? You gonna give me some pussy? Like, fuck no. Prince showed up in high heels. I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, nigga. Anything goes. So I never really put thought to it until I thought about it. He was showing you a magical realm that's sexual, but not human sexual. You know what the fuck it was. But then you knew what it fucking was, because when I'm watching Purple Rain, I didn't realize how this nigga's finger deep in Apollonia's pussy. Mm-hmm. I'm like, let's go crazy. Let's get nuts. I'm like, this nigga's crazy. Oh, this shit I said, when did they do this? Like, I didn't remember it being that serious. Hand the pussy. You don't really, that's some breakthrough shit. But you always never knew, you didn't feel he was gay. You just felt like he wasn't, you know what the fuck was going on. It was actually magical, but it was really androgynous more than the homosexual, or even, you just knew he was fucking so many girls. And had on a tap dance outfit. Mm-hmm. And even as a guy, tell the truth, you felt like he probably could fuck better than me. Because he's going to do shit and lick shit that you ain't going to put in your mouth.
He's way beyond whatever he could imagine and do. I know I wouldn't even think about that.
Nah, I do one better. When I did talk to him, see, like, some of this stuff, I'm going to keep general, but some of the shit he told me, he said, man, he wasn't doing all that shit. I'm like, makes sense. He said, but that's a part of the magic. And that's what sex really is. Like, if you with your girl and dazzling her, at the end of the day, it's only this that's going to go into this. Mm-hmm. You're going to do this, she's going to do this, you're going to do this, and she might do this. You know what I'm saying? But really, it comes down to the one act. What really sex and passion is all the shit that's around it. Mm-hmm. And what he did was create something that was so massive around it that it hasn't been done.
Right.
But the question is there a deity that talks about that or has that lifestyle? By gum, there is. There's a deity that explains all of this shit. And if there's a deity that explains all this shit, like Michael, the Saint Michael, I'm gonna tell y'all, Prince is a deity called Dionysus, baby. First and foremost, understand Michael Jackson and Prince's connection. Michael Jackson was Pan.
Okay.
Peter Pan. He said it. You know who Pan becomes when he grows up?
A kid.
Yup. A kid. Dionysus. Dionysus is basically the grown-up Pan. And that sexual curiosity of Pan, or that sexual friskiness of Pan, becomes into full-blown tantric shit. Their symbol in the cult of Dionysus is the grape, the purple baby.
Wow.
I broke down the grape, and this represents the ovaries. Because the fermenting of the ovaries with the sperm is the wine. And Dionysus is a wine cult. There's 2 books you can get real quick, and I'll read some from Dionysus. Dionysus, Myth and Cult by Walter F. Otto. Looks like this. And you see that grape on it, that's Dionysus, that's the spelling. And another one, which is very good, Gods of Love in Ecstasy, Traditions of Shiva and Dionysus by Alan Dandaloo. Looks like this. Now, why I bring this one, because even though I explained it well, people are still going to have a problem with Dionysus in this wine cult. But you got to also remember Prince was half white. And funny, Dionysus was there's a few different parent origins for Dionysus. But his mom was a mortal. His father was a god, Zeus. Prince's father was a black man. Wasn't his mother white?
Not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
She was kind of mixed.
Mixed. I think she was white. Well, she was in the movie as white. Too. Yeah, I think she was
mixed. She was like a high yellow, light skinned lady.
Nah.
From everything I know, Prince.
She's a high yellow, light.
Yeah, she's a high yellow.
Yeah, he's just yellow.
Yeah, that's cool. Was his father was a god, which was also that musician, and his mother was a mortal. So black or white, he seemed to be a regular hoe. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't matter. And we're going to get into more of his understanding. You're going to see where it relates. But the first thing, the biggest thing, well, first understand that Dionysus is Osiris. That Ion means John, and it's actually Ion or Dion, Ion or Isis, which is an androgynous of Osiris and Isis or Aset, Asar and Aset, which under the name Dionysus, and he's definitely compared to Osiris. He's compared to Osiris in scholarship as well, not just my comparison. And because he was cut up into pieces by the Titans, Set and the Titans, same thing. He's connected to the bull, and there's actually more. And I have some spirit books. We'll see more in it. His color's purple, of course, but he had a cult of Dionysus. That cult of Dionysus was the niggas dressed up in motherfucking Minnesota in that motherfucking movie, Androgynous. How did I know it was like that? Because when I worked at Universal Records, there was a white girl from Minnesota. And we got to talk about Prince one day, and I'm doing all my jokes. I don't know about that. She was like, she just started talking about how it was really, really like that. She couldn't stop stressing what you see on the screen was how it really was in this particular area. I'm like, really? She said, everyone was one, that whole androgyny thing. She said it started there. Now, I know androgyny was big in California as well, but that was a time where androgyny shit was big. Of course, it's still big, I think, in Europe. David Bowie did the androgynous thing. And then Boy George was a little bit, but he tumbled for that. And it went all the way. But California got big. You heard Charlie Murphy talk about that. And Dave Chappelle, he said, I don't know about gangbanging and Dr. Dre. He said, but I was out here in the 80s when y'all niggas had on red spandex, and because that shit was big. I remember seeing it on TV, but I never seen it as big, and it was like really sticking out. Where you seen all these white people and black people together, and to that point, that's what she was saying. It was exactly like that. This androgyny. So when you hear about the cult of Dionysus, the followers of it, you have, and that all is under Prince, Dionysus. So that androgyny, we need to understand and really tap into that particular point. That union is also saying a thing or two about argument, because the true argument is actually supposed to be between man and woman. That's the learning process. So this one being that actually separated into two beings. If I'm a man, like I am, with a penis, I actually came here to study the feminine because I have a masculine perspective. So I need to keep saying, why that bitch is doing that? Why do I do it this way and she does it that way? So I'm actually looking at a mirror image of myself, studying what's up with me. And if she came as a woman, she's actually studying a side of herself. What's up with this nigga? Why niggas always do that? Why nigga always dirty? Why nigga is late? Why nigga always talking to shit? So you're actually studying it.
Which makes perfect sense because there's a constant fascination.
Of course, with each other.
With each other.
But that's the other side of you. You are incomplete. Bobby used to say this to me. I didn't get it until I got it. That's why I said, you're not going to get it. He said it 1,000 times. If you're not ready to hear it, you're not ready to hear it. So I know people are not ready to hear this. So I'm not making a miracle. I'm talking to the people who are on the fence. This will rope somebody in who's actually reaching the peak of this level. But the average guy sitting around that we're talking about, that invisible guy that we're talking about, he ain't going to get it. He ain't going to get it till he gets it. So Bobby used to tell me, real consciousness, you ain't gonna find it until you find love with another woman. Nigga what? He said, no, it's your heart chakra, it's your kundalini, it's your heart, it's your love. He said, but you need that other person almost like a catalyst to actually release something in you. You're the one who's letting go. You're not saying, I love her because she's this. You're the one who's saying, I don't give a fuck. Then he talked about this movie called Adaptation with Nicolas Cage. Terrible movie, they're twins. And in the movie, he's like, yeah, such and such, I want to see her, I'm in love with her. And he's going, man, you know, she used to joke about you, laugh at you, behind your back. She was doing this, that, or the other thing. He said, that was her problem. It wasn't mine. I was in love. Then, I see what he was saying when he was telling me about this. Because I'm sitting there like, okay, you know, and I understand it, but I didn't get it. But what he was trying to say was, it ain't got nothing to do with that other person, really. They're the catalyst, they're the gateway. It's really you being ready. That's why you say it all the time. How come you love me now? Because I'm ready to do it now. It's all on you. But he was saying, now there's a mythology about Shiva. Shiva is in that mountain. He's doing his meditations every day. He's the ultimate aesthetic. Ain't nothing of him in it. That's what I was doing. I was about my shit every day. Come down from the mountain, give a little doggy style, back up on my horse. All right, let's go. You know what I'm saying? Dinner, a movie? No. I didn't know. No. But here, I'm gonna take down my zipper and we'll figure that shit out after. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't even about hate or abusing. It was just, you know, there was no girlfriend involved. Bobby's always trying to hitch me up. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, this thing on. So he keeps talking about how this is actually a key, a big key. So after giving Khadijah, totally releasing myself, that evil part of myself, the bitch doing. Where this bitch at it? That's just kind of shady. It didn't even come into my existence no more. Whatever. I could come home, see her sitting on the dick and be like, you still gonna cook later? Well, who the fuck drank the last Pepsi? You know what I mean? Well, when you finish, just clean up because it smells funky in here. And who you fucking later? You need to up your game. Now, of course, that's all fantasy. That's all fantasy.
Right.
That's all fantasy. Some nigga's head is coming up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But the point is, I'm saying is I totally released myself from her having to be a certain way in my mind as a woman.
The possession?
The possession. That's the letting go. Because really, you really loving motherfuckers on conditions. I love her because she doesn't suck niggas' dick on Panola Road. You know what I'm saying? I love her because, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, could you love her if you found her sucking dick on Panola Road?
Absolutely.
That's a hard brick.
I'm not there.
That's a hard brick. That's you gotta be an advanced alchemist.
Do they suck dick off in the wall?
Just be like, oh, whoa, oh shit. No, that's the thing. Like, why Panola Road, bitch? In front of like, in front of Checkers. Right. So your lady sucking dick in front of Checkers. And them seats that be outside with the umbrella. Embarrassing. Oh God. Just the thought of it. You know what I'm saying? Just the fucking thought of it. Now, of course, ain't nobody gonna be there. You know what I'm saying? But these little things that actually don't exist is where most of us are anyway. You love a woman and let her be free, actually. Their first job is to free her ass. So you gotta be on some rescue shit. Give me the gas bill, bitch. Don't look no more. No, look away. I'll take care of the gas bill. Look away. You're doing, so Bobby used to say it. He used to say some debonair shit. I went to Washington and rescued Linda. I'm like, damn, that's some real Sir Lancelot shit. You know what I'm saying? You had to give him the black fox. Yeah, nigga. You know that lazy man nigga. The OE, nigga. The devil. Nigga. Look. So I had to rescue her. So I started to see, when I said, less bills, no worries, no grief, her power started going up. She gave up masculine energy. Mm-hmm. And then the feminine energy actually really kicked in. This motherfucker is the warden. Then I said, the true feminine energy is mother energy. Hands down. Mm-hmm. Because she became my motherfucking mother. Bob used to say, Linda's like my mother. And nigga, you fucking love struck ass nigga. And then I've seen it. Like, you know, just go there, get there, straighten up. Really, you got a booger. I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah. And I'm like, cut it the fuck out. Like, wait a minute, stop the fuck. Like, oh, okay, baby, that's cute. Go lay down. What? Rubbing me and shit. Go. All right. So I'm like, God damn. So I seen it, and that's basically because, and I didn't see it in the beginning. I heard more, what's that? Why you beefing? And I said, oh, you used to a nigga reacting, so she's already got an answer. I'm like, I'm the wrong guy. I don't give a fuck, do it. You know what I'm saying? Or like, she'll hang out with her friends. Hey, we're at the movies now. Hey, we're eating dinner now. Hey, I just ordered some popcorn. Like, hey, bitch, leave me alone. I'm watching motherfucking Game of Thrones. You know what I'm saying? So she had to get used to not having to feel like she had to check in. Mm-hmm. So used to it. I'm like, no, go ahead. I don't give a fuck. Well, leave me alone. You shit. I got Kamani's coming over. You know what I'm saying? She'll be like, I'm going to do this. I'm like, Kamani's coming over so good. Especially now. With my boy, he's always down for something. So now I'm like, I have a friend too. So I just call him. And, you know, I'm like, you got to check in. Just do what you do. That's not how I operate. Mm-hmm. That alone is freeing for a woman. Mm-hmm. So niggas got all these women. They trying to still keep them in check. Still these religious niggas faking like they conscious. Still trying to keep them in check. You free her, and that's the first key. Mm-hmm. That's the first key. And you stop with the jealousy. It really has to not be in you. You don't have to act like you're not jealous. You literally not jealous. Because jealousy is the path to your own thoughts. This is another ritual. You start sitting there going, bitch ain't calling me. Like,
it's all focused.
Like, then you start thinking of the conversation you had, hanging out with Whitney. But Whitney said she was going to, you know, you start making up shit. Time that bitch come home, you sniffing her drawers. You know what I'm saying? It's all in your mind. Yep. It's worse for women because 9 times out of 10, a nigga cheated on them. So they got some proof to work with. You know what I'm saying? So they already coming in. Seeing your balls still heavy. Nigga, your balls are awfully light. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been juicing. They're like, juicing. A lot of his songs, he told me to make connections to the Hopi prophecy, So in Party like his 1999, he said basically, because that song kept coming up, I'm like, oh, he's trying to tell me that we in this last day now that gateway is open. So certain songs are key songs.
Now, I may just be ignorant of this, but you keep mentioning the Hopi prophecy, but quite honestly, I couldn't break down. Maybe a lot of people out there couldn't break it down.
Okay. Well, it's quite simple that the Hopi Indians, like the Mayans, had an end of the world prophecy. They were supposed to see return of the world planet and the opening of a new world. And they give you these signs. And pretty much, niggas were able to connect the signs. Roads, they didn't say the word concrete, but stone roads that look like stone snakes across the world. Then iron snakes, and they show you railroads and then highways. And I can't remember all of them. But the last sign is a blue star supposed to cross the sky called the blue Kachina. So for anything to come into a new reality, a gateway has to be open. That's what it's all about, gateways. We are enclosed in a human bubble. There are gateways all around us. Those gateways have been mapped to certain days, solstices, equinoxes, and days. White people remember those days, so they're always doing rituals from this time to that time, because it's a good time to deal with this empty energy. So if they know this energy is coming in April 19th, they understand that if they add a blood sacrifice to it, they can actually direct the energy towards them. So they make some killings, Keith Ledger, blah, 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 at a certain time, boom, boom, boom. That's what we used to do. That's what we used to know. So even down to days like Flag Day are actually energetic days for whatever purpose and reason. Based upon the solstices, it's all mapped out. You can still find all that in the Wiccan information because they're stuck on dates. So them understanding these particular things and times, they're trying to snatch all the energy that we're not snatching. And they can do it on the level where they can kill and make big sacrifices. Even somebody like Michael Jackson or Prince, if that's the case. So we can't do that. We don't need to do that. They need to do that. We don't need to do that. They need to do that. Our thinking is so out of order. We don't know. We don't have the basic concept of how we should even feel about all of this shit. We pick and choose some of the shit with this religious mindset, the shit that looks cute. We talked last time, there was at least, 20-something, 16-something different Oshuns. Oshuns of the swamp, Oshuns of the mud. You'll never see that being represented, even though just by natural law, some of these hoes out here is Oshun of the whatever. The not cute one, the swampy waters, the muddy streams. So this means they're picking and choosing what looks good to them. So anybody who knows, oh no, that's terrible. I might pick the cutest girl on it, but if she can't cook breakfast, it's worthless. It works in an area. So by cutting off certain areas, because this energy is like the whole woman or the whole man. So it's broken down into parts called pantheons. So let's say Ogun, Oshun, Obatala, Oya, Shango, Yeminya, Ochosi, Ogun, whoever else I'm missing, Inlay, whoever the fuck else I'm missing. That's a pantheon. Because that pantheon is basically a grouping under the same culture, same religious system. Like the Palos, Madre de Agua, Madre de la Luna, San Simón, El Cristo Negro, La Santísima Mama Huete, Mama Shola, Francisco Setideos, and Spiritos and Trincalios. I'm missing two.
San Piedra.
Like Piedra Iman, right? And there's one more actually. Zarabanda. That's the one you're supposed to open up with. Those 11 deities are actually from the Congo, but since they went towards the east, more where it is, no more towards the west, under Brazil, Canole, they added some of the Spanish names to some of these darker deities. And so that's a pantheon. The Zeus, the Greek gods, pantheon. You know what I'm saying? Titans, pantheon. A grouping under that same name. So it's incomplete when you're accessing an aspect of energy. So you may meet a sister, she's sweet and she's everything that's descriptive of the ocean everyone copies. But you're not going to act like there's a sister that won't fuck you, him and your brother and all sorts of other shit. Or a sister who's a little bit more grimy. It exists. That's an energy they on. So if you're not recognizing that, you can't even be complete in finding somebody that you even need. You're cutting off so much power. Because if she is that woman, she's only using that power to hustle around niggas who are just as broke as her. If she understands her true power and not sees it as a curse or something bad, she's going to find a nigga that equals that match and then balance and then happiness. So when I found love with Khadijah, I went to a whole other level. And after all of these trials and tribulations and actually fighting with the God of love called Kama, not Karma, but Kama.
He shoots an arrow, the same Cupid arrow, and Shiva bends it or breaks it or whatever, catches it and almost destroys love for everyone. So he's seeing Parvati and seeing how beautiful she is. He's still like, I can't fuck with her. I'm about my father's business. But eventually gets with her. She turns him to the ultimate husband. So, which I became, the ultimate pat on the head now. So, this mythology is trying to tell you another level about something in your heart chakra. That true unconditional love. Because Khadijah is my absolute opposite. So it's actually unconditional love for myself. And we say it in love all the time. I love her like myself. She's an extension of me. So when you get to that level of love, you're dealing with a bond that is androgynous now. She thinks my thoughts before I think. She already knows what I was thinking. She can look at my face. I can look at her face and tell what it is. Which any black person pretty much could do that with someone you've been with long enough. That's because you have merged as an androgynous entity, intertwined like the two snakes in a forever love embrace. You need to understand what androgyny is. The feeling or union with the other side of yourself is the same feeling and union you get when you stick a dick in pussy. That same completeness, that same out of this world, out of the feeling is you on the merge with your other self. I'll be absolutely honest. Every single moment, it feels like me and Khadijah are fucking. The satisfaction, I need you to understand it on a higher level than just busting a nut. When I started dealing with sexual alchemy, which I can give your brother a shout out, because I was dealing with it, but there was a book that was out of print, and he gave me Donald Tyson's Sexual Alchemy. Basically, how to have sex with spirits, or how to make connections through sex with energies for power. Because that's what it's really doing. They just put it plain, how to have sex with spirits. Fuck, I bring that up.
You're talking about the union, how it feels like.
Okay. So when I started, all the gods, Tammy Terrell, all the chicks that you ain't got no business dealing with. What's her name? Ella Fitzgerald, but the young Ella, not the old Ella that broke the glass. The young fly Ella came through. Phyllis Hyman, and that's just the name of food. When I had these mergings with them, I started to really pay attention to what was happening. And what was happening was that it's not the actual release of sex. Guys would think it is. After you bust a nut, you feel a certain kind of way. Or maybe it is. Let's even say that's it. And women feel it more often. That's why they touchy-feely. You know what I'm saying? And I tapped into a woman's orgasm. You don't want that shit. I'll tell you about that shit. You don't want that shit. I don't know what these bitches go. And each time I describe it, every woman goes, because you know I ain't bullshitting. Watch. You're going to say, But I started understanding this feeling, or started studying this feeling I was having, this feeling of contentment, almost as it was a love afterglow feeling, but not a physical nut feeling. It was like I was with that woman and everything about her is on me, feeling. I feel like with Khadijah when we just at the movies. The contentment of fucking forever with just our minds. It sounds almost stupid, you know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't be able to explain it in no other context but that. Same thing. It's an actual satisfaction of a forever sexual embrace based upon your soulmate connectivity. In us being conscious, not just the soulmates that come together and die together at the same time, that's not a way. Us being conscious, able to free ourselves. We work every day to relieve ourselves from some human bullshit. I say, you know that's some human shit you just did when you assume based upon me being blah, 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 blah. We'll discuss it, argue about it sometimes, and eventually release it. She's absolutely free. Now, I know it's one thing to talk about. If I see her sucking dick on Panola Road, that ain't going to happen in real life. I'm not going to put up, there's nothing going to be there. And I don't know that challenge, but I'll still say it because I'm still trying to promote thinking. And this is a point where I need people to understand that that's all that really matters here. It doesn't matter, well, you said it or you're going to do it. That's something with me and you in a social promise, and I'm talking about, you know, let me hold your ring, I give it back on Tuesday. I need to say it and do it. That's your word as a man. But my word as a God and as a spirit, as I saith, thus saith the fucking Lord, you know what I'm saying? As I saith, as a man thinketh, so it becomes. So for me to do the work, doesn't matter if I'm going to do it or will that occasion ever show up. Will she be sucking dick on Panola Road and I have to say, go ahead, grab his balls too, get it right. You know what I'm saying? Or I'm going to kill this nigga. Doesn't matter. I don't have to think that far, and not to mention it's never going to happen. But all I have to do to free myself is pull on the energy that says, I can see it in my mind. Because here's the real challenge. I tell niggas, go see your girl in your mind sucking somebody's dick. Just in your mind. Can you stand that? Ain't gonna happen. You ain't talking about it.
Can you
even sit there and picture your girl sucking 4 niggas' dicks? I do that shit as an exercise. Because that's what's freeing you. It's only your ego. It's only her. But this is just a body. It's not real. It's an empty vessel. Let your girl suck dick. She got the body. She's not real. It's an illusion. It's an empty vessel. It don't work like that. It don't work like that.
The human side don't work like that.
Not at all. It's not supposed to. But can your mind work like that? Yeah, because you actually get mad when you think she might be out sucking some dicks. You coming home, you tight, and you in the whole world, and she's like, well, look, bitch, I got pictures with my friend Gina. We was chilling. Why you tight? You thinking, well, you had soup and sucked dick in my mind. So it's all up here. So I tell myself all the time, because you best believe, every girl that took my class, we had an encounter up here. It was up here. That's all I can do. We do it all the time. I teach that in my class. Guys, you want to learn to astral travel, all you have to do what you've been doing for years. Thinking of the bitch when you jerk your dick. Same energy field. We know how to get to bitches. We know what their titties look like in our mind. It's all in your thought, in your mind. So I think of all this debauchery just to win over it, just to master it. You think of the worst to master it. And once you don't make it that damaging in your own mind, because half of what damages you is your thoughts. Like, oh, I can't even think of that shit. Oh, what if that happened? Oh, that's all that's fucking with you. Think that shit all the way out. Win in your mind. Win in your mind. That's the key. So, me and her are soulmates and became an androgynous one being. An androgynous one being. And that was what Prince was opening up that gateway to that type of thing. We need to understand something. And they were saying it in the Bible. But this has been said as well in other places about the change of time, aeons. And it makes a warning for those who stay in the old thinking pattern. Mm-hmm. So people don't get that Moses story. They make it physical. They were worshiping the bull. They just came from Egypt, and they were still trying to worship these old gods. And I can see people are saying that because we worship their gods. You know what I'm saying? So we may not be able to give it up for a new god, Jehovah, which is the same. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter. What it was really trying to tell you, because you had those fake, fictional, biblical characters blowing ram's horn. They were ushering in the age of Aries, while these people on the bottom of the mountain were still dealing with the age of Taurus. And when he was saying, come on the mountain with me and be saved, he was like saying, change your thinking. Change your way of thinking. We have new laws now. Mm-hmm. Change your way of thinking.
It's a new age.
It's a new age. Mm-hmm. So we're coming out of the age of belief. Actually, we're out of it. We came into the age of knowing with the internet. That's when the man with the picture, the age of Aquarius, started pouring in. Nothing just happens day and night. It starts to emerge. So it became the internet and more information. Then in 93, that's when the conscious information network started getting big. Then with the Venus in transit, that's when you have a big change. I did a whole lecture on all the changes that happened with Venus in transit. And I think 2011 or 10, I don't think it was 13, we had the last one. And right along, that's when Facebook was already there, but extreme, Snapchat, Instagram. Now you can't do nothing without nothing. YouTube, all this thing went over the top because we already had the medium. You are dead center in the information age. Now here's a side thing, because we're going through this circle of zodiac. So now we, from out the age of Pisces, which was belief, that's where you get Jesus and the Jesus fish. Now we're in the age of Aquarius. But we think whatever's next, we're supposed to go into next, and we'll just be going around this fucking circle. How sad would that be? So, there's always this element of something coming in to shut it down, fuck it up, get you out the circle of time. That represents Jesus or Horus, who is Jesus's, where he gets the template from. Now, in the Crowley book of the law, which he got through a transmission in the desert from Awas talks about this interrupting time that's going to get us out the zodiac circle, or the circle of time. In this new age, it's called the age of Horus, the Aeon of Horus. So this Aeon of Horus is what's supposed to interrupt in the middle, if you will, of the age of Aquarius, so around this time. And he gives a whole list of the rules of the Aeon, and that's where you get do as thou wilt, is the whole of the law. So a lot of what, even in our divine science, we've been holding true as law, even the laws of Tahuti. In the new Aeon, ushering the new reality, they're saying those things. I know it's hard. Trying to get niggas. It's hard for me to say. Trying to get niggas to understand them so hard to now say, well, we're gonna get in a place where we can get past them. Mm-hmm. So it's like hard for me to say, all this breaking the shit down. But that luxury only comes with a level in your consciousness by way of you pulling it in with your thinking. So you need to stick to the laws of the hootie if you ain't there yet. Don't. You need to learn that shit before you can get past that shit. Let me just say that. But in this aeon, do as thou wilt is the whole of the law, which is saying the laws that we've been subscribing to, and not the physical laws of you not white or you not black, and not those. The laws of this universe. Those things. Do as thou wilt is the whole of the law. Now that's another way of telling me, which is really encoded in the 7 laws of Tahuti. The first law, the mind is all and the universe is mental. That's really all you have to know. Everything else is salad dressing on top of the main course, grease or gravy on top of the main course, which is the mind is all, the universe is mental. That's why all this invisible energy can only be accessed through your niggas' minds. So they have to use niggas to create this energy scenario, killing them or waiting till they die and claiming it. But you're not claiming it with your mind. The mind is all. You're physically trying to reason with the brain. The brain is not the mind. You're using your brain to deal with your enemy. We're not even going to talk. The enemy is really you. But let's pretend this white man is the be all, the fucking end all. You fighting him with not even no gun. And if you get a gun, you're worse off. He makes guns. Your mind, your Uzi weighs a ton. Your Uzi weighs a ton. Let's get crazy. Let's get nuts. So by using your thoughts to start directing your mind is his worst fear. When they told you to Willie Lynch, for you to do all this shit, don't even worry about these niggas. We worried about the next generation. And then this shit will perpetuate itself for generations to come. What are they talking about? We got the fucking mind. Not to mention they said take the body and keep the mind. Because they understood your body doesn't matter. They're going to take your body and use it for what it's worth. But what we need to focus on is the mind. What we need to focus on is the mind. I talk through email to the most discompetent black people ever. With the most confident fucking names ever. New Baba Ra'am Shamni on Mayat La Rastafari Patah El Bay. Like that name is a powerful name. But when I light a candle, panic, and it's a black ring around it, motherfucker, make it whatever. That's the trick. There's no paper you're gonna look at. That's the trick. What does a black ring, panic? It means I'm gonna get $1 billion. That's what it means. Guess what, Khadijah? We're gonna be billionaires. Exactly. What do you say that? Black ring. Black ring. I don't care what somebody else said it mean once upon a time somewhere. That's it. That's the trick. That's the trick. If you listen to Bobby Hemmer's lectures and really listen to him, besides stop giggling, he was been saying that for a long time. Been saying it for a long time. 1 minute he's saying this, and the second minute he's saying the other thing, and both of them shits are right. I'm like, it took me a while, but I figured it out. He used to call me, like, I remember this Chinese food incident. Bobby, Chinese people yelling over my food. Got sick, ate it, threw I said, yeah, they was yelling over my food. He said, yeah, they put that, that energy on it. You gotta watch who's cooking it. The energy and the energy and the energy. I brought it up again, because I threw off that Chinese food. See, that's good, because you needed to clean out. Nigga, last week you just said that was bad. And then much of these contradictions, I started to notice right in the moment he was in, he could change his mind and make whatever situation was on the table his bitch. benefit him. It was good for whatever in that moment. Because your brain and your reasoning says you're either right, you're either wrong. It's either left or either right. Yeah, if I owe you $30, it's either I either got it or I don't got it. I either gave it to you or going to give it to you. That's all rational and where you're supposed to ration. But in things that you're trying to control in your environment, you make the shit you could change in the 9th inning.
Mm-hmm. You make it work for you.
Mm-hmm.
Your mind can do that, and if you don't limit your mind, because that's what we all want to free our mind. We all want to know. Well, your mind can do that. That's what your mind does naturally. That's why I'm laughing at anybody debating. You can't win. Your mind can, once you pick a side, you can make that real. They can pick the other side and make it just as real. And you will hash things out on a very low human level because you just really had a sophisticated argument. And not an argument out of love. Like, if me and Khadijah are arguing, we're trying to find a balance in our love. I don't think the Moors and the Nubians are trying to find a balance in their love. They're trying to make their points. Mm-hmm. So I don't care who's right or wrong. All of this is a demonstration of ego.
And a waste of energy.
And a waste of energy, of course. But for those who like to be entertained by this and pretend that they're getting taught, have at it. If that's what you're supposed to do, all my blessings to you. I am talking to those spiritualists. If you are participating in this both ways, you are not a spiritualist. If you find logic in this, you're using the part of your brain as a spiritualist. No spiritualist should be interested in. Not to raise up, not to use in your work. You are divorcing yourself from everything you call human. And it's not your opinions that are human. It's the fact that you have them that make you human. So while you're trying to debate and argue your opinions, the fact that you have opinions to a true advanced master is your actual problem. I try to go, you want to have your, I like McDonald's and not Burger King. We're not talking about that. We're talking about in your work here. The fact that you have opinions. See, I don't have no opinions about none of this here. If Prince would have came through and said I'm nothing, that's what the lecture would have fucking been. Because I don't have a preference. Now, like I said, I'm going to be clear because I don't want to confuse folks. We understand when it becomes energy, you make it a preference. You just have all the clues. See, we got the purple chairs. We got the amethyst rocking. I'm eating the purple berry bites today. Sister Shalonda got on her purple, looking good. I promise you this. I knew she was going to be here at this lecture way before she called me today. Straight up. As soon as she called me, started saying Purple Rain or some shit. I was like, I seen you. I knew you was going to call. And I said, I seen you in the lecture, and I seen you was going to have cleavage out. And I was going to hope you sat in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Oh, whip. You know what I'm saying? We need that. We need that.
Yep.
And I knew it. And I told her, I knew you was going to call me today. I knew it. As soon as she called, I started singing. I knew she was going to come. Prince said he needed, some pepper rain. Right. He needed some Lake Minnetonka. Right. Needed someone to jump in Lake Minnetonka. Yeah. Two niggas ain't going to get it. He needed the feminine energy here. Prince was letting it be known. Nah, nigga, I wasn't that way. Like I said, he told me some of the stuff that I know he told me personally. I don't really like, because I don't need, because people say, well, when you channel like this, they got to take your word from it. I need you to understand something clearly. I teach motherfuckers how to channel. So you can find this shit out yourself. So another thing I want to address. When I did, and it's in my book, Origins of Occult Civilization, I did a whole thing when Michael Jackson came after he died. So, a couple of the panic, likers were like, hell, Michael Jackson didn't come to you. He's still one guy. You need to understand, and people were having plenty of experiences. When that energy is dispersed, we're all going to have, especially for the love of somebody like Mike, all different things happening. Mm-hmm. And the energy is complex. It's going to tell you different things that you need to hear. So you may find something that contradicts everything here. Again, that's not what's right or wrong. Yeah. There's not one position they're coming out in. This energy is like a microwave. You can have a cheap one, expensive one, a big one built in the wall, a black one, an orange one, a green one, but they all do the same kind. They all from the same shit. But you may heat up soup in it, honey buns, and you may not use it at all. May use a toaster oven. They're going to talk to you during your level of consciousness. Nothing is going to speak beyond your consciousness. So what you are hearing from spirits, or when you say I'm hearing nothing, well, guess what? Congratulations. You have no consciousness. If you don't know how to hear and you think you can, I get that too. That's what I remedy in my classes. That's what for that. But if you say I'm trying and I'm doing everything and I'm not hearing nothing, you pushing the wrong button. You're trying to reasonably go to sleep and wait till you fucking hear something.
Yeah.
But they speak in the whisper. They speak in the ether. They speak in inspiration. They speak in aha moments. They speak in ideas. They speak in something told me to do that. They speak in I knew I was supposed to do that shit. And something kept telling me. I keep thinking about elephants. I keep thinking about that. It's speaking, I knew you was going to call. So I knew Prince was calling it here. Got in here and said, you have any purple light bulbs in Lake Minnetonka, Kadisha? She's like, in the basement. Boom. So we got 2 purple lights over, so you see that purple hue. So I knew niggas working with us. Needs to hear this. You know what I'm saying? And now we need to understand, because we talked about Jimi Hendrix. Facebook. So Jimi Hendrix was also that purple gateway for a certain time. And they were able to utilize that and redirect his energy back to Van Halen, Kiss, Metallica. Jimmy's the first one to start destroying his guitar on stage. That is the like saying the word "the" in metal, rock and roll, and all the rest of that shit. And this is because that gateway that's open, they used or was able to use to feed them, and they're going to try to do that again, especially now. You got to understand too. Well, I spoke, if it's the Illuminati, we need to also bring up Prince might have staged his own death too, because there's shit to that as well. 2 reasons. He got his old catalog back. If y'all remember, he used to write "slave" on his face, because that was a message to Warner Brothers, because they had, you signed that bum deal, you're nobody when they sign you, so now all them hits, they're eating off the majority of that. So he wanted a fair share of his catalog. And so he eventually got his catalog back. What better time to die? He sold 3 million in Purple Rain so far. Again, he went triple plat. And you gotta say, for a guy with a catalog of over 10, how many albums? More than 10 albums deep. People gonna be buying all that shit that he was buying before. Sticky Face by Prince and shit like that. Not just that, most artists feed off of the artists, and there's no art out there. So all the artists are folded. Jill Scott's album, garbage. Erykah Badu's album, garbage. I think she got 1 hit. You see more and more of the short shot niggas turn out garbage, because for Jill Scott to throw out a hot album, she's got to see what everybody else is doing. To say, this is my interpretation of what's hot. And that's how the albums fed off each other. There's no albums. The Weeknd. The fuck is that, nigga? Comb your hair, nigga. So they're feeding off of it, and there's nothing to feed off of. So when you get to Michael Jackson and them, who was supreme Michael Jackson, they show all his interviews. And all he did was feed and observe. They showed them in Studio 54. I'm listening to this, I'm watching this, I'm doing that, I'm doing that. And boom, you can win. That's coming out next. Because he was very observant of what was going on. Ooh. And he understood what made him the king. It's just funny, you got king and prince too. what made him the king was his ability to react to all of that shit, and then make a move to be on top of it. Now, Prince was a little bit different. Mike was the king of pop. Prince was a set-alone artist. But I didn't realize, because not being so much a fan, but Purple Rain being this apex point, I thought he did 4 more Purple Rain-ish type things just to live it out. But his very next album, he changed his whole entire reality. And every single album was a new reality. I didn't know that about Prince. I thought he rode the for a minute. But his very next album was a throwback to the 60s, which was, you could say, he listened to the Beatles. They were saying in the documentary. There's documentaries on Hulu. I just searched for Purple Rain on Hulu, and the documentary came up. When I searched for Prince, it didn't come up so quick. But when I searched for Purple Rain on Hulu, there's a documentary, you'll see it. I don't remember the name. And they go through every album. People from Rolling Stone, some real heavy hitters are discussing it. And this is before they knew he died. So some of his old bandmates are telling you how things came. He said Purple Rain, I think they said Purple Rain, the doctor that was in his group, the doctor, the dude that dressed up with the doctor keyboards, he said he did a big portion of that. Prince let him live on that. You know what I'm saying? Dionysus has these girls we're going to talk about. So now you got Sheila E., Vanity, Apollonia. One of the his mother was rumored to also be in some mythologies. Dionysus' mother, what's the Aphrodite? It's Apollonia. You know what I'm saying? So Vanity was his soulmate. You know that shit. She was supposed to be in Purple Rain. They said the energy would have been too strong. Spirits kept her out. They put in Apollonia, which was not a bad choice.
Not at all.
Especially when she swam in Lake Minnetonka. Vanity also died, age 57. So again, I'm tending to believe, because she was so washed. You gotta understand how they do shit. The TV or the movies are just as real as real life. In fact, almost realer, because they are dreaming out what you're supposed to be thinking. I told you, everything's your thoughts. So you're supposed to be visualizing, make a movie out of your new reality. So they're giving that for you. So they could do insane shit there. In fact, half the book I wrote was about it. So, I can't remember what the fuck I wrote that shit up.
You're talking about Vanity, 57.
Okay, Vanity.
Why they make movies projecting themselves. It would have been too much energy to have them on screen.
Yeah, I almost had it when we got back to Vanity. There's something I was going to say about her.
You said she was so washed.
Right, there we go. So on the screen, I've seen them deify people, knock them down. Let me give you somebody who is a little bit more complex. Well, first I'm going to give you the obvious. They did it for Aaliyah. They turned her into a kasha. So they deified her on screen, killed her in real life. So what they're really killing is they open up a gateway through her image, her energy. What was Akasha? What were they trying to open up? What's Akasha?
The Akasha records.
Akashic records. And they showed white people biting into her, eating her. They showed her eating Akashic records. They showed them absorbing it into their bloodstream. They were drinking the blood. Where's Akashic records?
In our DNA.
Yeah,
and in the blood. They were tapping into the Akasha. They did that whole ritual, and everybody said, they really killed Aaliyah. I'm like, no, but what ritual did they do? So you could tap into it and shut it down. They can't get into Akasha because they don't have the melanin. And I identified the melanin in the movie. I don't think it was Lestat. No. I think it was Lestat representing melanin, or the key that they need to bring the Akasha, because he was the key that brought her up. So the key is melanin, and that represents Lestat. But as a vampire, they're all plain melanated people. But it represented Lestat. So he was the key to opening up the Akasha. So much so that the chick who wrote that stuff, she was a woman writer, became a Christian, like a big Christian too. Started shutting it down. And they did something with, I can't remember what it was, and I never talked about it. It came over me and Bobby. I can't remember what it was, but it was around that time when she turned Christian. I said, yo, they're opening up a Lestat gateway. And that Lestat gateway, because Lestat is the guy she talks about through all her books. I said, they're trying to deify that energy, make it real, because it's going to be a gateway that connected it to Akasha. I say, I decode their sinister bullshit. But see, it's not like I could tell people because we don't know how to say, oh, word, that's what they're trying to do? Watch this. You ain't got to talk, you ain't got to say nothing. You got to visualize them being blocked out of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And they'll be saying, we can't get in. We did the ritual, we can't get in. That's how you honor Aaliyah. That's how you honor her. You don't let them feed off of her as a gateway. That's see, but me and Bobby understood the score, and we explained all of that to Aaliyah so she could shut it down and showed her things to connect to. And when she came back and caused a hurricane in China because that whole movie, Romeo Must Die, they used her as a gateway to get to R. Kelly for the ritual to shut him down with them pee tapes. Now he peed on her. He did pee on her. But nobody gives a fuck about what celebrities peeing on somebody until somebody makes it an issue. They decided to make it an issue because Romeo Must Die. What he was tapping into, we need to put it in the context because we forget from our age. When Marvin Gaye made Sexual Healing, there was a fucking uproar. An uproar. This shit was cutting edge shit in the 80s. Sexual healing, which we all need, is good for me, makes me feel, they ain't really saying, I want to fucking suck you, baby, none of that shit. But R. Kelly came out, my 12-inch, my 12, and I'm sitting there as a guy going, oh, nigga, stop, don't sing that no more, my 12-inch. That is some advanced shit. This shit was telling me, R. Kelly came to Boston, threw a chick on stage, on the bed, on stage, and ate her pussy through her jeans. And know what the chick said to me, this dignified woman? Boy, I wish that was me. I said, God damn. And you just want some jeans eating, you know what I'm saying? I got some dogs that'll take care of you, you know what I'm saying? But this level of energy and sexual, tantric sexual shit was not discussed. Niggas was still talking about, let me love you in the sunshine. I wanna hold you. We still on that shit. And this nigga's going, basically, my 12-inch dick. La 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 la, my 12-inch dick. You know what I'm saying? Romeo Must Die. And through that, you seen the father got shot and the brother died in the movie. And they was both looking like R. Kelly with the bald heads at the time. They used it for that and made a connection with her to some Chinese deities. When I told her that shit, when she came back, livid. China, they raised up the Chinese, what do you call it? Olympics. Woke her up. We just directed all that running around the stadium they was doing with batons and shit in the video. All me and Bobby did was directed for Aaliyah. Because we knew they connected them with Jet Li, that Illuminati dude. Remember, he's Illuminati. So, she's up in the energy. The next thing, China has a fucking earthquake. That year, I said, that's her. She came through. While China had this earthquake, R. Kelly gets acquitted for pee-pee tape, for peeing on the baby, peeing on the young one. Like, I watched it, you know, I'm disgusted like everybody else. You know what I'm saying? You know, just peeing on a girl. So a friend of mine said something that put a thought in my head. She said, Patty, did you see the way the girl was fucking? I said, yeah. She said, that little bitch was fucking better than me. It just made me see it a different way. Especially all these deep niggas, you know, we ain't really this age. I'm really 4 trillion years old. So it made me see, like I said, it's not about thinking or condoning or But it's being able in your mind to look at more than one option. That's a scientist. Being able to say, I can see that perspective. I can see how that could trickle down to a human perspective. Should I take that perspective? No, I don't really care. Because it happened and it happened. He really has to deal with it. I don't have to have any opinion on that shit. You know what I'm saying? It's only going to come into my field of scope if it's my daughter or somebody around me or something I seen personally that I could stop, or for any black man's daughter. You know what I'm saying? If I'm there and I have hands, no, it's not going to happen to no black man's daughter. I don't care what she's with. The end. But something that's happening that you don't have to have an opinion on that. That moralistic thing is a creation. And really is a creation to get black people to see how cooperative they are. That's some slavery shit. Well, how you feel about it? Well, Al Sharpton, he needs to tone it down a little bit. Obama needs to step up a little bit. You don't have, there's nothing you could do about that. That's not that, you know what I'm saying? Why even put your energy on figuring out what Obama should have said and could have did? You know what I mean? It's so stupid. That's not what conscious people do. So when something like that happens, though personally, you could be, so upset, disgusted by it, but mostly you're saying it was my daughter, because that's what you're really thinking. That same insecure thinking that you blew up into my wife is having a full-blown affair on Panola Road is the same thing as when this shit happens, it gives you the visualization, and then the first thing you say, but I have a daughter too. What did that just do as a ritual? It now took the actual ritual of killing Trayvon Martin, let's just say, or seeing this video, and now it put it in your thinking pattern of it happening to you, your daughter, your son. That's the ritual. Ain't no Black Lives Matter and running on the street and the cops doing this. The ritual is to get you saying these words, which Obama sat there and said, I got 2 daughters. If I had a son, it'll be me. When you can make that connection to you, and they naturally do it because black people see us as all one. And that's from our spiritual aspect, which trickled down into our humanity and our communal aspect. Now it trickles down to our thinking. When it happens to Trayvon, they know we're going to make a quantum connection and say, my boy. But at the same time, that's the ritual. You got to stop that. I know that's hard. But remember, all these so-called progressive black people, we as black people need to do this. And that's the first thing you do is say, I'm not doing it because you're doing it. And what I know to do is you have to divorce yourself from that. Otherwise, you have to wait. Should I say I feel pity for Trayvon Martin or some black girl that something happened to? Do I feel pity? Yes, of course. Personally, compassion, yes. My heart goes out. I can see it. But do I feel that I can see my daughter in that, which I can? Easy. Real easy. Black people can do that. That's the compassion in your heart. But do I do that? Or do I say, because if I do that, I understand that that's what they were trying to inspire me to make this connection. Because once I make a connection with my daughter, then I start having an emotional reaction. When I have an emotional reaction, I'll be standing getting hit in the head, or some form, or I'm on Facebook putting up pictures, whatever I'm doing, as long as I'm not doing nothing internal. Something outward. And then when I get tired of Sean Bell, it'll be Trayvon Martin. I get tired of Trayvon Martin, it'll be Michael, other guy. You know what I'm saying?
It's nonstop.
Nonstop. Because they're feeding that to you. So you can keep saying, my son, my daughter, my grandmother, or the police beating up everybody. It can happen to me. I go to work and they do this and they always stop me. So that's the ritual. That's what they're doing. Simple as that. So we have to say, on one hand, should I put my emotions and my morality into this feeling of people who I very well easily could see as my son or daughter, or do because I understand the ritual is actually more important than my morality or my feeling for something that I actually cannot change at this moment. Don't get it twisted. If somebody don't associate yourself if you can stop something or help somebody. You know what I'm saying? I'm all for that. But things that I cannot help, things out of my power, I'm not going to fall through with the emotional response based upon my cattle call. And that's what you see black people having. But they need to understand it's more sinister than just distraction. To get you to see it in your mind is to get to keep feeding that reality. So the more you keep seeing it as your son, the more it happens to your son. The more it happens to your son. As cold as it seems, in your mind, not in your mouth, not to other people, and not as your point. This is not argument. But in your mind, you have to say, why the fuck would Trayvon walk in that area at that
It has to
night?
happen. That's all we're going to
Who the fuck does that? See, we never really took that because we know these white men. But what nigga walks around in the hood in a white neighborhood at night? Who the fuck wants to? Well, I'm bold, I'm God, this is my planet. Like, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? You know it's going to attract some bullshit. There's nothing good coming out of that. So, should I say that, and should that be the point I put on my Facebook page? Absolutely not. That is cold, inconsiderate, and black people who do feel that that's their son and has a son will look at that and be like, wow, what is that? But see, really, they're only questioning my morals, which is really nothing. Still, but I know they still need morals, but that's not what you say to the world. It's what you say to yourself. Because when I say it to myself, I put that thinking out of my mind. How do I feel personally? Compassion. I understand. It's not like you're totally blind. See, when you say, if I said something that cold, people will be trying to explain to me what they think I don't understand. Well, you got to see, it might be your son, it can happen to you, and your rights, and you have the Constitution. They're actually trying to explain to you a better way of thinking. But see, that's why you don't need to say it as a conscious person, because you already understand that thinking. Mm-hmm. You already have that and been through that thinking, that compassion. But to divorce yourself from something that you know is actually hooking you in. They're hooking you in with your nature. They know this is your nature. They're using your nature against you. So you're going to have to understand yourself, understand your nature, and know how to shut down their ritual. Not take the bait. Not take the bait. You get it?
Yeah.
Now, so you need to say to yourselves, that thing or these types of things to shut down the emotional. You have to actually divorce yourself from the emotional energy field they're trying to drag up. Because if they do a Trayvon ritual, remember, this energy goes into the ether. If they can direct it, they can contain it in the bubble and tap in. How do they feed it? Your emotions on earth. So they show you that one picture and everybody's saying these words. Could have been my son. Now they got a frequency like tuning into a radio station to tap into. And they could because they know how you think. They know how you react. When you start reacting unlike that, watch ashes get out the seat. What's going on? Do we need to start praying to them again? Because they're back. Because remember, that's what Willie Lynch told us. Only a phenomenon is going to change this. Well, what was he talking about when he said, this will go on for years to come? If we set this shit up right, the only thing that will change them, wake them up, must be a phenomenon. What's a phenomenon? We need to understand Purple Rain, Prince, the crown chakra, releasing out of that small container called humanity is the phenomenons that they're talking about. It's just that, and I don't understand how this late in the game we're not taking advantage of these phenomenons to our fullest extent. To take care of these phenomenons is what's going to change and truly break all that Willie Lynch shit, not repetition of your brain. Yeah, it'll do it over years and years and years, but you're in a repetitious, a perpetual recycling of slavery. Predicted by the Willie Lynch letter.
Yep.
They said you're not going to break it unless it's a phenomenon. So if we can't say this is a phenomenon, let's just put it in general. Say he's talking about spiritual phenomenon. Our way out of this is your spirituality. Your ancestors that you keep worshiping and praying to dealt with spiritual systems to maintain everything here in existence. So if you want to be like them, you must do that. You must do that. You can debate whatever you want to debate, but you ain't getting nowhere but maybe props the next fucking day for being so right. And still nothing. All you do after that is just time for another one. Because there's always someone to fucking argue with. No, that phenomenon that they're talking about, it's got to be spiritual in nature. Something outside of the range of their reality that they started to create for us. That's the only thing that could mean. Something has to happen. A phenomenon. He's only talking about that which I don't know. That's what he's saying. Mm-hmm. That which I don't know. And the white man will tell you he knows everything about you. What he doesn't know about you, we no longer know about ourselves. Mm-hmm. So that's why we think we're somehow even in this shit. Somehow we're all just humans having an experience. No, this shit comes down to genetics. And based upon our genetics, there are powers that we reflect in our humanity. Michael Jackson, Prince, Smokey Robinson, James Brown, fucking Kool in the Gang, Erykah Badu, Nina Simone, Ella Fitzgerald, Patti LaFucking Bell. You're listening, when you hear them sing, even if it's church songs, something in you, the part of you that knows, says, this is something else. This comes from somewhere else. When you hear, and we can just stick to Prince, but you know it, Michael Jackson, James Brown, Sly and the Family Stone, Jimi Hendrix, when you heard that shit, you said, they're getting this from somewhere else. They're not getting this from here. Something in your body knew that shit. They're not getting it from here. Early rap, fuck the 90s, the 80s even. Kane, Rakim, Public Enemy, LL Cool J, shit. Run DMC, it's tricky. You knew, especially when you emerged at this age, I did, we did pretty much, within this rap thing, you were hearing something that just was not from here. It was from here, but it wasn't from here. You knew we did this somewhere else. We have an expertise in this. You would hear even like Fife and know he's an expert somewhere else. You would hear Q-Tip and know he's an expert somewhere else. Now, all these dudes I met in the humanity of meeting them was incredibly unimpressive. Jungle Brothers. There were the guys called the Jungle Brothers. What was the light-skinned one's name?
I know you
Baby Bam.
Mm-hmm.
Hang with him. He introduced you, said, yo, I want you to meet somebody. His name is Q-Tip. He's got some shit coming out soon. Hey, dog. Like, this is the most unimpressive dude you would ever meet. EPMD was at Latin Quarters. You know what I'm saying? They said their first shit, your customer. I think that's what it, what's that? Doom. It's my thing. So this is being banged on the radio. One of my niggas said, yo, that's the nigga who made that It's My Thing joint. I said, well, yeah. Like, humble. I said, dude, you need to get on. That shit is killing. They didn't even know it was hot yet. You need to get on the stage. And Paradise and Lamumba Carson, Professor X, used to be the promoters for the Latin Quarters. So they was the ones putting on the shows before they got an X Clan. So Paradise is my man. He's still on Facebook. Paradise Gray. Dice. That's the nigga made that put him on stage. Humble on stage. You know what I'm saying? They put on that record. Whole Quarters went mad. Mad. Fuck, did I bring that shit up?
Came from somewhere else.
Okay, came from somewhere else. Yeah, you gotta keep it up. That's you know what it sound like with Dove Scribe. So like the humanity I seen in them, that's what I was talking about, was so regular. When I met Rakim, regular. Rakim was just a guy. Eric B paid for the session, paid Marley for the session. Marley the producer, engineering. He said, I got a guy. Came in with Rakim. Do you know Marley heard his voice? Him and Shan went in the bathroom and just laughed. I came in the door, said it before, laugh, giggling at him. Marley said, I don't even want to do it. Shan, you do it. And if you look on the records, it says engineered by Shan. Shan said, I'll do it. Shan didn't even tell you that story. Shan's like, you gotta remember, we ain't never heard this kind of voice before. When that shit came out, there was no, the dry bones was waking up. You know what I'm saying? The Valley of the Dry Bones. Monster hit. So they was coming to do touch-ups and remixes to check out my melody. So I was there. Mom's like, you gotta bounce, cause he's paying for the session and can't just hang out like it's Biz and Coochie Rap. Eric B came in, so I'm like, yo, which one's Rakim? Humble, man, that's me. I was like, yo, they didn't know what it was yet. Yo, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you like the jam? I was like, yo, this shit is crazy. And I left. I was like, I still didn't even know how big he was. He was real small. Then maybe a couple of years later, I was on Delancey Street buying a suit. The niggas in the same store. Fucking head couldn't fit in the store. Follow the leader. Rakim was saying, follow the leader. The head was gone, you know what I'm saying? And rightfully so, Rakim. But it's not, that's what, when I observed it, and especially knowing even 1,000 more rap guys, you know what I'm saying? I could tell you these stories before they were stories. Biz Markie coming in, got an idea, nobody beats the Biz. Let's do this, all right. Or TJ Swan, who really couldn't sing, nobody beats the Biz. 93, we all at Marley's houses after it's all over. Swan comes up there. So he's in everybody's there singing, lady, you on my mind. So Travis Gaddafi like, yo, that shit is popping, kid. I'm gonna need you on the hook. Like, he playing with him. Molly sat us all down. Yo, stop telling me this nigga shit is good. So the nigga keep wanting to get on the, you know what I'm saying, on the Lord's album. Something like. So we started. So this nigga Swan made like a big spaghetti dinner. You know what I'm saying? Wow. So like, I'm like, I knew how to cook. But I ain't cooking for no house and nigga. I become the house bitch. You know what I'm saying? The Lords was up there. Trash Gaddafi, Marley. Andre Harrell used to come through. But the other one that was down with Dr. J, another Andre, he was a manager. You know, niggas is up there constantly all the time. Some nigga from Texas was up there named DeLeon. Marley just wouldn't give up on this nigga. He sucked. But I'm not making spaghetti for a house full of niggas. You know, we got to go to White Castle. Swan come up there and just, you know what I'm saying? Made the music. You know what I'm saying? He made these chicken cutlets. This shit was good as fuck. So we was banging them shits out. So you know me, I start to ranking on niggas. The Swan. I was like, wash the dishes. Add some garlic. I make spaghetti, Mr. Swan. So then we just kept saying, make spaghetti, Mr. Swan. Like, so nigga getting heated. Nigga like, nigga, I ain't gonna make you no more fucking spaghetti. I said, motherfucker, I know how to cook this shit. Fuck you. Hate spaghetti. Just, and like, Marley used to hate it. All I did was rank on niggas. You know what I'm saying? He had in-house musician, my man Dre. We call him East Coast Dre. He's another nigga. From the projects, don't know nothing, can play every instrument. Well, I just forgot. This made me just think about that. Because I encountered that Flavor Flav could do that shit.
I heard about Flav.
Can do that shit. But I'm going to tell you, like I said, Flavor Flav's image, if he came out with Flat Earth or how we would react based upon how we feel about his persona, if I had to count 5 people I met on my hand that I was impressed with, he's up there high. Up there high. And I noticed it when I was little, because you know everybody had that what you want to do face. He was in the Apollo. It was in the back of the Apollo. This is the era. Audio 2, MC Light. Chuck D was actually fucking with MC Light for a hot minute. You know, before she realized she liked girls. Ice-T, Scorpio and them niggas. But it was that era. Special Ed, 10 City, which was another good house group. They were there. I got spiritual things from them too, from Sylvester. That's another story. But it was that environment. So Flav was in there. The Public was a hot group at the time. I was there with Super Lover C, Casanova. That's what we were performing. And so I'm looking. I'm ice grill nigga. So I'm looking at Flav with an ice grill. Nigga walked over to me and went to the food table and started just looking through aluminum foil. Going, where the fuck is the chicken at? It was just so fucking funny. It totally disarmed me. Now, spiritual, perhaps. What was more spiritual was their presentation as the fools and that serious guy. I think he may have outwitted me because he's fucking much older. They was like fucking 30-something back then. So I think he knew how to disarm that energy. And that's really what he was doing. Disarming a lot of energy for Chuck. That's what the fool's role is. And the fool is actually very advanced level of it. So he disarms you. That's why they tell you when you do a speech, tell a joke first, because it opens up the heart chakra, disarms. So he would open up the heart chakra, disarm, you think it's fool, and Chuck D would get the message out. That was the idea. So that was always impressive to me, because as I got a little bit smarter, I was like, I seen him shut that down. All right. But then years later, when I worked with Public Enemy, Green Street Studios, that's where a lot of the East Coast funk shit, when they came to the East Coast, they record there in Green Street. And they was actually pulling out this instrument called the Moog, or Moog, M-O-G-G, or, yeah. And it has a specific sound. All the Funkadelic Parliament shit was played on it. Not made anymore, and it's rare. They had one. And they did a whole documentary on this shit. The Moog, I think it's called. But I was telling him, I said, yes, fuck with one of them shits live. So Hank Shockley was there. We was going to do a compilation album. Until I had a fight, and that was that. And so Flav was coming through, and he was fucking with a puzzle. Now, new message. I'm a nigga. Message. In the 7th grade, this white science teacher brought in the Rubik's Cube. They brought in the book. And they was going through the book, and they did it through the book. And I was like, I could do that. And he was like, nigger, sit back down. Nigger. So, lo and behold, I got a Rubik's Cube, and I figured out how to do the Rubik's Cube all by myself, without the book. I figured out first how to get a side in the first layer. Because you actually get it in layers. First layer, second layer, then third layer. There's actually a method to getting corners, and there's actually a combination. And I figured out the middle combinations was zip, and then zip, how you turn the cube to actually place the colors in their specific spot, because everyone has a specific combination there. Figure this all out just by trial and error. But I also knew when I went to Marley's house, he had Super Mario. I got every board open. That's when I knew I don't fuck with puzzles. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to be obsessed. That's what I knew I couldn't put the Rubik's Cube down until I finished it. So that I was a puzzle doer on that level. You know what I'm saying? When them niggas was on the TV show That's Incredible, I was like, yeah, motherfuckers, I'm with you. And that was a big deal back then. Mm-hmm. And all them niggas used the book. All them niggas, I got a few around in this motherfucker. There's a few up on my altar, and there's some fresh ones up there. Because that was my big, look, motherfucker. You know what I mean? And so he had a puzzle. He got at the airport, he said. And he was working on one of these, just kind of puzzles. It was some move around to get a picture or a stick or something. And just sitting there doing it with him, just the way he was thinking. But I sat there knowing how I know how to fix these, fuck around with these type of puzzles, and how I think with the way he was thinking, I knew immediately he was a fucking genius. And then I found out he could play all these fucking instruments. And then I always test genius with niggas ranking. So first thing I want to do is rank on Flavor Flav. Because see, I was working with Hank Shock and Keith Shock. Hank Shock and Keith Shock, all they do is rank. But they wasn't ready for it. I was a ranker. So they thinking they gonna house because they said they tore Ice Cube up. They said, remember when Ice Cube cut off his Jerry curl? They said, you're welcome. They said when he came to New York to do that album, they said they wailed on that fucking Jerry curl so hard that he wrapped it up. You know what I'm saying? He in New York with a Jerry curl. So he said they got him. I said, damn, because they worked with Janet Jackson. I said, damn. He said, oh yeah, we used to tear her up too. So I'm thinking they think they're gonna kick me. So we in Green Street. You know, they throwing, your mom's this, your mom's that. So, they say dumb jokes like your mom stuck her hand out the railroad and just let it drag. Like she said, I said, what you doing? I'm playing knuckle scratch, you know what I'm saying? So we saying dumb shit. Your mom's took off her fucking kneecaps and just, then we just fall on the floor, stand up on the floor. Your mom's ain't got no elbow, you know what I'm saying? She smoke, we doing all this shit. So we doing all this rank. Hank is like trying to keep it busy. He was stupid too. Like, there was this poster of, like, Mark Anthony or some shit. He just ran and stuck his ass on it and said, your mom's took a picture like this. He's just doing stupid shit. So we rank, right? Rank. I'm getting ass. So they tell me, all they do, because they came over with Eddie Murphy, Charlie Murphy, all them niggas grew up together in Roosevelt. Chuck and all of them, they know each other. Okay. And he said, all they did in high school was rank. So Charlie Murphy, beast. He said, iller than his brother. So his brother was L too, though. You know what I'm saying? Flav, rank. So all I wanted to do was rank. Flav. You know what I'm saying? So I said, I'm going to catch him. I'm going to get at him. He didn't even know I was producing songs. But he remembered me because I was coming in Green Street and he was hanging. And we was ranking in Green Street because he got right into it. Because we was ranking with it. So I was like, yeah, nigga. I said something first. He just said, yo, your mom's got a tattoo of Onyx on her titty. He kept going, Onyx! I was like, so he was saying other shit. Yo, he would just say dumb shit. He said, your mom went to church with baggy tights on. He said, yo, niggas is just, and once you in that mood, it's right. He said, this nigga said to me, he said, every Wednesday your moms go to crying practice. You know what I'm saying? Peanut? He said, every weekend your moms go to crying practice. Then I'm ranking back with him. He said, yo, I heard your pops failed in funeral tryouts. Doing this just dumb shit. And I'm like, yo, this nigga is funny. And just the way he would do it was crazy. Then we was on the phone, and I didn't. He never met me. We never worked in the studio. I laid my shit. Chuck laid his, and then we came back with Chuck. So Chuck was handling. So he never met me, but he did the song. So the song. So he's like, yo, let me talk to this nigga. Yo, what up? Da, 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 da. I said, yo, kid, yo. So he didn't know I was the dude that he was met at the studio ranking. Mm-hmm. Some kid, yo, I heard your mom. He said, oh, he just started ranking again. Not even knowing. I'm saying, like, just me. I'm supposed to be the producer of this joint, but he's me for the first time. We just started ranking. He just went at it. You know what I'm saying? Real nigga. And then, so he never renewed. Then I went to the studio again, started ranking again. He said, I ranked you out last time. I ain't fucking with you. He's like, come on, kid. Niggas, just funny niggas, man. Just funny niggas. Real. When you see them on them shows later on, you really say shit like, them niggas is clones. Like, that's a real case for some clone shit. Or, niggas get real broke. You know what I'm saying? And you just gotta do what you need to do. But it was a different thing. Besides what you see now, you know what I'm saying? If Flavor Flav told me about the flat earth, I would listen because I know that genius. But his persona never was that. And how smart he was, I know that had to kill him a little bit some kind of way. Or maybe he just contented himself. And all that shit, Hank told me no, he was wearing that shit before he got famous. All them purples and clocks and all that Baron Samedi shit. You know what I'm saying? He was wearing all that. Let me see what I wrote down. Get on this pan shit.
Yeah.
So,
There's a comedian.
Mm-hmm.
He was talking about, VH1 would do.
Oh, this. Yeah, you cracking.
Flav did the VH1 roast.
What that? No, this is, we formal in here.
But
We're not formal in here.
they were doing the VH1 roast, right?
Mm-hmm.
So one of the comedians was, after the roast, you had, white motherfuckers and all sorts of people up there making fun of how dark Flav is and all that shit, And Flav was sitting there laughing.
Yeah. Oh, just laugh it off his ass.
Just laughing, just don't give a fuck.
Yeah. That's like the ranking sessions. That's not even a thing.
And so after the show, one of the comedians felt bad. I was like, bro, he felt bad, but he kind of felt bad, that happened. You know what I'm saying? I don't know why he did it, but it's like, yo, Flav, I know it's gonna go down like that, man. Like, I'm sorry, like, I didn't mean to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And Flav was like, yo, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
They got to pay me.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was
like you could tell he's a dude that know he black. You know what I'm saying? Know he ain't gonna be cute. And you could tell he accepts that.
Mm-hmm.
And even like I said, the way he was, both times I know him, he was just so slipped so easy into joke mode and rank with me. But you can't just meet a nigga and start ranking. That's, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. You could tell this is a life style choice. You know what I'm saying? That he's accustomed to. And of course, all the jokes is coming your way. You black. Dionysus was they call him dual natured. And we did see that in Prince. Watch Purple Rain again when he starts smacking Apollonia around. When I watched it, especially when I watched it again, and I remember it thinking that was like so out of that character. But when you understand Dionysus, it's actually not.
and it fits because Prince is also a Gemini.
Right. Dual nature. Right. Wow, that's it. Because he has a dual nature. I'm looking for my notes. Now, they talk about why he's the god of the vine or the wine. Because they talk about a period of fermentation. And they connect that period to him, through the grape, to the ovaries, which I broke down before in a lecture about menstruation. But they're talking about the sexual alchemy, the union of sperm, vaginal fluid, and in that process, that coming together is the fermentation period, the wine, that turns the grape into the wine. Now, they're speaking about it on two levels. On the level of us in the cult of Dionysus, that's how we're going to tap in, through ecstasy, which he's the god of ecstasy as well. But they're really talking about, on a higher level, this alchemical androgynous or androgyny union. That's the fermentation, that's actually the wine. The coming together of the fermentation and the grape.
The cream pie.
Cream pie, yeah. The cream pie. Will you sippeth of the grape of the old cream pie? Okay, let's see. And I'm going to read some of out these spirit books too. We talk about Dionysus, and they play it down almost to a T, where it's just like how you thought about Prince. Served by women, they say he also gets served by men. That's another way of saying he's gay.
He's gay. Mm-hmm.
Now, so you got to understand, when they talk about the deity, where you can classify it in your human thought as gay, they're only talking about the ability to it's androgynous ability, because the communication with the deity can be considered like sex. So that means through sexual alchemy, not you picturing having sex with Dionysus, but picturing having sex as Dionysus. You can actually still tap in with the woman to a different aspect of the Dionysian energy. So as the man, but you can benefit because you are now in your androgynous mindset or state, or your androgynous energy with the feminine aspect of what they talk about here as well. So basically, the mixture of the two becomes exactly what Prince showed us. Because they said it on his second album, or the third album, whichever one was Dirty Minds, when he went through that period. He did an album called Dirty Mind, where he had the male trench coat on, but the bikini shorts.
Okay.
Which niggas is wearing now anyway. But, and they were saying he kept presenting this half and half thing. The perfect example is Under the Cherry Moon. Under the Cherry Moon. One of my favorite movies any fucking way. Where you see him in a relationship being served by Tricky. That was the character's name was Jerome. Jerome just served everybody. He used to hold up that mirror. Did a whole movie as Prince's man, friend, buddy / servant. You know, he laughed at every joke. And, oh, Tricky. Prince's name was Tricky. You ain't gonna beat that. So when you get this guy, he showed in that movie true Dionysian energy. You know what I'm saying? Where it looks suspect with Tricky. Tricky was fucking all the hoes, and they was talking about getting drunk. They talked everything to heterosexual, aggressive motherfuckers. They was fucking hoes for money in Paris or wherever the fuck they was, or Malibu. That seemed real, but then if you look at everything else, the imagery, it was like he was with him. The movie is weird and great in itself.
I gotta watch that again because I haven't seen that in so long.
It's real entertaining.
I gotta watch that again.
Real entertaining. On black and white. You know, she said, you know, Prince get nigger on in the movie. He gets nigger. He's more niggery in that fucking movie. Nigga said, "Oh, you said you living off your daddy, huh?" She said some slick shit to him. He said, "Well, why don't you read this here and show everybody at this table how knowledgeable you are? What's that say?" He said, "Record store." You know what I'm saying? She said, "That's not a word." He said, "Yes, it is. What does it say?" Record store. He said, "Say it louder. Record store. Say it again. Record store, record store." She said, "Record store." One of the funniest scenes in a movie ever. Then he goes, she goes, "That's not a word." He said, "Yes, it is." He said, "If you want to buy a Sam Cooke album, where would you go?" She said, "Record store." Yo, hilarious. Niggas is putting up that scene.
And it's funny that they said Sam Cooke.
Mm-hmm.
Because you know Sam Cooke was killed.
For his rights.
For his rights.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's the 35-year rule.
Right.
And those that waited out that 35 years, because that's what Prince did. He waited out his 35 years
to get that money back.
Got his rights.
Right, to get his money back.
And it's funny that he said Sam, I ain't put those together, he just said Sam Cooke.
Just because the same shit happened. They killed him for his royalty.
Yep.
He started investing. There's a whole documentary on YouTube about it. So if you wanted to buy a Sam Cooke album, where would you go? Record store, man. Record store. You gotta go? Oh, man. We need the late Minnetonka. Alright, so remember my website while we're here, occultlectures.com. You get your herb packs for your pineal gland, you know, classes, my book. Let me see if I got a copy somewhere hanging out. That's what it looked like. It's on the website. Origins of Occult Civilization, Volume 1, Hollywood, Brother Panic. So, remember you can get your readings there for my queen. Khadijah Samdi, Akashic record readings. Remember soon, very soon, getting close to that time, we're going to launch this radio show. In fact, we're going to do a couple of practice runs soon. And then we're putting it up when we're going. Kamani, Nicole, Danielle. We're going to have them come through and be co-hosts. Do a lot of Q&A. We're going to have people there. Going to bring the family back together. Going to be talk show radio. Just look for the announcements, the links. Look for on my website, occultlectures.com, Facebook, and all the rest of the spaces. We're going to get this up and going really soon. So occultlectures.com. Alright, so they said when he was young, he lived in the mountains with the nymphs. This Dionysus in the mythology. So Pan also is the king of the nymphs. Because Dionysus is actually the grown-up Pan. Pan energy. When he becomes grown and it becomes serious, it becomes Dionysus. So they're mimicking, or we're mimicking, this particular evolution. So when you're young and you just start fucking, it's the Pan energy. It's playful. It's experimental. But when you tap into understanding levels of ecstasy, it becomes licking your own titties. And that's what Dionysus is. I'm going to read some shit about Dionysus. You know, Dionysus, his day is December 25th. So that puts him with a Christ energy. So he is a Christ energy, a resurrected energy as well. And even one of his attributes was stolen by Jesus, the fake Christ, which was the wine as a sacrament for the blood. And that's what Dionysus in the wine code is about, the blood. The sperm, which is his blood. And they say that one drop of sperm equals 10 drops of blood. So when you masturbate, that is a blood sacrifice. So that's actually how you give a true human sacrifice is sperm.
It's true.
Or period blood. That's a human sacrifice. Shit, that's the sacrifice of the baby. So when these white people are sacrificing babies and humans, that's all it really meant. Sperm and period blood, that menstrual egg, which is happening anyway.
Yep.
So you do that, and that's where you actually can get the energy from. So instead of thinking your period something that actually goes in the toilet all the time, you need to understand it a little bit more. And then you can use it for multiple things besides filling up a tampon.
Yep.
Shalonda just got busy with hers one time and just rubbed it all over a tree. I remember that ritual. And she got fixed too.
Nice.
That's
a good one.
Oh yeah. She was dealing heavy with the fairies. See, I like her. She go through stages and she keep it moving. Everything becomes a form of discovery. You're only limited to your mind. If you satisfy yourself in any of this shit, you failed.
Yep.
You fail.
Yep. It's nonstop.
It's nonstop. Every day is a new day for something new. Something new. So that blood sacrament is his. That grape is purple. His color is purple.
Yeah, cause I know it's extreme, but at one point I was thinking about, because you can lose up to a quart of blood.
A
pint.
Yeah.
Like, what if
a couple of pints, I think.
I had somebody know that they were doing it. I went to the doctor and I said, well, give me a pint of my own blood. Now I can do my own libation with the blood.
You don't have to go that far. 1 drop of sperm is 10 drops of blood. More valuable than doing any cutting on yourself. You ain't got to take nothing out of yourself. That was the vibration. Sexual energy, period. All that other shit is later day trying to go harder. Mm-hmm. When you losing contact with ancestors and you know they in the DNA, you're going to have to start putting some blood on it. But we don't have to do that no more. Our mind is back. We're back. We're just not occupying what it is. We're back. We couldn't have this conversation. We're back. We just hanging out waiting for somebody to tell you fucking back besides a nigga that look like you. We waiting for some white people to go, guess what, niggas, you back. And you see motherfuckers flying all around this motherfucker. Why did he say we're back? Your Prince, you know, they're a wine cult. Prince told you drink some strawberry wine, nigga. So he lived in the mountain with the nymph. Like I said, he's the Dionysian one. We're going to read a little bit more about Dionysus in these spirit books as well. But the biggest thing is, why I'm telling you this gateway that's open is not a particular gateway, but a gateway for us to usher in our reality. That's why more of us has to get on this mind thing. To usher in whatever it is you're trying to get going here. Mm-hmm. And that only happens in the world of the new, which is the ancient world actually returned. It only happens that way when we direct it. We're just letting this energy go to waste, watching Purple Rain and shit. I'm watching Purple Rain for a purpose. I went to the movies to see that shit blast. Then I was doing all I heard. Ain't gonna let the elevator break us. Oh no, let's go. I was with every moment of that shit. I would die for you. He said to his wife. But the point is because I'm getting lost in the energy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm studying this now. Period. I'm studying it now. I'm not viewing it as a fan. I'm there to study. What is he saying? What synchronicities start to happen? What's a synchronicity, Panic? Well, synchronicity is when you say, if you want to buy a Sam Cooke album, where would you go? And somebody says, wait a minute. This is how it connects to what we're talking about. That's what synchronicity is. When you start seeing that happen, and when you start seeing the obvious in symbology, an androgynous being that opened up a purple fucking gateway. Ooh, you know, how hard? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. How hard? These niggas just don't know how to access it. You gotta access it with your creativity. Mm-hmm. You gotta access it with your imagination. Sit your ass next to Prince in your mind and it's all I heard. Nigga, we ain't gonna let the elevator break us down. No, let's go. Let's go crazy. Also on Hulu, if you search under Saturday Night Live, they did a compilation show with all the Prince performances, and they added a never before seen Prince performance. So they had their 50th or 40th anniversary where all of these stars were in the room. Prince was in the room, and they had Jimmy Fallon asked him to come on stage, and he did, and he fucking murdered. He played that song, Let's Get Crazy, in a different rhythm. It was like, and he was singing this shit, Let's Get Crazy, slow. When I tell you that shit was like, if they made songs like this, we'd save ourselves just off of that. And you could tell it's in them, but this music business has totally shut that down. The only nigga, and they even mentioned, wouldn't exist without Prince. Terrence Trent D'Arby, and what was Lisa Bonet's first? Kravitz.
Yeah.
Lenny Kravitz. And when you heard Lenny Kravitz, that nigga was bringing that shit back. When he did that riff, and that shit was building up, and he was killing that shit, you was looking at a rock god. You was like, oh shit, that's some god shit. Then he did, on that same album, I want to get away. Motherfucking Aerosmith said they was at the MTV Awards. They said the only reason we got out of our bed today was to see Lenny Kravitz do that fucking song. Got on that nigga, you know, that 1 foot. And the bitch, he had the black chick, the afro killing that shit. Then, remember the commercial came out with the Chevrolet. I want to get away. Next year, Aerosmith came and said, we came to shit on Lenny Kravitz for doing that commercial. That's how serious motherfuckers take this shit. They showed that in the movie The Doors. Jim Morrison is serious about his craft. It was like when they did that car commercial with Light My Fire, lost it. Oh, no, you don't do that. It's cheapening your shit. So Prince had that mentality too. Couldn't sample his shit. You know, cover songs. You know, nothing. He was getting it. True craftsman. Nigga wore some Mozart shit. You know what I'm saying? True craftsman. Real composer. And when you see this documentary, like him or not, you're gonna see like, damn, I didn't know this nigga was that badass. How he's setting all these motherfuckers up. How he was doing shit. Royalty. Real straight up. Real nigga. Dionysian shit. We need to read something about Dionysian so we get an idea of the deity. He's also known as Bacchus, which makes an appearance in the Bible as evil. Because they're trying to shut down fornication. Bacchus was the Roman version of Dionysus. Okay. So Dionysus is popularly called the god of the wine. However, the classification is begin to do injustice, as his powerful deity is so much more than that. Now, when I'm reading this, I'm reading things that we could say don't relate to Prince. But then I start to think, how in the fuck will we know? Because he was notorious for hiding his private life or his other side. We only know what was shown. And when you hear the cult of Dionysus, only a small version of wine and fucking is actually shown. Which it looks like he's just high and fucking all the time. So I started seeing, okay, this is how we can fully understand Prince's energy, the part that we didn't understand as a little bit more personal, I would gotta say. So let's just say. Dionysus presides over the mysteries of birth, life, death, and resurrection. So when they say that, that puts him in connection with Shiva, who is creator, sustainer, destroyer. He has all three of those titles. So this is actually backwards. Birth, life, death, resurrection.
Message.
But birth and resurrection can be looked at as the same thing. Or it just puts it in four parts. Message.
Cut
that shit down. He's the spirit of the untamed wildness and is irresistible male procreative energy, intoxication, shamanism, magic, joy, hallucinations, madness, and sexual healings. All that shit encompasses Prince. But this untamed madness, that's where you have a connection to Pan in the forest. When you have this connection, and I know this from studying Pan, but it's obvious in this too, they're talking about a beastly sexual, what they call, later became mesmerizing. Before that, it was called animal attraction. So this animal attraction is considered sexual attraction. That is this act of sex is the beastly act of a divine union. Androgyny is the divine union. Sex is actually the human beastly act, the animal act. And it's really animalistic in nature. You know what I'm saying? When you feel a certain mood, you ain't thinking about no fucking Hotep, the queen. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I'm about to eat the queen's pussy. Nah, you about to spread that thing in front of you and dig. You know what I'm saying? You really are. You're not thinking like that because it's an animalistic act. You're trying to smell certain shit, see certain angles, legs in certain positions, titties, coming to the other side. Oh, Mr. Ed. Hello. Let's go crazy. Let's get nuts. It's an animal act. You know what I'm saying? So they're talking about the wilds of nature. The forest represents that energy. Untamed, but then manifested as tame. So you see, Prince looked like you never know what he would do next. It's untamed in a container. Which is, well, anything is now caught in a container. They're trying to explain its nature now caught in a container when you deify it. Because that's what you're doing. You're taking pockets of energies and putting them in containers. But living containers, when you deify them, they're not in a jar, just being holding on. They're in something that can live. Where does it live? Here, in your imagination, your creativity. Because when you die, heaven is your imagination. When you die, heaven is your imagination. So this deity, Dionysus, that you have now, regardless of what science said or pseudoscience said or some shit some nigga said the other day, you make Prince Dionysus. You take Dionysus. But Dionysus is white. Dionysus started off as Osiris. They made it white so they can have something to hold on to and access. You are much obliged to take it back. You are much obliged. In fact, I encourage more than anything else that any deity that they were able to skim and re-orchestrate as some shit for them, we must take those back. They have nothing but what we decide to give them. They've been taking what you don't even know you have to hold. Period. So assuming you know that now, we take back what's ours. Dionysus, Osirian, is your birthright. And now we have a face, and we have a whole lifetime of understanding of what this is. Tantric sexual creative energy under our control is called Prince. Now we got it. Now we take back what they've been feeding off of. For real, for real. Y'all don't want no gangster shit. What's what I'm saying? I know they're struggling with how this really works. But I'm going to pretend they got this. If you got this, you understand what I say. You should be shitting on yourself right now. For real. So, shitting on yourself right now, but they don't get it. So we're going to show them how to get their power back. Step by step. Oh, yeah. He's the spirit of the untamed wildness, irresistible, male procreative energy, intoxication, shamanism, magic, joy, hallucinations, madness, sexual healings. When you see him smacking abalone around. And let's say he didn't do that in real life, he chose to portray that in a movie. Why? Because he's trying to say something about himself. If it said something other than what he wanted to portray, when it happened. Now he did say, and I talked to Khadijah, his parents fought like that. His father shot himself in the head. And all the rest of that stuff that he was portraying, this was loosely based on his come-up story. But they said a lot of it with his parents was real. Now, Khadijah did all that research, because I was clueless. He was the last of 12 deities. That puts him at a 13, puts him at a Christ energy again. And to incorporate into the Olympian pantheon. So he is usually classified as a Greek god.
Now, the 12 energy, though, he said 12 ones. He's the last of 12.
He's now at 13.
He's now at 13, but he died at what age? 57.
Right, which is what? 12? Yeah, so now he became a 13.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, because now it's a birthday. Oh, we're going to get there. We're going to get there. Understanding this, though, if you had a certain configuration, because everything is in a color configuration, your chakra system, we know what's the last one?
Violet.
Let me say it again. The last of the 12 deities incorporated into the Olympian pantheon. So is usually, so he is usually classified as a Greek god. He's the last deity, purple, to make that into that pantheon. Now, it's symbolic because they had to use Olympian as their heaven, where the gods go. To see if they was Norse, they would have said Valhalla. You know what I'm saying? And if it was Kemetic, we would have said Noon, or there's another name, the Eleusinian fields, and in Greek is where the humans go, but Olympus is where the gods go. So they're saying that, but they're really talking about, because Mount Olympus we have nothing to do with, it's demiurge. So I don't want to get that confused. The point is, he's that last energy. That means that gateway is open for things to happen. All that shit y'all keep predicting, that we keep missing opportunities because, see, they understand that 2012, if that's a real day. I don't think that was a real day. And of course, but they know something's coming. Mm-hmm. If you don't see it coming, how could you access it? I could be sitting with a girl and she could be throwing her fucking pussy all in my face. But if I don't see it, I'm going to be missing all the signs. Because this happened before. After you get the pussy, oh, this is good pussy. I'm glad you gave it to me. And you ain't seen me trying to give that shit to you 4 months ago? No. You don't remember when I did that? Remember then? They be telling you all the time, you're like, duh. I missed it. So in other words, if you ain't looking for it, you're going to miss the pussy. So if you're not looking for it or know what to look for, sometimes you can see what they're doing. You don't know how to counteract the energy that's really happening. If this is not a gateway, somebody tell me what it is. Because you're not going to sit there and study all this Egyptian mythology and science and history and not see they was dealing with nothing but gateways. Every nigga standing there with one of them towel sticks was a gateway, a understanding, a level that they're telling you this is how you get through the underworld, through all of these particular cycles, all these particular understandings, self-revelations. So if we know the human body is a container for energy, and you could see just by the fucking human performances what energy was trapped in that's free now. You don't have to be a scientist to say the nigga talked about purples and raspberry barrettes. Nigga, we going to drink strawberry wine. This nigga his whole shit was about happiness, especially Purple Rain, because that's the arc. And every other thing showed his abilities to become many things. So Dionysus has a lot of different names, which I found out in this book. And I say, if you looked at all his albums, they were all different names. Because what he was showing as the energy of that crown, the energy of the purple, the energy of the gateway. Once you're there, there's no rules. You're in the realm of chaos. He was a chaos motherfucking being. Mm-hmm. He's a funk nigga, high. We always kept him high heels on. But he was all in purple. He was in a motorcycle, which was some cool ass shit, with the fucking guitar on the side, and he never did the shit again. Besides Purple Rain, I never seen him in the video. He should be pulling up and shit. I said, "God, that's really him driving the motorcycle." Like you just didn't put it together. Doing screeching out, "Get on, bitch." Mm-hmm. Fuck you, Morris. Fuck you, Morris. Nah, don't take that earring off, bitch. Keep it on. No. She tried to close up on her. No. Little mean ass Dionysian fucker. Fuck you, Morris. Lay off that shit, Billy. You're like your old man, kid. And I got 4 acts. And I already got 4 acts. I don't need another one. You better show out, kid. Lay off that shit, Billy. Then when Purple Rain came on, Billy was choked up. Off that part, woo. Billy was looking. Billy Sparks. I just watched the shit. I know all the moves, kid. That was the family. You know what I'm saying? That was some cruise shit. You know what I'm saying? Morris Day was killing that shit too. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that was bad. But you gotta see motherfucker under the cherry moon. They was doing this dance, girls and boys, them. They was doing this fly shit. Him and Tricky, yo. I said, yo, Khadijah, I ain't gonna lie though. Them little fairy tale niggas is freaking this shit right now. Girls and boys, Fred was doing the splits. That was my shit. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, excellent movies. Like Under the Cherry Moon, I enjoy better than, you know, of course he was with the white girl, but that's the role. And probably some Dionysian shit we about to get into. And ultimately, the movie was just put together more entertaining. You know what I'm saying? It was more entertaining. You know, Purple Rain was a better album, so it was a concert. It was just an excuse to do the songs on stage. You know what I'm saying? Which was excellent for me. You know what I'm saying? And you know, but Under the Cherry Moon was like he was showing his little sass. You know what I'm saying? And that's another part of this androgynous thing. This idea of absolutely falling in love with the other side of yourself. See, down here, me and Khadijah are androgynous being, but in the flesh, we're separated. So I look at her how Prince used to look at himself. Especially when you see Under the Cherry Moon, he's fixing his hair in the mirror, and he's doing this shit, and he's like, he's singing this song, but he's almost face fucking himself, like, he's talking to himself, and you know, and then like the scene where the white girl sees him at the party, the camera goes, zzz, you know what I mean, and he's like with his little dipsy doodle curl and his ass out jean on top, and he's like doing all this looking shit. I'm like, what in the fuck is that? You know what I'm saying? But it's almost like he's looking at himself, how himself would want a bitch to do for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Amazing shit. So, but you see it all the time when he's doing his videos. It's like he's fucking his week. That was the joke. Comedian said he's fucking himself. Why is he fucking himself? Because he's an androgynous being who's absolutely bonded in a sexual embrace with his other side. He could see, without being gay, what's fuckable with guys. And maybe he fuck guys who knows? Who cares even? But you could tell he can see what women find sexy about guys. That's why he can do it. And then he can see, of course, what guys find women about sexy. He just puts it on. You know what I'm saying? He just wears it. That's why he had the baddest bitches. Because he could see in them, because he could see it in himself. He could see the feminine in himself, so he could see how powerful the woman was he was with. And them bitches was icons. Avalonia, Vanity shit, Carmen Electra, and a couple of other noble. Cat, because he was talking about his dancer Cat. But Sheila E. It's just phenomenons. That's the level of androgyny. That's advanced shit.
I've never had a woman say anything but I'd fuck him if he gave me, you know.
Really?
That's all I ever heard all women say.
Yeah. Like nobody's turning Prince down for no pussy. But besides the women that he showed you as arm pieces, you don't really get the fit. But like I said, he definitely told me, come on, man. He said, how fun could it be? Which is real, because we know performers all turn to homosexuality or peeing on girls because there's this phenomenon that, and we know it as guys, half the point of getting pussy is the challenge of it. When you no longer have the challenge, you know, all you have to say is my 12-inch, and you could fuck anybody in the room. You going? I know it sounds good for a while. It sounds like a dream, but it loses shine. I know it loses shine. You know what I'm saying? After I tapped into all that brother panic shit, fucking 3 and 4 girls at the same time. Everyone knew each other. They still go crystal shopping together. We fucking each other. You fucking on me. I'm fucking on you. I'm fucking on you. We no nothing. You would think, why would I leave that shit? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, I realized the only thing that was exploding was my ego for my work. You know what I'm saying? Because my work is inhuman. So if I wanted to marry them and raise them and the kids, that was never on the table. So those who do that in form of polygamy, sure, why not? Have at it if that's your thing. No judgment, who cares? Not really even a concern of mine. I knew from my work, like I said, as I talked earlier, Bobby talked about the heart chakra and all that, but I absolutely knew from my work that this was bringing me to a standstill. It's becoming routine. It's becoming just dick and pussy. So all this adventure gets old. We're saying it from the one side of the adventure, you never did it. Once you got a girl, two girls suck your dick and you feel the rhythm of the head going both ways. Yeah, I talked about it for a while. And then now it's like, oh yeah, wait. Now I tell my son to look forward to that magical day when we could genius up some of this collective consciousness. And so you get bored with it. So you got somebody since 1982 that was on stage talking sexuality. It was already done in 1983, I promise you. It was already done. He was already feeling in 1983. So all the niggas resort to ELL. You know, there's a transvestite on YouTube talking about her adventure with LL Cool J in explicit detail on 14th Street. So I took a lie detector, and you know when somebody is just telling you a truth, the story is not in the, he's just speaking. It's too random to be a lie. You have to remember too much side shit. You know, he had mustard on his shirt, saying shit like that. Like, you know, niggas ain't coming up with that detail. But nevertheless, took a lie detector test, all set, took all the prescribed obstacles for the Inquirer. LL paid them, according to this transvestite, $1 million not to run the story. About how he used to meet up and fuck them and be in a limousine, have a driver, likes to get fucked and likes to suck. Look up transvestite LL here for yourself. Mama said, knock you out. Mama said, knock you out. So, you hear more and more about them turning into some freaky deaky shit. And then, of course, black people made it all Illuminati and Illuminati rituals. Like the Illuminati wants you to fuck so you can make a rap song with Puffy. But Puffy wants to fuck just because he's gay. Yeah. Ain't no Illuminati ritual. The niggas is gay. You know what I'm saying? And that's what that is. They do rituals to bond you to something, but I don't think they're really taking these people seriously. You don't have to get them. They're so greedy for money. You don't have to bond them in no sexual way to anything. They're so greedy for fucking money. All you have to do is say that and I'll give you money. Mm-hmm. And they'll do that and I'll give you money. Bring this forward and I'll give you money. Or they just notice when they bring something forward or when they do that, they get more money. Mm-hmm. That's how they did it with rap. We noticed in New York that people in the West Coast that were talking gangster music had fucking houses on the sides of cliffs. And we still live with our mothership. Big Pun did a video on New York 1 where he was eating off the TV tray in his mom's house, had the beamer downstairs, double X. But was eating McDonald's off his mom's in the Bronx. Mm-hmm. And this was when he was on the Cross Bronx with Big Pun and my man. Already hot. So I was like, that's how we was living. This is way before that. Kane and all that, all living at your mama's house. The Ice-T and them niggas, Kid Quick, Short Dog, and all the rest of that level. What they was in fucking mini mansions. Of course, it made it lucrative to talk about that bullshit, and while we was talking native tongue, made it desperado for you. So it became eventually what it was. Well, they was trying to kill it, and they did. What saved rap? Wu-Tang Clan. Because it was 9 of them, and what that protect your neck, so they showed so many directions. It was 100% New York when New York was dying. What was New York dying from? Native tongue. They made it. They pit consciousness against gangsters. And gangsters are always going to win. It looks prettier on paper. You swing the gun, UNWA. You know what I'm saying? Today was a good day. You're going to connect with more niggas because more niggas don't believe in even human, black, positive.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
each one teach one.
If you just look at American culture,
Mm-hmm.
don't even look at niggas.
Right.
American culture loves gangsters.
Gangs and violence. We're born and raised in it. You know what I'm saying? So we do like the white man, of course, and, you know, gangs and violence.
Mm-hmm.
In rap, this particular version of gangs and violence, they knew if they would give it to us in a way, in a language. Because remember, rap comes in and it proposes to speak a language. The language is that of keep it real. This is what we do in black people. So they would have to say, well, what's their language of sex and what's their language of violence? So sex, we're gonna sabotage it, but every black woman is a bitch. Bitch is a bitch, and I mean the gangster bitch. Gangster bitch, letting that shit fly. Letting that shit fly. When they stop, kill her, stop it, stop that. I need a gangster bitch, yeah, the gangster bitch. Go on, gangster bitch. Now, they let it fly because that sex, and then the gangster violence, is our sex and violence version. That's going to, because we're born and built into it. Even, they started with this. Even laying the woman down for birth instead of sitting her up. And then smacking the baby on the ass. You're woken with violence from day one. Mm-hmm. That's your first experience on planet Earth. That's a ritual within itself. Because they were saying there was a way to hold a baby in a certain way to get that, what they're trying to do is cough to get the mucus out the lungs so it can start breathing. So there's plenty of ways to do that without that. And I seen, they used to have the YouTube videos where the mother giving birth in 5 minutes. She'd be pregnant, she'd sit over her bed and just push the baby out and get up and go about it. I'm like, y'all didn't believe in, first of all, believe in this Adam and Eve story. But the gravity when the mother's laying down on the back, they said that alone is fucking, you gotta sit up. Gravity will take the baby out. They said there was a way to do it. I don't know if it was holding him upside down, but it's not as actually urgent as you used to say. But you smake him with violence. That's a ritual. Spanking has to start programming you with violence and a beating. Number one. So we're dispositioned for violence based upon that ass smack. Your first baby brain's experience in this world is violence. We think we doing it without frankincense and myrrh, without sage sticks. Them niggas is beating your ass. Them niggas is setting you up from birth. We're worried about the chip. No, you should be worried about just getting your ass smacked. You know what I'm saying? But ask Erykah Badu how she did it in the tub, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, ain't no joke out this motherfucker. So now they say Romania both claim to be his birthplace. Romania both claim to be his birthplace. So what this tells us, because we already know is Osiris, so we know it's our ancient shit anyway. We can just start from Osiris. But when they say Romania, they're telling you it's not even a Roman-born deity, which we understand. That's proof. But they're saying, well, it might be even Romania. They know this energy is transformed and the faces are changed to the imagination of the people so they can tap in. We have the ability, and it's our birthright and our responsibility to take this back. Stop pushing ourselves out of these, well, that was the Greek shit and all the rest of that shit. And understand how we can connect. All of these deities in this book is only a description of the black man and black woman. It's only a description of the black woman and the black man. Each of these attributes lie within us in some sort of way, or they emerge in a different way. This book, or these types of books about deities and lists of deities, this is in Encyclopedia of Spirits, The Ultimate Guide to the Magic of Fairies, Genies, Demons, Ghosts, Goddesses by Judith Iltz. This book this type of book. These type of books are only descriptions of your black man and black woman's mind. And this is the way to access it, through deification, ultimately self-deification, but through using these deities as gateways or energy points to make it personal. If we can identify an incarnation and connect it to a deity, which is what just happened. Prince was an incarnation. That was an incarnation of the Dionysian energy that we know. And that we know it, we now have a first-hand way to access it. More than just abstract thought, which still works. But now a way to not let the elevator break us down. Oh no, let's go. Let's go crazy. So this proves it. Instead of worrying if it's from Romania or Greece, all you need to know is if there's a question of its origin in Greece, because its origin is not from Greece, even though we already know that. But this proves it as well. That even if it's in dispute, that means whatever is in Romania has certain of the same characteristics. They're just not sure where it started, so-called. But if it has the same characteristics, that means there's another deity that means, actually, we go back. It means there's something called an archetype deity. That means this energy shows up all over the world, whether you can speak the language of the person or not. Love is an archetype energy. It shows up all over the world. Rap is not an archetype energy, because rap was created in New York by some black kids. It is now all around the world, and you have to adhere to, or used to have to adhere to certain rules to be a rapper. Certain clothes, certain way you talk, walk, eat, the culture, and the type of music. But it's not an archetype energy because it comes from one energetic source, and it's spread around the world. Love didn't come from one energetic source. We came down here with this motherfucker. The energy that creates rap, we came down with. But the actual end product is something that was made in a specific time under a specific banner. So archetype energy is energy when you read these deity books to follow, because you'll start to say, wait, that one's just like Shango. That one's like Oshun. So you'll have different names, different contexts, and more information. See, because once you understand Dionysus is Osiris, now you're reading aspects of Osiris's energy that you didn't get in these fragmented mythologies. Well, sometimes they separate it and sometimes they put them together, because Dian is nothing but Osiris and Isis. So they're talking about the androgynous version of Osiris. See, but they do that with Shiva, because Shiva becomes androgynous with Parvati. Becomes Shiva Vati or something like that is his name. It's a contraction between the two names. They have these priests, these shamanistic priests in India that dress up like women, put on lipstick and all this shit, tapping into this Shiva Parvati androgynous energy. Do I think you need to go that far? Perhaps not. But they exist. It has nothing to do with homosexuality. Wearing dress and lipsticks and the whole shit. These shamans tapping into this androgynous aspect. Shiva is also connected with Dionysus. So we have a little bit more, and Shiva is also connected with Osiris as the resurrector and the destroyer. You know, the Lord of the Dead, and the coming forth of the Osirian is the coming of the man in the West. In other words, the resurrection. So Shiva has a connection to Osiris, and what you don't know about Osiris, because you do know about the union that created Horus, but they were all one from the same egg, remember? As brothers and sisters. They're telling you that they were one at one point. It's not the actual brother. It could have been, because royalty followed that suit. But in the mythology, when they say brothers and sisters, they're talking about soulmates. And then when they talk about them, they're talking about their adventures on Earth as man and wife. That's why they're man and wife and brothers and sisters. Their cosmic union is brothers and sisters. My cosmic union with Khadijah is my sister. She is one and the same. Here with boyfriend and girlfriend, man and wife. Honey dip and nigga flip. You know what I'm saying? And that's because we're playing this role down here, but the role is the union of one. And that's what they're talking about in the mythology. You know what I'm saying? As brothers and sisters, they're one. But you don't hear any mythology on them in their union. Where you hear it is these one mythology, this one idea that was told over and over, many different faces, names, and stories, was trying to get a point across. So the shamans had the same understanding, made another mythology, Hinduism, Buddhism, Zen, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Through Kabbalah, through all these systems, we're just trying to get this understanding to you with different delivery systems. Different delivery systems. So with mythology, when you deal with mythology, if you start to identify the archetype energies, where if this is Osiris, I understand his energy, wait a minute, this Shiva guy starts to sound like him. Hades sounds like him. Dionysus sounds like him. Then you can start to pull these connections to get a holistic understanding of the energy as a whole. Not stopping at Dionysus and starting at Osiris, but let them bleed into each other in your consciousness. How can that happen? If you're dealing below the equator, the human versions, you're seeing different. You're seeing a white man and a black man, African and Greek. But if you're above the equator, what you're seeing is one energy ball that now becomes more powerful when you make the connection of all these energies and expanding on your understanding of the one archetype. The one Osiris, Shiva, Dionysus represent your subconscious mind. And in this magic, you are trying to empower your subconscious mind. So the more you can make the connection, the more you're understanding your subconscious mind holistically to activate the different parts, the deeper parts, the parts of you that can pull out, let's just say, more information and be like, this is what's happening. See, I could pull this out easy and talk for hours on this shit. Because the parts of my mind that are activated, because I broke the walls by rising above that equator line of separation, polarity. The greatest thing about the understanding of the law of polarity is not that things are dual and separate, that things are actually the same under the illusion of separation. So what they're trying to tell you is the true hermetic master is the one that can look at polarity and see both sides of the coin. That's why I was telling you the exercise earlier. You may feel a certain way about Trayvon Martin, but see it a different way. Why the fuck is he in that parking lot or wherever the fuck he was at that time? Still, don't voice it, but see it. When you see it, what you're doing is starting to change your polarity to middle polarity. How you can see a whole pantheon of why he shouldn't have been there, and then a whole pantheon of he should have the right to walk wherever the fuck he wants to walk. Whatever time he wants to walk, he's a free man. Yeah, you should. I see that. You know what I'm saying? I can make that argument. We have our civil rights. You know what I'm saying? You can make that argument. But I also can make the argument. What the fuck is wrong with that old dumbass nigga walking around with these know what I'm saying? No gun in the middle of the night. What for 4 a.m. with some Skittles? You know what I'm saying? A fucking bag of Skittles. You look at it that way too. So that's all under the equator. So when I put out Skittles for Trayvon Martin, because I want the wisdom of what he now has to offer. When I talked to him, she was the nigga I was trying to go. I'm good. Let y'all work that out. And that's what he left his energy behind. That was his purpose as well. For those on the lesser level. So we got to come above the equator. Because that's where we're really lacking. We're still diagnosing this shit with folly. You know what I'm saying? We're still diagnosing this shit with reason, deduction, left brain, arithmetic, calculation, just still trying to figure it out level. When you're better than that, there's a portion of you that is not in confusion. There's a portion of you that is ready for any answer that you can possibly pose a question about. There's a portion of you that is that. constantly. We have lost contact with that portion of intelligence in us. That part of us that actually built pyramids and every other great masterpiece that you can attribute, which is all masterpieces, known and unknown, emerged and submerged, is us, our doing. That portion of us is being shut down purposefully. And, we didn't even go as far as to say it's a part of us that we shut down to go through this transformation. But let's keep on giving this white man all power, because that's what we always like to do anyway. We think we not, but we doing. So let's say it's the Illuminati, slavery, and Willie Lynch that did all this shit to you in a couple of generations. You've been here millions of fucking years. In a couple of generations, you sitting around, you know what I'm saying? Grits dummy, you know what I'm saying?
Blame somebody else for
right.
everything.
Doesn't sound right. Sounds like something we was going through, and in fact, so much so that's how they even came into existence. But let's pretend they came from Pleiades or whatever the fuck they tell you, and we keep pretending they're from outer space. And they landed here to fuck with us as reptilians. Let's pretend even all of that. So they got here just in the nick of time to fuck you up. Right on time. So they emerged and fuck you up. So all the odds taking advantage of something that was happening to you anyway. No excuses now. We on the backtrack. I know that spiritually because when Dr. Clark came through and told me, when all the historians come out, start documenting, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, Asa Hilliard, Oscar Quasi, and all the rest of them, he said history is not longer being made in that reality anymore. What's happening is you're now going to move forward. And right after them is when consciousness came on the planet. But now we're still fighting with social media, which is perhaps because they made it too available, too easy when people really came in the information age. But the Illuminati, their real thing is to hide it in your face. So while you're worried about Beyonce on YouTube, you're not really questioning YouTube. Because YouTube has changed me. There was a movie called Gummo. And people knew what that movie was because I knew what it was because when I worked at Universal, they used to give me free movies. Free movie, Gummo, got it, watched it, thought it was insane. Nobody never heard of it. Now it's going right now. I watched the documentary. The white boy was fucking mad. He's like, he's smoking. He's like, what I set out to do was make a movie where I just pick fights and get my ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? So I would go up to bouncers, just smack a bouncer, boom, and kick my ass. He said, the problem with that, I got my ass kicked 17 times. He said, the problem with that is the ass whooping is fast. We only got about 7 minutes of footage. He said, he smacked the bouncer. The bouncer picked him up and just dropped him on the fire hydrant, all back. Bam. He said that's when he knew he had enough. He said he never felt pain like that. This white boy is crazy. Now, this was a movie that never came out. He did some crazy, but the movie he did was called Gummo. Most people know the movie Gummo because if you watch the movie Belly, when they went to DMX's house and he was watching that movie, the white boy was going, "You fucking rabbit." Remember that shit? He was going, he said, "I'll kill that fucking rabbit." And so it's that movie, which I knew because I had it and I seen it. I said, "Oh no, that's Gummo." Then me and my boy Sean Dew used to get high with these bitches and watch for a whole summer. All we did was watch Gummo. It's so wild. What he did, he went to a hurricane-riddled poor white trash town. He put some actors with true poor white trash. Oh my God. You want to see white people be white people? You wouldn't question anything I'm saying about their genetics watching this fucking movie. Kill that fucking rabbit. Check his pockets. See if he's got any money. That's how they was talking. We was wilding off of this. But years later, after all this was over, I said, yo, I need to show somebody Gummo. He put it on. It had no fucking impact. It was actually weak. Then I said, because I've been watching a steady diet of fucking YouTube and see so much wild as shit. This movie doesn't even do nothing compared to what I'm used to now.
Yeah.
So why you think the Illuminati is them showing Beyonce's ring and pointing to it, that's to distract you. The Illuminati is YouTube, and they're controlling you through what you see. You're able to see whatever they decide to make viral. Not go viral, but they decide to make viral. Police videos, this is a delivery system. So that's how the Illuminati work. They don't work through showing you what Beyonce's doing. That's not doing it. Why would they do that? You know what I'm saying? Like, if they doing something, hatching a scheme, why would they do something so obvious? Why would they leave it in the hands of her at all?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To get it done. Her and Jay-Z doing this shit, and you like, oh, that's the Illuminati. Some shit from Zachariah Stitching with the fucking Toby. The point is, we're not questioning the whole system of how they get in our mind. We're still trying to argue with what they put in our mind. Not why they actually have a delivery system for your mind. YouTube is a delivery system for your mind. That's what we need to deal with in terms of counteracting some magic. Know that they're going to show you the bullshit. Don't fall into it. Don't go for the bullshit. Understand and observe how YouTube, you couldn't live without this shit right now. They got you. That's what got you. You can't live without Facebook right now. They got you. Snapchat, Instagram, Vine, all of those things is not what's happening on there. Or we on Facebook liberating ourselves saying hotel. It's not what's on there. The fact that it exists and you accepted this program. Because all it really is a delivery system. And while you think you're making a delivery, or you could say 1,000 hoteps and just see one police video. And you're fucked for the day. You know what I'm saying? No matter how many fucking hoteps and how many fucking words of wisdom you've heard on somebody's fucking women can live in the forest much longer than men, Ashe. On their status messages, you know what I'm saying? But oh, that's deep. Women, I gotta move my hoe to the forest so we can get milk and maple. Doesn't matter. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
One police video got you. It's the delivery system that we need to really understand is the Illuminati.
It's mind control.
Right. They got us with Rodney King, which, of course, I'm sure wasn't no setup event, it was a real event. Perhaps, because I still see the way it could be a setup fucking event. Show people the prowess of the PD beating your ass. So, but let's assume caught him on tape for the first time. Hootie hoo, we got him. We at the very least, black people said this is a tool. Catch the police, we got them. We watching what they do. Aha, now we got you. They showed you in law. Let me show you how let me show you this magic trick. So then we move past that. Now we're not really dealing with the real Illuminati scam. You see all these police videos, and because it's ingrained in you, with the Rodney King, that we caught him on tape, you look at these YouTube videos going, got another one, we got him, catching him on tape, look at this, what they doing to this little nigga in Baltimore. Ooh, shit, my balls itch. So we think that we're catching them red-handed. What we're actually doing is celebrating their prowess. Each time, share if you want somebody to see what they're doing in Washington. And meanwhile, they're opening up a nigga's head properly.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Eating fucking fish sticks. What, nigga? Poof! Somebody give me some tartar sauce for dipping. Not even a big deal. So we think we're catching them red-handed, but all we're doing is promoting their prowess. Giving you a movie. So we're not understanding we're the ones that's perpetrating the Illuminati plan via YouTube. That's what you need to be conscious. So wearing Beyonce's record backwards. I love Satan. I love Satan. She's saying I love Satan. I love Satan. stretching it. You can hear whatever you want. You know what I'm saying? I'm a fair maiden. You know what I'm saying? Okay, whatever the fuck you want to hear with that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? More Dionysian shit up there, you know. Dionysus was originally served only by women. His female devotees were known as maenads, Maenads, Greece, or bacchanals in Rome for Bacchus. Although men served him too. Women were leaders and initiators in the Dionysian rites, and certain rites were reserved just for women. So even there, they're emphasizing there were men in the game, but it's all about the bitches. And please tell me that's exactly how you felt about Prince. Like, I don't know what he does, but there's probably some guy, I don't think they fucking him, but he may be doing something to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, so when you say men serve him, it's kind of played down. You know what I'm saying? Which is seen played down with Prince, that it was all about these hoes. Like I said, that was some curious shit. You know what I'm saying? How he pulled that fucking leotard ass sexuality off. To resist him, to resist his call was to risk madness. Now that was interesting because when Apollonia in the movie said she was going to sing with Morris, he had to smack that bitch for about 180. You know what I'm saying? So anytime she fucked with Morris, this shit turned evil. That madness, that wildness came out. And they showed this, like I said, even if it was all fake and he never had this experience, the fact that he chose that for his movie is good enough. Because he's trying to speak something about him. And now that we understand what he's speaking about him is this. Everything he's speaking, whether he knows it or not, is this. Now, some of the stuff I think I've heard, or seen, I should say, in the music videos, I've seen a lot of Dionysian. Dionysus is the man with many faces masked. There's a scene in Purple Rain where he has all these masks around. And what he's doing, I almost would bet my money that he read a book about Dionysus somewhere in his life. And it inspired him for something. Because all the elements line up, even physically, where you could see he was creating that type of thing with that whole movement in the androgynous movement in Minnesota.
And also, I mean, you can't, obviously, you can't help but be who you are.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
So do you you don't need to read anything about being panicked.
Correct.
You are panicked.
Correct.
So, I mean, and that's why I was saying, I don't know if you need to read anything because it's who he is.
Oh, I got what you're saying. No. I think when he read it, it spoke to who he was. Because remember, he still needed to come up with an act. Let's not kid ourselves. He still needed to get on stage and perform. He had to create a persona for stage. To create a persona of who you are is no hard task, but it's done all the time. Michael Jackson was who he was, but he was very conscious of a stage show. You get what I'm saying? But you understood once the lights went off, he's still going, "Hi, can you have any bananas?" You get what I'm saying? So when the lights went off, he was Dionysus. I guarantee. But I get the feeling he was also conscious of it on a human level. Because Michael was Pan and St. Michael, but he never called himself St. Michael or none of these archangel type things. We seen it in his image. We didn't see the presence of it.
Right.
But maybe later on he did, because I think he took a picture kind of alluding to that. But, so, I get the vibe from the actual stage presence as well, more than the spirit, that he understood this. Because it's not hard to find. This is Greek mythology. This is not like a mythology you have to search. This is something you probably had to fucking read. And when he read it, it probably hit him where he may have felt it like, I'm that guy. And he did that on stage. Dionysus carried the staff with the pine cone. There's a name that starts with an H. That was nothing but Prince's guitar. That same staff. You know what I'm saying? It's like Tahuti staff as well. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, my nigga. Even riding the motorcycles, he's pulled by in a chariot of either griffin things, which is a mythological creatures, but some say leopards, panthers. That's not but that motorcycle. And in when doves cry in the video, he's doing the panther walk. You know what I'm saying? That's a part of his sex scene. So I've seen that because he's associated with panthers, cats, and the leopard. You know what I'm saying as well. Let's speak a little bit more about him. So to resist them is madness. Dionysus presides over Orgia, which is literally rites performed in the forest. And that's what connects him to the Pan energy as well. And Osiris, the lord of, well, he's the lord of the perfect black, but Osiris was considered green and vegetation, so that connects him to the old Pan as well. Now, or the grown-up Pan, or what Pan becomes, from which the modern word orgy. So Dionysus presides over the orgia, literally rites performed in the forest, from which the word orgy derives. So he sits over the orgy, which makes sense. Because no matter how much you looked at Prince, you thought that's what was going down every night. You didn't give a fuck. You just knew it was an orgy. But when you think about it, what we discussed already, it can't be. You just tied a pussy. And you would be tied a pussy on a regular guy level if you was just a mailman and you was getting that level of pussy. Imagine me. Who can't you fuck? Because that's the question that comes in your mind. Now I'm going to fuck the bitches I can't fuck. And then they said that's how half the niggas turn to homosexuals, because they can't find any bitches. They can't find niggas. They try to get niggas to submit.
They got to go to a pirate world where nobody knows who they are, which is difficult.
No, they got face, makeup. You seen Little Kim? She get the heavy big. You ain't gonna know that bitch no more.
Right. That's would be a solution.
No, they're using disguises. What you gotta watch, and I was gonna recommend this anyway. Threw me the fuck off. Y'all want to know what Illuminati ritual is? They got a YouTube decoding Back to the Future in 9-11. That movie came out in 1985. And they're showing throughout that movie, the entire movie's about 9/11. It's gonna fuck you up. I was watching this shit going, oh, remember the wire that Doc Brown was putting up to the thing?
Yeah.
Do you know in 2015, the same guy who directed it, John Zemeckis, did a movie called The Wire with the Twin Towers and the wire going across. The dude walking on the wire had the same outfit as Marty McFly when he came back from 215. He kept going, I gotta tell you about the future. Remember when the car streaks out and the two lines are there? There's a sign that has a 9 right there. 9/11. He goes to Twin Pine Malls. It's 116. You turn it upside down, 9/11. Doc said, we're going to go to the future. You're going to enter at this time. Both of this shit said 9/11. Son, and I'm only scratching the surface. All this 9/11 shit is in there. They show the Twin Towers fall. And number two, she's going, this TV's messed up. Remember? And the father was upside down. She said, you got to watch it from the father's upside down perspective. You turn it up and the TV's bouncing, you can see the towers falling. And right next to it is the Statue of Liberty. She's going, this thing is broke. And Marty keeps going, Doc, I got to tell you about the future. I got to tell you what's going. The terrorists are coming. It's going to happen in the future. When I watch this shit, I shit my liver. I'm going, in 85. Now, I knew, because after David Rockefeller, who was instrumental in getting the towers up, in 1967 on Newsweek magazine, he's sitting there with his watch that says 9/11. So they always knew it was coming down 9/11. See, they do things, they don't know what 9/11, but they said Stanley Kubrick was involved in this shit. They showed, y'all niggas ain't hearing me, they showed the building that was still standing as this black thing called, what they call a monolith. The monolith, we heard about it in the movie called 2001: A Space Odyssey. What year was September 11? 2001. And they got this twin tower shit that the monkeys was touching. They just kept touching this monolith. They showed the monolith up in the same little devastation in the movie 2001 with Stanley Kubrick, who was in on them with all of that secret code movie shit. He did it all in The Shining.
Crazy.
Like, so y'all talking Illuminati? Y'all, them niggas is 30 years advanced. Talking Beyonce, all the pretty ladies, that's the Illuminati. All love Satan, all love Satan. All love Satan, all love Satan. That ain't nothing. Them niggas, you go watch it yourself. In motherfucking Back to the Future, they're showing you not just, oh, they did it right there. Massive amounts. 2015. Remember when they went in number 2 back to the hotel and Biff was running shit? They put a picture of him and Trump. It said Biff was based upon Trump 2015. Trump starts running in 2015. Y'all niggas ain't doing nothing with that frankincense and myrrh and decoding no Illuminati with no Alex Jones. Y'all ain't doing that shit. Because these white boys caught shit I didn't see ever. I'm sitting there going, what the fuck? How the fuck did you miss it? Then connect in 2000. I got to watch The Wire again. They showed Doc Brown fucking with The Wire, the clock. Then they showed the clock tower and the Kennedy assassination. They said, Marty goes, he lives on Kennedy Boulevard. Do you know a guy named Doc Brown? He lives on Kennedy Boulevard. No, he said Kennedy Drive. Talking about Kennedy's Drive. While he's saying it, he's pointing his finger like a gun. He said that when he gets to Doc's house, Doc had the Band-Aid on his head where Kennedy got shot. I'm like, they went through a whole Kennedy. They wasn't predicting, they was talking about the Kennedy assassination. And then they connected this shit to 9/11 in 1985.
Crazy.
This is mind fucking blowing. Go look for it. They got, because this is a big revelation. So there's about 35 of these copies of this Back to the Future 9/11. Do that search. It's going to literally fuck you up. Some of them are short. Try to find the longest one so you can find the one with Kennedy. And they doing both. Because I seen them, you know. Wow. Oochie wally wally. Shibang bang kind of level. So while y'all think y'all decoding Beyonce and her Baphomet ring, y'all niggas are so left behind in what it is. You're not going to figure out something that they figure they got a lifetime to try to perfect. Or lifetimes to try to perfect. They're not trying to throw you in no fucking camps.
Right.
They don't give a fuck about that. That's a threat.
Continuing playing.
Yeah, they have nothing else. It's all about trying to capture and really understand melanin. Because that's going to be the catalyst that connects them to all energies. So they need you to not claim the energy. Too many people eating a steak makes it weak. And once you're claiming and using your energy, it's none for them to use. If we don't use Prince energy, if we just end them as a dead person that went on to Jesus, then the energy is out there for them to use. If we start using it, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, that's what you and I are doing. See what I'm saying? I'm getting my piece of the pie. You getting your piece of the pie. That's what we're doing now.
Yeah.
So we're going to eat off of that. We're supposed to eat off of that. It's ours. It's our birthright. See, but most of that is not going to be tapped into by black folks. Just on the Purple Rain level. And they're giving you that image. They're giving you his humanity. Purple Rain, show Purple Rain in movies, make all the CDs cheaper. Today is natural pit. They threw that blue purple in the sky. They threw his symbol in the sky. It's, you know, you dress up like Prince, whatever the fuck. They're going to give you all that because all that's building his energy to get his humanity, you know what I'm saying, actually out the way, satisfied, fed, so they could tap into that archetype that he just brung down here. Now it's a gateway. Now it's a way for them to tap into an archetype. That's like the God showing up on earth. And everything they touch is now gold. Now on your altar. Now a magical item. Pan blues, pan pipes, those are magical. Now. So now we have that. We have all these testimonials. You know what I'm saying? You got white people on Saturday Night Live in tears Said, yo, Prince owned a color. These white boys saying heartfelt testimonies, not because it's fake, because they grew up with that shit and it's changed their lives as well. Remember, that shit was rock and roll too. So, once we access this energy, you'll notice your whole stock goes up in the whole area. Because this sexual power, we don't need that. That's what we all trying to walk around. That's why you got on the clothes you got on and I got on what I got on. You know what I'm saying? That's why I wear the cologne out there. That feeling that Prince was able to show you with this ultimate love affair with himself is what androgyny is really the first step in what I teach in class to a lot of your breakthroughs. To first love yourself, then be able to love others like yourself. At least understand that love. You know what I'm saying? See, I understand the love of my brother, the love of my sister, to the point where I'll do this. I understand not loving you is raising your brother, you a king, your sister, hotep, you a queen. And it's nice to say, you know what I mean? It's very nice. But at the same time, that's not what's raising you up. Raising you up is being able to shed light and inspire you to find that light within you, to make that frequency connection, the hope to help to turn on, because you're the only one that can turn on your lights. You have to accept whatever I say is a ha-ha moment if your spirit tells you to. So, this idea is where we stay in lack. This is what is actually killing us. We're trying to figure out something that is so diabolical in its making. If for no other reason, not because of genius, because of desperation. They're on a desperate level, which we theorize with. They ain't got no melanin, they came from the caves, but somehow they're in this heavyweight fight with us. But the reality is they're not even in contention with us. The problem is we don't understand that anymore. And we keep trying to contend with them on their level. We're trying to fight their fight. Once you fight your own fight, which is spiritual warfare, and you first begin by developing an understanding with these entities for the sake of empowerment, for the sake of ancient prowess, for the sake of ancient control of your reality, to see the reality of your opponent, and that emperor has no clothes. You need to see the aspect of your ego that's made manifest, that you can't let go of. And really, that's their lesson, to be able to let go of them. They are that thorn in your ass that you refuse to pull out. You need it in your ass because it's now starting to define you as a human. What you need to do, and I need a revolution and an economic plan and a goddamn way to. Without them, what the fuck would you do? You know what I'm saying? Well, now you own economics. You own there's nothing to revolutionize from. Then there's not a face around. Now what? We just live in bliss. We did that before when they showed up. You know what I'm saying? You know, one person, yeah, we need to do this and do that. And I said, why? Well, we need to do this and we need to do that. Why? Well, because, kill a white man. Yeah, then what? You know what I'm saying? Well, then he'd be dead. Then what? Then we'll be free and happy. Then what? Then we'll just be free and happy. Oh, so even what you're talking about in this best case scenario, which you ain't figured out how to do none of it yet anyway, still has this limitation that doesn't satisfy me now. Because I could just go in my room and be happy. Deepak Chopra told you how to have peace in your mind in this chaotic world. And that definitely could be accomplished. See motherfuckers sitting ain't they in the same world as you? Motherfuckers live in the mountain, you know what I'm saying? So what are they doing? How are they doing it? What's happening with them? They have that perspective of the world, but they chose that perspective of the world. So we choose the perspective to keep saying, that white man, that white man, that white man. And granted, I think we're supposed to. That's why we're here with them. But at the end, I think it's here to find some solutions.
Right, I was going to say, right. That and the fact that, obviously, I mean, it's like, you pointed out before, we set ourselves up to be here.
Right.
So obviously the whole dynamics of America, the whole dynamics of, the whole system we're living in is something that we're supposed to be able to overcome.
Well, that's true from the metaphysical standpoint, but I'm speaking towards those who ain't that far on their thinking level. And really that thinking becomes obvious. It becomes obvious based upon what people say. I'm God and I'm the first, I'm the be all the end all. We've been here for so long. So we've been here for so long, you don't think we figured some shit out about life, death, birth, death? Or if you're the God of everything, you don't think there's a certain intelligence that we're working with? If you're the God of everything, how could you just, or if somebody's lord over you, Oshun, and then why would they put you in this situation? If Ogun is your boss, why has he got you down here with this shit? Why he ain't down here handling it? If you're down here serving him, why isn't he making this easy in the paradise for you to serve? So what lesson are they teaching us? And are you comfortable with anything teaching you a lesson that you have no fucking idea of what you're supposed to be learning? You got your theories, but we're pretending we're going along with how niggas actually think about this. So with this particular line of thinking, with this particular mentality, is if you follow it to its end, to the course, it always runs into a dead end. Like, this is what I want, because people are so much saying what they're fighting for. I'm fighting for this is the way to think, this is how you do it. No, you're not a this, you're a that, you're really a this, you should do it that way. If you follow your victories, all the way to their end, to their logical end, in the best case scenario, you win every time. Starting from whatever system you're in. Ask yourself, are you satisfied with that outcome? So you pretty much join the system and then you join in the struggle. So you join in that system and say, well, we understand that this is how you do this is how you get out of court cases, this is how you do that. So you're so busy fighting to prove that point, you rarely feel like, what if you get out of every court case? What if, let's even go crazy, there's no more white man and none of this exists. How do you, as niggas, and I'm sure we always will find a way, but immediately carry on? So you say, well, we've been paying all this rent to white people, there's no more, so we should stop. Well, Shalanda goes, but I own my buildings and I'm black, so they're going to stop paying me too? The trains, do we still keep running the trains? Like, what do we, you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm sure we'll figure it out. This is our world, you know what I'm saying? But we're a little bit more attached to that shit than we give them credit for. And that attachment, I hate to say it, I don't think it's going to be broken by a revolutionary act. Things can change over a revolutionary act. It's going to have to be an evolutionary act. That's why this name of the tape is Prince in the Evolution, not Prince in the Revolution. Prince in the Evolution, and he told me to name it that. Nice. Because now on Earth it's a revolution, let's just say, and your cosmic is evolution, and that's what's real. Sorry, that's who you are. Dig it, because people have this idea, I want to deal with what's happening on Earth. Their head should be in the cosmos. No, my head should be exactly in the cosmos. If you should be on Earth, by all means, go get your machete. I'm not here to stop you and tell you, no, leave it down, be spiritual. If you feel that you have a physical responsibility to deal with this, that's what it sounds like when doves cry. I can deal with it. None of this hurts my feelings. In fact, I fancy the person who wants to do it with a fucking switchblade. You know what I'm saying? I fancy yourself a switchblade. I care less. So it's not a recruitment thing. This is a calling. This is something you have to be able to see through the mascara of humanity. So y'all know me, and you definitely know me. We once had a card game, and I talked about Prince so fucking bad.
The whole time.
The whole time. And when I'm talking about his stage performance, that I'm like, I'm not buying it. Of course, I'm not buying it. I'm the same energy. And I know I ain't got to lick myself to get my point across. But sometimes you never know. You might just be in the forest at an orgia. You know what I'm saying? You got to do your thing. But the point is that I know how to separate spirituality and that reality from how I personally feel like human. I just buy not even Purple Rain. I like the movie, you know what I'm saying, because I guess Apollonia, like everybody else, appreciated it more because the album now is iconic. And even if you didn't like it then, you heard it so much. Oh no, let's go. You know what I'm saying? And so you appreciate it more now. But personally, and you know, as soon as you bring up Prince, we was arguing basically. You know what I'm saying? But motherfucker, who the fuck and who the fuck and who the fuck? Mm-hmm. And of course, Kamani's not going to give him up because he paid personally for Kamani's little scholarship man.
Yeah,
you know that's shit. That's hood. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's hood to hood. That's love.
Not only that, but you know,
he's Prince.
Prince, right. You know, and I just knew too many stories. You know, like my dad would be like, "Yeah, I met Prince." Like, okay,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He'd be like, "Hey, he's a cool dude."
Yeah, that's your hood, dog. Right. That's like me hating on Nas. Right. Prince is Nas. Like Mars Day is Cormega. You know what I'm saying? AZ. Mm-hmm. And Jerome is just Jerome. Yeah. But point is, you know, my understanding for my spirituality, my humanity, we have to really understand the two different energies. That's a big thing too. Humanity, you know, I might buy a Prince album now, but spiritually, it's a must that I have all this work on my iPod. Definitely, I had all this work on my iPod before all the weird shit too. A Freaky Sneaky Sister, Tangerine number 13, you know, songs like that. And what the fuck is he talking about? Tangerine 13. Tangerine 13. Nigga, stop singing that. Don't do that no more. Nigga, stop. Sing Purple Rage. Tangerine. Da-doom-doom. 13. Like, the fuck is, like, I couldn't understand a lot of that creepy shit. But apparently, somebody did, because when they went through all them songs, they was going through all the Tangerines. And what you could see was, he was disconnected from the hit machine, too. Which says a lot. He did what he wanted to do, and he said, I have too many songs for this lifetime to come out. Songs he wrote, I didn't even know. Remember the White Girls, the Bengals? Just another manic Monday. He wrote that shit. Right. This my fun day. And the chick was talking about it. She said, the nigga said, came in the studio, said, I had a dream about this. You talking about channelers. You talking about real artists here. You know, Mike said the same shit. I hug this tree and I may feed the world. I made that sitting in this tree. So you talking about these niggas who are pulling clearly from spirituality. And how could you do anything less when you're dealing with them? But deal with them in a spiritual way. I've been grew up out of cut myself off from true energy. I don't turn down shit but my collar. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get that energy. I don't care. I'm gonna get that purple, nigga. On that purple haze, nigga. I'm gonna get that purple. Y'all better know how to do it. His devotees danced themselves into trances. They danced until they tranced. Dionysus was twice born, first as a child, Zeus and his daughter Persephone. So they give you other mythologies on, because like none of these people are real. So some of their mothers be this one, that one, and all sorts of different stories. The mythology changes, and some of it sticks more than others. Zeus named him Zagreus and designated him his heir to all other children. Jealous Titan kidnapped Zagreus, ripped him into pieces, and ate him. So that ripped him into pieces comes into the Osirian story. So that's another name for the energy. How we can call on it. You gotta understand, they're giving you ways and expanding on ways to deal with the energy. We may call the refrigerator, the fridge, ice box, the thing in there, you know what I'm saying? More than one way to refer to it, and sometimes I refer to it, it puts it in the thing. You know what I'm saying? If I said put that little money thing in, put it in a little money box, you'd be like, damn, that shit must be charging a lot on electricity. Put that in that fucking broke box. The way you describe it actually add more, even though it's the same thing, adds more elements to it, right? So when they ate him into pieces, except his heart, which Athena rescued, livid Zeus reduced the Titans to ashes and formed humans of these ashes. All of these share in the Dionysian Zagreus essence. All right, so of course the Titans are us in these ashes. They're talking about the gods separated the water from the melanin. The melanin went into the human as ashes, and the water went around the earth. Mm-hmm. So all that water, that's why water is the key to activating the melanin. He said, but these motherfuckers was so fucking bitter, these gods. Mm-hmm. When they caught the Titans, they salted the water, them fucking bastards. So half the water is salted, so you can't even drink this shit. Now, so interestingly, doing this over Dionysus, which is pretty much an Osiris piece. You get what I'm saying? Osirian thing. So this instead of remember, what did Set do with Osiris pieces? Sprinkle them all over the world, earth. So sprinkle the ashes all over the earth. Now you're hearing just another understanding what Osiris' body is: the people, the souls. Mm-hmm. Osiris is the soul. So the people with the souls are the same ashes in another story that sprinkle all around the world. Mm. So Isis told you the magical number for coming back together.
14.
13. She found 13.
Oh, she found 13.
14 is the way out. That's why the penis is, listen closely, in the gateway, which is a fish. Mm. So the penis becomes the tool to the gateway. The 13 pieces found that you must collect on earth is the Christ energy. Mm. You must be conscious. That's you putting all the pieces together. What are all the pieces? The fragmented 12 zodiac. Fragmented 12 zodiac. You put them all together to become the one. You're Christ, the discipliner of the disciple. Who are the disciples? None but the zodiac. Mm-hmm. So this 13 is the key. That's what Isis is telling you. Christ's energy coming back together, which are the people represented as the ashes spread around the earth in the Titan story. What does a phoenix rise from?
The ashes.
This shit is coming together.
Yeah.
It's all one concept trying to explain to you your rise here. Your rise is not going to happen in guns. It's not going to happen in fucking over conversations of intelligence. It's going to happen from your internal realization, your aha moment. The shit that you created, all the greatest shit you ever created was when you said aha. Plug that in. Aha. Plasma, Louis Latimer, and Charles Drew, and all them niggas had aha moments. They were able to explain it to you intellectually after the fact. But something internal made them say, I got it. So we're trying to hustle this shit intellectually, but no aha moments. just shut down moments. Total backwards hustle. So the aha moments is the key. You got to put this all together. You got to see this. You got to see it and understand it in you. You have to release yourself to understand it. You have to stop trying to understand it and see yourself as it. You have to see it as yourself, and then you'll truly understand it when you become it. If I keep seeing myself as fucking Minute Mouse, after a while, I got this. If I keep seeing myself as Batman, I'm sure I'll be the one to be able to tell you every fucking detail about Batman. No, he doesn't eat that. He's allergic to mayonnaise. Like, how the fuck you know that? Because I keep seeing myself as Batman. I always wanted to be him. So you see yourself as these great deities, which are being described to you as actually a description of your great self, your true self. You start to become those fucking things again. Time. Alright, let's see. Let me just pick up. Zeus brewed a love potion from Zagreus' heart and fed it to Princess Semele. In other mythologies, Semele is the mortal woman. She conceived Dionysus but died before giving birth. Zeus rescued his unborn child, removing him from his mother's body, sewing him up in his own thigh to incubate him until ripe and ready to be born. And in his thigh, this funny because the Big Dipper, they used to call it the thigh of Osiris. No, I'm sorry, the thigh of Set. Then it became the chest of Osiris in the Osiris, but in pre-dynastic it was the thigh of Set. So there's something they're saying with that thigh and him being born in the thigh of Zeus. I bet you it could be either Big Dipper related, but I guarantee there's something related to that. Or you could say from the thigh, like they say from the hip, is a virgin birth, but that's your twin or something coming out of you in the same thing. This is it's God force, whatever you want to call it. I guess you can pick on the symbol, and there's somebody who can always tell you something smarter than I can. Zeus will sew him up in his own leg, incubate to ripe to his born. Dionysus was hidden away for his own safety. He grew up in the wilderness of Thrace, nursed by goats. So now they got you connected to the goat, which is Baphomet or Pan, even better by Pan, nursed by goats. So they're showing you that it is the Pan energy. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to call it Pan, but they're trying to show you, because once you get past these characters as only characters, you understand they're just different versions of energies that's inside of you. You get it. You get it more. So Dionysus was persecuted. Various spirits attempted to prevent him from achieving his full power. Most notably Hera, who struck him mad. Cable or Sybil, I think Kybele. So Kybele healed and then initiated him. Reaching maturity, Dionysus led a caravan through Egypt, through the Levantine coast of Asia and India, accompanied with a parade of maenads. So now the maenads are his hoes. So his hoes, Sheila E., Apollonia, Carmen Electra, Vanity, and Vanity was a soulmate. And spiritually, I think she had to make the transition just to make preparations, because they're one. Because that's what I was getting at with her Christianity, and I might have forgot. They raised up Aaliyah, as I was talking about, as Akasha, and then they killed her, so they have to raise them up. They also did that with Sana Lathan. Sana Lathan was in all of these black movies. She was kind of raising up black men. And she even got with Omar Epps in real life. They were together after Loving Basketball. But at the same time, they used to put her in movies where she was shitting on black men. Blade, shit on Western. That other movie that was, what's her name's movie? The girl who wrote How Stella Got Her Groove Back. She did an HBO movie. Wesley and her was on it. Wesley was kicking her ass and all sorts of shit in the movie. She flipped on Denzel in that movie Out of Time. She flipped on Martin in Life. Got with his cousin, remember? She was with him, got with his cousin. There's one more I'm missing. So she was doing hood movies, and then I noticed they deified in the movie Alien. I did a whole breakdown of Alien, yin yang, androgyny, force, and basically turned it into a goddess. So I said they're going to get her. Sure enough, something new. Got it. So they turned it into a goddess, put her energy with the white boy, and spent it out. The next, after something new, she did a TV show called Nip and Tuck, which she was Larry Hagman. He was dying, which died later in real life. He was getting a balls transplant. And she was in there, she was this girl. And I can't remember the whole exploitation, but she was just used. And it was just...
Her role sucked. I remember something about that.
It really sucked.
I saw some of it, and I was like, this is garbage. You know, those five.
Absolutely garbage.
Yeah, it was terrible.
Absolutely garbage, kid. But it was all in ritualistic form. It took a while to come back out of that. Because she didn't get work for a while. Yeah, because she's been doing the voice on the Cleveland show. She was the girl, the white on the Cleveland show. The black dude came.
That's a comeback.
It was a spin-off. No, that's some money. And she's never really had a movie comeback that's been significant. But she's actually had a lot of voiceover. Has a lot of good money, actually. For them, all they have to do is sit there and talk. That's actually better money, I consider. She was also doing plays. And there was a couple of movies she was in that, became significant again. But never really a comeback. So what they do is deify you, eat the energy. Vanity was already deified as a sex goddess. In the movies I just watched, I forgot she passed, and this was before Prince passed. Something made me buy and watch the movie 52 Pickup.
Okay.
Terrible movie now. It was excellent back in the 80s. But Vanity's in it, she's naked a lot. Along with Action Jackson is another one. So she was an 80s sex Ayatollah rock and roller.
Yeah. Without question.
But then she turned into a Christian retard. You know what I'm saying? She said she was getting so high. But let me tell you how ill she was. Timark from The Last Dragon. He lived in New York. Probably still does. I used to see him in his old age. But when the movie came out, there was a kung fu nigga in our neighborhood named Moose. A Moose trainer. So when the movie's out, in the height of this shit, he came to Queensbridge in the hood. We had a jam in the center. So he got on, he said, time off from the movie Last Dragon. So he got up, said some corny shit. I remember the nigga ran and jumped and did a kick off the stage. He said, was the kick too much? And, we laughed. It was me and my nigga Hot Day Moose. We in the back, time off, we just asked him, how was Vanity? He said, I was in my trailer. He said, I heard a knock at the door. She came in, walked in, didn't say a word. Took off her shit and fucked the shit out of me. And put on that shit and left. So I always remember that story, and the way he was saying it was like, this bitch wasn't playing. You know what I'm saying? This bitch was a fucking, get that name right. I don't want to say a Maynard. Yeah, she was a fucking Maynad. You know what I'm saying? You should look up the fucking Maenads. What is it? M-A-E. You see if they're in here. See if they're in here. Give a quick idea who these hoes really is. M-A-E. Okay, we almost there. Maynad. I think we here. Or Maenads. Lama Dama. Oh, they may not have it. No Maenads. Remind me to look.
How's it spelled?
M-A-E-N-A-D-S. Let me see if the Maynad. No. But it may be in this book too, which I'm not going to read. I think it's Dionysius, page 153. Yeah, but I'm not going to read. It may be in this book. This is Dictionary of Ancient Deities, Patricia Turner, Russell A. Cordier.
Like M-A-E-N-A-D-S.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I've heard of them. They're like hoes, but I just wanted to see if they had a textbook understanding. They're like little bitches, your little hoe crew. the maenads. Bobby talked about the maenads too. But I'm sure there's a deal. I just want to see if there's a little textbook on them so we can get that out the way. MAE, right?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, M8. Shit. M8. Well, they start hard. Okay.
I got something here.
Alright, let's see what you got.
Female follower of the Greek god of wine, Dionysus. The word maenad comes from the Greek maenads, or maenads, meaning mad or demented. During the orgiastic rites of Dionysus, maenads roamed the mountains and forests, performing frenzied, ecstatic dances, and were believed to be possessed by the god.
Right.
While under his influence, they were supposed to have unusual strength, including the ability to tear animals or people to pieces, the fate met by the mythical hero and poet Orpheus. In Roman religion, Dionysus' counterpart was Bacchus, and his female followers were the Bacchantes.
Right, Bacchantes. Now, in the Dictionary of Deities, pretty much the same thing, also known as Bacchantes, Bassarides. So it says the maenads, possibly storm spirits, female followers of Dionysus. He inspired them into a ecstatic frenzy, and they carried out his Orgadius rites, which is the orgy. The first maenads were nymphs, right? The maenads are depicted naked and wearing thin veils. Wreaths of ivory crown their heads. They carry a two-handled urn. Sometimes they are playing a flute or a tambourine as they frenetically dance. In some versions, they are attendants of Bacchus. Also see Dionysus. So they his hoes. We clear on that. You know what I'm saying? They his bitches. So we clear on that. So one of his maenads, of course, was Vanity. So in her later days, she was so Christian out that she shut down her own energy, which is sexual. She said she was so high that Jesus came to her.
That's exactly what she said.
And said, I will give you your life. That was that cancer, some shit. Or liver, some shit. Kidney damage, actually. She said, I will give you your life if you turn to Jesus. So we know it ain't no Jesus. We know her consciousness actually saved her with the only entity that she knew. Showing that you can save your life with these entities. That's what they are. These energies are formulas. But the only formula she knew was Jesus Christ. Did it work? Yes, because it will work. It's also a blood-sucking energy. So it told her everything about herself must stop. Not Christ or Christios energy, that Jesus Christ shit.
Yeah.
So it said no more whoring around. She wrote a whole book. It was the Vanity that did it or whatever it was. Denouncing all the dick sucking she done did. Which is a whole bountiful work.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Bountiful work.
Denouncing who she was.
Right, denouncing who she was as this divine whore. As Princess Maenad. You know that was Princess, bitch. Like, I think it was you. Was it you? Or somebody. I didn't even know Apollonia was different from Vanity.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, somebody. Then it wasn't you. Somebody just told me. Oh, it was two different. Yeah, motherfucker, they was two different people. But I remember at the time, I didn't know they were different. I thought Vanity and Vanity 6, which was a group, was the same one as Apollonia. They had to keep saying, no, that's Apollonia. So he tried to get somebody that looked like his soulmate. Then they got that picture with Blue and with Vanity and him. And it's all in the blue hue. The Blue Katrina. Where he really meets with his soulmate.
Now, the soulmate piece, did he say that was a soulmate?
You could tell. Well, he told me spiritually.
Okay.
But you could see from his actions that, or if we don't want to do that, you don't want to take my word for it, you can see with your own eyes their union was a little bit different. And that's what I was getting into. Even when he chose Apollonia, which everyone knows that was supposed to be Vanity 6 instead of Apollonia 6. And it was supposed to be Vanity. She, for whatever reason, didn't take the role. I think they was having to fall it out. And he got Apollonia to sit right in with that same look. That's saying something. Shit, they look fucking alike. So a lot of signs that point to what we would call soulmates obvious. But let's even say they was, because he told me they was. I got that spiritual. But let's say you don't believe, because I don't want you just to take what I say. When he's saying he's opening up that purple gateway, and that blue Katina, what is it? It's not Katrina, Katina is coming through, of the Hopi prophecy, which he made a clear connection to in the song 1999. Is actually, because the Hopi prophecy was supposed to be 2016. But I ain't falling into no dates no more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we coming, nigga. 2012, nigga. We gonna be sitting around going, what you want to do? Wonder Bread? You want to go get a burger? Nothing happened. Like, when we, what was I talking about?
Apollonia, soulmate.
Yeah, so if you could look at that blue Katrina, he said that union, that's why she had to go. He had to unite with her, same age. And he was showing you when they're the same age. See, we're going to say it's the Illuminati ritual, but they're showing the same age, that they're the same. They're the same. He's showing you that. Or that's an indication when he's telling you. You get what I'm saying? When he's telling you. Or what I'm picking up on. Let's just say that. Or you could take that for what it's worth. But this person, you definitely know, held something from the first motherfucker you heard about was her. You know what I'm saying? And all them other bitches became, tartar sauce on the shit. Sheila E. and all them. Sheila E. and all them had the same look as Apollonia. As Vanity. So you kind of knew something was there. But she shut her own energy down with that Christianity. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So they can't use it. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't know how, they can't access it through her now. The energy exists. See, we can, because that energy that she was representing, we know the real Vanity. Because see, when we look at Christianity, we say, she's a Christian now, but we know that she's under mind control. So we know that's not real. We know it's not real. White people say they have to go with it, even though they know it's not real because they invented it. They know because that person thought it was real, they don't have a way to access the real Vanity no more. But we, because we are that energy and we know niggas and we know ourselves and we know when a nigga's front, we still can get it. But what they can't understand, because they don't understand love, is when the union comes together as more powerful. So Prince was a display of androgyny on Earth, but he still must get with that. He still had a penis, so he's got to get with that woman. All bets are on Vanity, who just died at the same age. Spiritually, I know that's a soulmate. But see, niggas want you to put it up on a goddamn chalkboard to make it real. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm not going to ask people to say what I say. See it for yourself. If that makes sense to me spiritually, she makes the transition early this year, same age. He makes the transition. Oh no, they definitely together. At the very, even if they friends, they definitely together. And then I keep seeing this picture come up of them covered in that blue hue together. And that union, and they're probably still uniting Blue Katrina, or I think connected to the Blue Katrina, because you see this blue hue of them. Just look for a picture of Prince and Vanity together. So when they say he led a caravan through Egypt and the Leviathan coast of Asia, India, accompanied by a parade of maenads, they're not sayers and panthers. I'll tell you, he's connected to the panthers. It's a myth. It didn't happen. They're telling you that information or the cult or the idea of that energy was in all these places as well. And we know we got orgies on the wall in India. And there's orgies on the wall in Canada. If you go to the Brooklyn Museum, they got some of the pictures of motherfuckers in doggy style, Egyptian, your beloved African, fucking and sucking. And they make the point of there's a lot of this. We just don't show, we're trying to keep it a. There's a lot of fucking and sucking on the walls. And why wouldn't it be? There's niggas. And boy, oh boy, do we love a chocolate ass. I don't care if you gotta draw it.
I'll be right back.
Alright. So Dionysus is not a fighter and does not usually harm anyone directly. Instead, he strikes them temporarily insane so that they harm themselves, sometimes fatally. Dionysus also liberates from madness and heals mental illness among the punishment. So that tells you can listen to Prince's music and heal yourself. There's a lot of motherfuckers that ask me to the herb pack solve mental illness. That's a lot of pressure. I'm saying on the herb pack. So, you may want to get into some Purple Rain and get into that Dionysian energy because he heals madness. What else? And liberates from mental illness. Among the punishments he inflicts may be alcoholism. That's interesting because they show Prince's father as an alcoholic. Mm-hmm. And Vanity took a sip of the liquor in the movie. What do you need that for? And I think he might have smacked it out of her hand. If he didn't get that violent, he was about to smack it out of her hand. She said, "Go ahead, hit me." And then he turned around and said, "No, bitch, from Dionysus, bitch." So this possession, he may be understood as armies of spirits, animals, musicians, a woman exuding in her sexuality, which he was. He would show you himself exuding in his own sexuality. That's Dionysus. Dionysus has dominion of all theatrical and dance performances. I say it one more time. Dionysus has dominion over all theatrical and dance performances. Nothing is going to let the elevator break us down. Oh no, let's go. That nigga licked himself for an hour in the movie and dance. We already know he's the dancer. The theatrical performance. That was the story of Purple Rain. A theatrical performance surrounded about song and dance, music and dance was there. Dionysus, but you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Come on, feeding time, nigga. Let the elevator take us down. Oh no. He's the patron of actors. He was invoked before all performances to preside over all drama competition. I say he was in his greatest Dionysian mood in Purple Rain. He invoked it. That's why I said he was aware of it, because he was able to invoke that shit. He said Dionysus is invoked before all performances. He was doing that shit, man. Alright. Manifestation. Dionysus typically manifests in the form of man, lion, bull, or goat. So we know with bull and goat, we have Pan, which he's connected to. We have the bull, which is connected to Osiris. And the lion, which is connected to Horus as well, as the Jesus figure, or a man, as connected to fucking Prince. He is the horned green man, crowned with snakes. He is sometimes described as androgynous, or effeminate, with long, beautiful, dark, wavy, curly hair.
That's him.
Let me go back and describe Prince one more time for you. He's sometimes described as androgynous or effeminate with long, beautiful, dark, wavy, or curly hair. Dionysus is wine. That means he is the unification or the fermentation. He is sexual alchemy. Oh, we're going to hear this today, God damn it. By drinking wine, one shares in the sacrament of Dionysus' body. I told you, that's the Jesus sacrament. I'm going to read that shit again. Because manifestations, that means how he shows up. Dionysus typically manifests in the form of a man, lion, bull, or goat. He is the horned green man. That's Pan. With snakes. That's sexual. Kundalini. He is sometimes described as androgynous or effeminate with long, beautiful, dark, wavy, or curly hair. We are not going to let the elevator break us. Oh, no, let's go. Dionysus is wine. By drinking wine, one shares the sacrament of Dionysus' body. Iconography. He is sometimes venerated in the form of a huge phallus, sexual energy. And a huge phallus can be also looked at as the guitar as well. Iconography. Huge phallus attributes. His primary attribute was the thyrus, a wand, originally a fennel stalk, topped with a pine cone. Also symbols, frame drums, and other percussion instruments. That thyrus, that wand is the guitar. That's a magic wand or a huge phallus. Sacred animals, leopards, panthers, snakes, mules, donkeys, goats, lions. Mount Dionysus rides a chariot drawn by griffins. Plants, grapevine, ivy, walnut tree, fig trees. Color, purple. Wine. Colors, purple. Wine. I'm telling you, I think Prince knew enough to pattern. He knew who he was, and he knew enough to pattern his energy around this as something. I think this inspired him. Because you can read this Greek mythology. So if he was just into mythology, I think this inspired him. Dionysus only wants to be alone when he's hungover. He is generous, friendly. A generous, friendly spirit, usually surrounded by a retune, including devotees, sacred animals, and other deities. His allies, Apollo, Demeter, Persephone, Hecate, Kybele, what's it? Kybele, I guess. Kybele, yeah. Pan, the satyrs, Semele, Selenius. Sacred site, Dionysus eventually became Apollo's alter ego at Delphi, taking him over and he's just basically a horus figure, Apollo. Taking over the shrine at winter, he is considered Apollo's opposite. Right, because Apollo is considered the Herculean type figure, and Dionysus in his more feminine aspect, I'm assuming. He's considered Apollo, blah, 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 representing hot, ecstatic energy rather than Apollo's cold rationalism. So Apollo represents the masculine brain, cold and rational. And he's considered Apollo's opposite, representing hot, ecstatic energy, the feminine, the chaos mind, express. Perfect shit, you know what I'm saying? And every once in a while, you've seen it in Under the Cherry Moon. Prince would put on a regular man suit. He did it under the Cherry Moon. Shit, on the cover, I think he's in his regular suit. To show you that he still got this shit. So the coast of Italy are allegedly among the Dionysus' favorite places. Sacred days, devotion to Dionysus once dominated Greek winters. Remember I told you his day was the 25th. In Athens, he was honored with 4 festivals. Dionysia, end of November, beginning of December. Lena, approximately 1 month later, and Thesyteria, end of January, Great Dionysia, end of February, January 6th, now celebrated as the Feast of Epiphany, is the day celebrated by Eastern Christians and the anniversary of Jesus' baptism in the Jordan River, but was once known as the Theodicea, the gift of God, the day the water in the sacred spring of Dionysus' temple in Andros. Greeks tasted it like wine. Clement of Alexandria, 140 to 215 CE. Early church father wrote that January was Dionysus' birthday. Also see Apollo, Adrian, Bendis, Demeter, Green Man, Hera, Kybele, Leto, Olympian spirits, Persephone, Semele, Shiva, Selenius, Titan, Zemli, Zeus. So Shiva, and they don't put Osiris in this other book. They do put Osiris as a C also, because they're telling you and the Green Man, which is another Pan, the grown-up Pan as well, the bearded Green Man. So they tell you, you can look up those to find out, because they really trying to show you these connections. And what time are we at? We almost at that time, baby Paul. So we there. We 4:50. We went through this quick. So to access this energy, we're going to have to really understand, as I just shared a particular understanding with how we need to think of this thing. So the sky is the limit to what your imagination can bring. All you need to know is the elements. And while I asked for a pen to write some of this stuff down while the spirit was talking to me, this is the pen they gave me. Pulled it right out their pocket, this purple shit. So I knew this shit was Prince. Also wore my amethyst here, you know what I'm saying? We keeping this shit purple right now. And, it's big because we understand that's a big deal energy. Same way Michael Jackson is a big deal energy. Even if you're not on it, motherfuckers like, he came and I see this and I'm getting that and this changed. But see, we can access and turn that up. Now you have them both over there. See, you have Pan, which was Michael Jackson, and Dionysus. That energy is there. That is some of the most powerful energy based upon the sexual creativity. Sexual creation is the greatest creation. It is the mimicking of androgyny. It's the mimicking of completeness. It's the mimicking of non-lack. It's the mimicking of a balance, all that Maya shit. No, it's the mimicking of an inner balance in a completeness in your thinking, if you could tap into it. So now you got a gateway that can help you, a way because we can't tap into it. As soon as you start thinking, how do I love myself? That's homosexuality. You shut it down. You don't think about rubbing your own nipples when you fucking. You know what I'm saying? Making love because really he's making love to himself.
Mm-hmm.
While he's making love with somebody else.
Yeah, the Dionysus, that was amazing, seeing how much he was a man.
And I'm not even going hard. If I went in this book, and I didn't read from these books, these two that I held up earlier, and that was the Gods of Love and Ecstasy Traditions of Shiva and Dionysus by Alan Dandalou, Alain, last name Danielou, or Dionysus, because it's pronounced Dionysus sometimes and Dionysus. But Dionysus, Myth and Cult by Walter F. Otto, OTTO, where they're actually doing an intellectual undertaking or scholarly undertaking on the subject. So if you get that, they're going to tell you, I'll give you the table of context so you get an idea where they go in this. In Walter F. Otto's book, The Birthplace and the Cult of Dionysus, because they make a whole thing about the cult of Dionysus. That's a big deal. You'll see that come up a lot. Son of Zeus and Semele, so that's the biggest and most known about his mother and father. She was the human. The myths of his epiphany, the god who comes, the symbol of the mask. So there was a big thing to be masked, and that was Prince's shit. When you watch the Saturday Night Live presentation, they also put all the skits of Prince where they made fun of him too. And they have a funny one white guy does Prince, and it's funny. And they had this little joke going. But they would have where he wears this mask where they could see, they put that with the handle and the, that old fancy pad shit. So the mask that they were wearing in that's also Dionysian as well. The movie Stanley Kubrick did. Eyes Wide Shut, where they all had to wear those masks and have this orgy. Dionysian cult. Dionysian cult right there. They did a whole season 2 or 3 on True Blood about raising up Dionysus, the cult of Dionysus. Excellent shit. Halfway through the season, it didn't reveal what it was that was happening. They were eating hearts. And they said the Titans ate his heart for love. She would take out human hearts. People were losing their hearts in this, and she was putting it in pies, and then they would lose it, and people would go into these wild ecstasies on the show. And she was doing some shit, turning into a minotaur. He was calling her, she was a maenad. She was calling herself a maenad of Dionysus. And she kept turning into this beast, shaking, people's eyes going black, and everybody started fucking. High off the grade. Shows too. High off the grade. You know what I'm saying? And halfway through the show, I said, oh, they're doing Dionysus. Then this white bull appeared. I said, oh, they're doing Dionysus. So I knew the punchline based upon understanding mythology. So this mask thing, we've seen it before under that Dionysian thing, under that. And those same masks are in Purple Rain. They scanned his room and they got masks all over the room. And something stood out about that. And then I seen, as I opened this book, the symbol of the mask. I didn't even read it. Pandemonium in silence, the world bewitched, the somber masses, modern theories, the mad god, the vine, Dionysus revealed in vegetative nature, Dionysus and the element of moisture, Dionysus and the woman, Androgyny. So I guess the fate of Dionysus and Apollo, as we just found out, they were opposites, including remarks on tragedy. Now, you can see how much stuff they cover. And in this, they're going to give you some science. They actually do what I do, or I guess what everybody would do when you deal with a mythology. You just actually decode the science, and you show how it shows up in elements, nature, and what it means other than what the story is. So that's what you get out of books like this, and it's the author's interpretation. You just have to read more than one to make sure his shit is on point. You don't take it for face value, you take it for what it is. No, it's the white man doing it. No, he's only repeating out shit, and since you think you're a white man anyway, you might as well listen to him, because you're going to hear it, you know what I'm saying? And stop just judging that shit and understand he's trying diligently to decode your shit. So in him trying to decode it for himself, he's trying to put himself in there, but it's not really there. All this is going to remind you of, oh shit, yeah, all right, let me show it, let me get to it. You know what I'm saying? And then you bring what you learn under the line above the line. So these books now feed my spirit. My spirit is not fed by this. I do the work and then come down and intellectualize it so we can speak it and talk it and teach it. This is secondary. This doesn't initiate the party. The party's already going down. In this table of contents, this is Gods of Love and Ecstasy, where he does the comparison to the archetype energies, origins, aspect, and legend of the gods, the goddess, son of the goddess and the god, companion of the god, animal and vegetable forms of the god, sacred places, man in the world, rites and practices, gods of dance and theater, which would be Shiva too. Shiva dances and destroys humanity in his dance, even the Hagarati, whatever. Life in Society, Modern Age, Chronological Table, Bibliography. So he goes in, of course. So they're going to give you a little bit more than just the mythology and books like that. And I'm sure you can find whatever you can find. And you can find it once over on the web, or you could just get with that fucking print shit. Because that's the true incarnation, where you have a everyday understanding of this energy made manifest on Earth. Ooh, sore fucking throat. I need me a fucking, not only a breath mint that got menthol in it. Mentalize that motherfucker. I need a double whammy for this fucking talking. So, I guess to sum it up, for the purple one, I'll take one of those. Yeah.
Might want two.
Yeah. Get up and down, the duality. It's androgyny. Yeah. Excellent. Like, opens up the needs and passages.
Exactly.
Dearly beloved, we are gathered here today.
Freshman.
This thing called life. Woo, goddamn. I said, goddamn.
That's things to it.
Yeah, that shit gave me a new. We can do 5 more hours now. Woo, like sum it up. You know what I mean? To sum it up, I said we have this template. We have this way to get in. You have to do real simple little childish things, and a child shall lead them. You see yourself in concert with Prince. You see yourself with him in Purple Rain. You make a new movie in your mind. You see it. What you're actually doing is bonding yourself to that energy. You're bonding your thought frequency to that energy. Then you're going to start to hear things, see things, notice things, or notice, oh yeah, this should help my throat deliciously. Or you're going to start to notice coincidences, or what we've been calling coincidence, but it's actually synchronicity. That's how the spirit talks to you. Aha moments, good ideas, or your feelings. Now I felt Prince was like this, and he's like, I have no way to prove that, but I can feel it. He's talking to you, he's telling you. Oh, nigga, so I had the feeling, like I was like, and I was watching this documentary, you know, because you got this big, humongous idea of the shit he was doing with his dick is unprecedented. See, there's a nigga named Black Mongoose on YouTube making bitches come without touching them. So if we want
talking about the dude who does the techniques?
Yes. Yeah. The original dude, Nit Rama. I know he's been training a few people.
Okay.
But the point is, technically, that's advanced. That's some shit. Like, you need to share that with us, please. You know what I'm saying? I be hitting all these bitches up on public, on the martyr. Ooh, scared the shit out of me. What's up? You gotta listen. Huh? Almost done. You need something? Oh, you need here. I forgot. You about to leave? Oh fuck! You were supposed to leave.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go up in the morning.
Alright.
The belief on taking.
Alright.
Alright.
Oh, yo, bring those books downstairs for me and put them. They're ready to be mailed.
Alright.
2 bins. So, what was he saying?
We're talking about connecting with connecting with Prince, putting yourself in movies.
Okay, yeah.
So, child, use your imagination.
Right, because that's how you're actually going to get in. You have to put yourself in the experience. Mm-hmm. You know, we look at Purple Rain like, damn, boy, oh man, you know, I wish I was back there. You are. You're here. So you have to put yourself, he gave us enough for you to put yourself there with him in your imagination. And being there with him is how you're actually connecting to the intelligence. You know what I'm saying? That's how you're connecting to the intelligence. And then it's going to speak to you in the best way you can receive. So some people hear things, some people smell things. I went through more, all the five senses. And the feeling is and most people land on feeling. Because you feel a presence. You feel, even Christians will say that. Something don't feel right in here. That's just one of your sensations, feeling spirit. So you're going to feel that you're going to have a memory of that moment, of something so minute about, let's say, Purple Rain or that era. Then, like, wow, I remember a certain smell of hair grease. That's how all that stuff, it's just be like, I was using that hair grease during Purple Rain. And you're just going to think all about the hair grease you were using. Something so side. And that happens because you're actually pulling on the frequency. All that shit is in the Akasha. So you're starting to break through to the connection. You're starting to break through to his world. You get what I'm saying? How you breaking through to his world? You're merging your world with his world. What's your world? The grease you use. You were using this grease during his movie time. So boom, you're gonna remember things that had you or interest you that were minute about Purple Rain or the era of Purple Rain. I did have one of them beaded coats and all that, but I didn't know. And you remember those things, and these music videos now become iconic for eras. You see Jermaine Jackson, this is dynamite, and look at that shit and be like, but though I remember, just by me saying that, I remember being at my stepmother who's altered here, her house, and the rug, how it felt and how it smelled. Watching the music video of Jermaine Jackson going, dancing on lunch tables with the Batman dynamite. I'm in the moment. See, I know how to do that. I know how to get in the moment. But I needed healing for high blood pressure. All I did was the entire 70s time travel. All things around me physically was 70s. I watched 70s movies, TV shows, Starsky and Hutch, Beretta, Charlie's Angels, Fantasy Island, what you talking about, Willis, and all the rest of that. And music, all 70s music. All my visualizations was at my grandmother's house, the best place to be, Roosevelt Island in the 70s. So she made it Shangri-La for us. Total fantasy. I could smell it. I could taste it. I could smell what she was cooking in the house. I could feel the rug in my feet. My imagination, this whole energy was to get every minute stains on the bathroom wall. How it felt after a shower in that place. What it looked like. The mirror. Me looking in the mirror, seeing myself through a foggy glass. Remembering the smell of the bubble bath she had. Vaseline, had vitamin E, some green shit and some purple shit. She had the blue one with the vitamin E. I'll buy that and number one, put it on the altar. Number two, use it to tap back in to that energy, because in that energy I was a child. No problems, no ailments. The cells remember. You're trying to, you will induce healing based upon the cell, tapping into the cell memory, based upon the moment, getting into the moment, not just remembering, getting in the moment, like I'm there, I'm standing there. I can feel it. I can feel a rug. I can reach. I can feel I'm disoriented where I'm not at this table, where I see myself in the position where I see windows here. I can see that shit. Deep, because through meditation, through disciplining your mind and direction, my visualization is just as real as what you've been calling real around here. And once you get to that level, the sky starts to become the limit. I am there in Purple Rain. I've seen it 1,000 times. Heard the music 1,000 times. I can smell being on the street, walking with Morris Day and Sparks. I see the houses. I'm there. I'm in his house. I could see it. And from a perspective of being there, not just sitting there in the theater. And that type of thing bonds. Those type of thoughts is how you're going to get into anything. Baron Samedi. So like you see Baron Samedi, the skull hat, in which he's pretty much the guide to the ancestors. You have to not be fear of that. You have to be able to see and walk in that darkness with them. So now that's when you get big. When you're dealing with Bach and you're dealing with more darker and you're walking in sinister places. It's hard. I'm going to tell you something. This is what you do. See if you can do this meditation. Close your eyes and see yourself sinking to the bottom of a dark ocean. Do you one better. Do it with your feet in water. It will scare the shit out of you. That's one I'm having problems doing. Because now that the shit became so real, that now I understand when I seen these advanced meditations, you're walking down the step all the way down, you're going deep in the darkness, deep in the ocean, an elevator going down. Because what they're telling you not only is to go deep in the subconscious, to go into the unknown. And the real scary thing is the fear of the unknown. You will have a problem once you get to that level of visualization of just swimming in the dark ocean. In darkness. Where you know there's creatures known and unknown. Just in a thought process, it becomes real. Not to mention they did studies, I don't know the name of the study, where they tested someone who's a runner, and then they told somebody to think about running. The changes in the body of the man thinking about it and the actual runner were 100%. You could do a marathon and lose your gut by sitting there and thinking about your ass jogging. Think of the feeling without having the feeling of jogging, that, you know, that feeling when that lactic acid kick in and you like that, that's how you jogging. At the hardest point of the jog, feel it all around you. But it's not happening, so you have to do it more. It's happening here. It said you will actually change physically based upon that. That's how powerful the thoughts are. So we need to understand, that's the whole, I think that's the thing that Prince has been, when he came through, whatever this message is, I feel content that I got it out. So if I feel personally content I got it out, whatever's said, because I hardly remember, it seemed like we did it yesterday, whatever is said and whatever's going on is what it is. That's the message. You know what I'm saying? That's the message.
That's a damn good message. Like, yeah, I mean, this is one, I mean, I'm definitely going to have to go back through. Cause,
good. All right.
You know,
because I never know if it's deep or just whatever, but I know I got the point out. And I know, because why I talk hard on the people, there's still a lot of people who are on this shit. We don't want to take it. I'm not just crying wolf on about the spirituality, because I have to say this as well. I got thousands of niggas who are on this shit as well. But I want billions. Because with billions, we've done it, my niggas. Not telling you how to think and what to think, but knowing I'm just telling you the science of activating yourself. So I want people to be activated, billions to be activated, to become whatever the fuck we're supposed to become. Not to become a way to think and a way to act. Just be whoever you are. But understand to use your power. I'd rather you do it from a power position. That's my perspective. So I don't want to sleep on the motherfuckers who hearing this shit and sucking this up and on it. You ain't say nothing but a word. That's people like y'all. Y'all was watching this. I'm saying I haven't talked to the sister for a while, about 6-7 months or so, to come over for card games. But I guarantee you, she's listening to all the shit that's being come this way if she so desires. But she doesn't need me to trigger this no more. Which I'm so comfortable to say. To lose somebody that's sitting there. Now, I ain't been watching the lectures you've been doing. It's actually an honor for me. Because you fucking graduated. And that's what's real. My ego don't need you to sit around going panic. You drop it again. You the nigga for you. They just tune in because they like hearing it. They entertain and they want to at least be entertained by something intelligent. But at the end of the day, when they call me, I hear stories. Ain't got nothing to do with me. Nigga, I've been doing this, nigga, I've been doing that, I've been doing that, I've been getting lawsuits, I've been doing whatever the fuck I'm doing. Alright, you know what I'm saying? That's my perfection, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to make motherfuckers feel I'm the greatest. I'm saying, once you tap into this, you'll be the greatest whatever you are. And there's only one motherfucker that needs to see you as the greatest. Prince showed us that. Prince was his whole life was a carnival by itself. Nigga just knew where all the rides were. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Boy, oh boy, that nigga sure knew how to get the bitch up in Lake Minnetonka. Oh, bitch, that's not Lake Minnetonka. You about to suck some dick. So, you know, you about to suck some dick. That's Lake Minnetonka, bitch. You still had to jump in. Don't get my seat wet, ho. You know what I'm saying? It's a gangster nigga, you know what I'm saying? Little magical nigga. Little gangster pump ass action nigga. So, you know what I'm saying? I guess one other thing worth honorable mention is Bobby told me, man, he introduced Satan in the black community. They ate that shit up with a spoon. As soon as he talked about sexual alchemy and Shiva, his old motherfucker stopped calling him. So we tend to have a problem with sex. That ain't us. They wild with orgies. We want to get over that shit.
Yep.
You know, we can do a whole lecture about how fucking stuck we are in that area. But if you're stuck in that area, my answer to you is fucking congratulations. Please stay stuck. But all you fuckers out there, you dick slinging motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? You know, you twerking ass hoes. Get it on. You know what I'm saying? And all you mildly conservative motherfuckers that only fuck your man, so be it. But fuck him with the intensity in the ecstasy of that Dionysian energy. Do it to him. And if you by yourself, make your fingers purple rain, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever you gotta do. But free yourself with yourself. So whatever it is you do, and which way you fuck, take that to the next level. You ain't gotta say, well, honey, we need to get into this goddamn Dionysian cult and go orgies. Not even my recommendation. If you were doing orgies, continue. Carry on. If you were with your man, and that's your man, and only your man, carry the fuck on. But carry on with him, you know what I'm saying, under the cherry moon. If you masturbating and ain't got nobody, shit, nigga, turn it up. Get some whipped cream and lick it off your own self and just romantic, put petals on the bed. Put petals on your own bed, you know what I'm saying? You're like, oh, you want me in the tub too? oh, the shower, nigga? Hey, you freaky. You freaky, Panic. I know, Panic. Sounds weird, but better get into it, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Tap into that gateway. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. You ain't getting no more free shit because ain't no more superstars on the planet. Ain't no more free shit. You know what I'm saying? You done missed it. You know niggas is at the base of the mountain talking about we worship the bull. You know what I'm saying? No, nigga. We done blew the ram's horn. You better come up on this mountain. You know what I'm saying? Come with me if you want to live. Because this shit is on. You know what I'm saying? This shit is on. So, you know what I'm saying? I hate to see, and that was one of Bobby's biggest thing, all this energy he used to talk about that we missing out on. Mm-hmm. That was, you could hear the frustration in him, and I don't think people even knew it was a frustration. But you could hear him like, oh, we got this and this is coming in. We just had, and I just told you, this energy, you would hear him say that. Well, like, I remember, he did all this Baron Samedi shit. He said, how could we access the good skulls, you know, not the bad skulls like the Illuminati? Bobby said, what the fuck did you just say? And it's like frustrating after you sat there for fucking 5 hours and said all the shit and you get a question like that. He said, bad skull. There's no fucking such thing as a bad skull. Where's the skull? You carrying a skull on the top of your shoulders. There's no such thing as that. The fact that you think there's a such thing as that makes a such thing as that. Makes a such thing as that. The word skull is derived from skill. And anyone holding a skull up was a symbol of your skill and your illumination. What the fuck is a bad Illuminati skull? No, it doesn't exist. This is rhetorical. It doesn't exist. And the fact that you think it exists is the magic. What you think of them is the magic. What you need to do where you start, the average person needs to start, is write a list of what you think of so-called your enemy, the Illuminati, and white people. When you write that list, don't be ashamed when you see how much you empower. Write the power that you feel they have over you. And I think everyone should do that. Write the power that you feel. Write a list of the power that you feel white people have over you. Don't front and just say nothing. Say it was the truth. Well, I'm paying my electric bill. That's true. And this is true for me. I'm paying my gas bill, paying my mortgage, paying my car note. Then get into more psychological. Do you feel their power over you is the Illuminati? Do you feel their power over secret society? Even though are they there? Yep. Are they true? Yep. Are they doing things? Yep. But do you feel it has more power than you is what I asked. Or what you should be asking yourself. Fuck no. Not this divine mind. Not this purple rain mind. Not this goddamn thriller. Not at all. Not this vanity, nigga. Not at all. So again, either one or two things happen. They could see a gateway in China. They probably killed China to direct some of that energy into something they're trying to do. So if Prince died naturally, they say, let's get it. You know what I'm saying? Or if they killed him, they killed her to give it a direction. It's all about directing energy. But the greatest conductor of energy is us, based upon it being your birthright. Prince is your birthright, no matter what way he left. Sinister, because you know that's going to come out later. Doesn't matter for the true occultist. Doesn't matter how he left, is where he's at right now. Doesn't matter how he left, is where he's at. Where he's at right now is the domain of the black woman, the domain of the black man, the birthright of the black man, birthright of the black woman. He was only a manifestation in the human form of what we are. That's why we love them, and that's why we connect with all of them. Because we see and go, I know that's me. I can't play the guitar for shit, but that is me. We know that. Because we are all, this entire universe is called universe. One verse song. This is one song. We are all musicians here. Some of us come down here to express what we all are. Sacred geometry, which this place is built from, is music. Is music. We all have music in us. So when Prince is doing it for us, because we have another mission, we see that, we love it on a way that's bigger than just a fan. We could be a fan too, but we love it in a way that is, when he died, you know what I'm saying? Because if I went through the whole list and I could have got it of everyone who died, 2006, me didn't feel that way. Fucking Natalie Cole died. Fuck that, she's a double icon. Her father was famous. She was born famous, pretty much. We didn't feel that kind of way, you know what I'm saying? When Prince died, you like, something really died. Something left in you. Good. What left in you went to join the cosmos again. You had it when it was here. He defined it for you. So now you got this power. And a lot of people got self-esteem off it. Fuck more chicks, throwing his music, fuck chick. So you derive energy from it on Earth. But now that he left, you feel a part of you left. Like Michael Jackson, big part of you left. Because it's now cosmic energy. No longer trapped in his body. Now you working. So I guess we got the point of this. We're going to end it at 5:22. Remember to hit up the website for all my products, classes, my book, readings, my herbal products. We're going to turn it up with more products soon. I'm going to have a t-shirt company that my friend's going to run that I'm going to link soon. Khadijah's going to have her own website. She's going to link that soon. Kamani, Nicole, Danielle, the radio show, which will be linked there soon. So you'll get all the information on TalkShoe, and we'll be able to, give you more easier, same kind of format, Q&A though for the public. And we're gonna, make doves cry. That's how we do it under the cherry moon. You know what I'm saying? Record store.
Make it rain purple.
No, yeah, rain purple shit. Shit, if you wanted to buy a Sam Cooke album, where would you go? You know what I'm saying? All right, so peace. We'll be back soon.